Welcome to the Incora County Ground for day 2 of the County Championship game between Derbyshire and Worcestershire. Derbyshire would like to extend a warm welcome to the players, officials and supporters from Worcestershire, and to the umpires Neil Bainton and Paul Baldwin on field, and in the scorebox, Sue Drinkwater and Jane Hunt. Catering is available from outlets around the ground, while members can also take advantage of the facilities in the Incora Members Lounge, including hot food served at lunch.
A very good morning and welcome to the Incora County Ground in Derby for day 2 of Derbyshire against Worcestershire in the County Championship. A quick reminder that it's a 104 over day today. It's early in the season and I know we're still getting up to speed after losing 32 overs yesterday. Due to not starting till 2 o'clock. We had 67 overs yesterday, in which time Derbyshire rattled up 300 for 8. So it means that Zach Chappell, much rests on his shoulders today. He is on 40, not out from 34 balls, 4 fours and a couple of sixes. One of them a quite remarkable shot, one-handed out to the mid-wicket boundary, just over Azhar Ali. The pick of the bowlers yesterday, well, Matthew Waite, 3 for 43 from his 14 overs, and it rather looks as though he's going to continue. The good news is that when he was clutching at his hamstring yesterday evening, it was cramp. So he's fit and raring to go. Well, that will be put to the test, of course, in the early stages, because he's going to bowl the first over. He's going to be bowling to Zach Chappell. Chappell, who is making his debut, along with Haider Ali and Matt Lamb. Just trying to work out why it's so quiet, but the reason it's so quiet is that I didn't have the effects microphone turned up. There we go, we can hear what's happening outside. It's a beautiful day here in the East Midlands. At Fletch Sport on Twitter, fletchcricket@gmail.com on the email. If you want to get in touch with us about anything, raise any points, slag us off, you know where we are. Just the 2 slips. The ball is 67 overs old, of course. Joe Leach took 2 for 77 yesterday. 2 for 58 for young Ben Gibbon. And poor old Josh Tongue had a bit of a torrid time. He went for 100 runs in his 15 overs. Here's Matthew Waite in and bowling to Zach Chappell, who drives it out into the offside, up towards Brett D'Oliveira at mid-off. And we're underway on day 2. We'll keep you across the scores from the other grounds as well. And don't forget the BBC Sport live County Championship page. Get all the information, all the wickets that fall, that kind of thing, on the BBC Sport website and app, which is where you're listening to us, unless you're listening through the club stream as well, which is up and running a couple of doors down. Umpires are Neil Bainton and Paul Baldwin. Neil Bainton standing at the racecourse end from which Waite is about to bowl his second delivery, and he beats Zach Chappell. In fact, he takes the edge of Zach Chappell's bat and it's dropped. Second ball by the wicketkeeper, Gareth Roderick. Just played a tentative push at it, really. And it was a fairly straightforward catch, I think it's fair to say. He's now shaking out his right hand, is Gareth Roderick. And the next delivery is played off the back foot up towards Brett D'Oliveira. And there's no run. Very straightforward. It's a 300 for 8 here, a good day. It's sort of the equivalent to 450 day, which we saw once last season, of course, when Notts were here on the hottest day of the year. Ben Duckett made a double century, one of many. This next delivery is pushed up into the offside. Waite tries to field it, can't, goes through to D'Oliveira. And again, there's no run. Slightly bigger crowd today than we saw at the start yesterday. We didn't start till 2 o'clock, of course. More slips then as well, as I recall. Not a cloud in the sky as this next delivery is whipped into the leg side by Chappell. He's run 1. He's going to come back for the second. And Derbyshire up and running on day 2 as they move on to 302 for 8. And Chappell moves on to 42. hoping for a... be hoping to shine with the ball, I'm sure, a little bit later on. They haven't started at Taunton. Update coming up now. Yes, Andrew, they've added 2 runs, or 3 runs now to their overnight score. They moved on to 303 for 8. Zach Chappell has got all of those. He's on 43 not out from 40 deliveries. He led the counter-attack last night after Worcestershire picked up 3 quick wickets, but he was dropped second ball of the day. A fairly straightforward catch. Gareth Roderick, the wicketkeeper, couldn't cling on, so Matthew Waite denied what would have been his 4th wicket. They do need some more runs, but they're in a pretty handy position, Derbyshire. They're 303 for 8. And Josh Tongue is an interesting choice of bowler. Perhaps they said to him, look, you didn't have a good day yesterday. Why don't you nip out and try and do something about it? Well, he's given the opportunity. Interestingly, I think, well, the question was posed how Joe Leach might tip up today. Given his age, I'm not suggesting he's old by any manner of means. He's certainly a lot younger than I am, but Josh Tongue bowling 15 overs for 100 yesterday. I'm delighted to say. Chris Williams from BBC Hereford and Worcester's alongside me now. Interesting choice of opening bowler.
Morning, everybody. It is. I think given the 4, I would have certainly put Gibbon and Leach ahead of Josh Tongue, but perhaps today's another day and things have a change of luck. First delivery has been tucked away for a single. It was a cracking delivery from Matthew Waite in the first over.
How's he not been caught?
Well,
it took the edge, I'm sure.
Did it? That's why I couldn't quite work.
I think so. Perhaps I'm wrong. Certainly the way Waite reacted, but the wicketkeeper put it down, didn't he?
He did, which is unusual for Roderick. But, when it just clipped the fingertips, but it went a long way. Yeah, as he's saying, just surprised that Tongue's got the ball in his hands. But perhaps being the youngest, as the next ball is pushed into the offside, or certainly younger than Leach, he's probably rocked up a little bit more flexible this morning. Just looking at Joe Leach, been around a long time now. He's 32. 32 and 159 days.
He's a young man.
Nothing, is it? I remember those days.
I can barely
just
remember
about.
them. Yeah, I can barely remember them.
3 slips in for Connors, who plays in the air initially, but then safe between 2 fielders. Races towards the cover boundary. D'Oliveira's onto it and makes a scrambling stop. And they're through for 3. So good start for Derbyshire. Got the scoreboard ticking quickly. Started at 300 for 8. Now moved on by 7. After, is that 8 deliveries? We've had 9 deliveries. So keeping that momentum going.
It was a nice shot by Sam Connors. I didn't realise he had that one.
Yeah, initially it was uppish, but and once it had plugged, it went all along the ground. There's a bouncer from Tongue there that causes no problems to Chappell, taller of the 2 batters, wearing 32.
He's got all the attributes, hasn't he, Zach Chappell? Tall, lean, and he's a quick bowler. But his batting is decent.
I commented yesterday, didn't I, when they were warming up, he's very lean, very tall and lean. Here, tucks this nicely backward a square for a single. I noticed his highest score is 96, I think, so he's...
Scored here for Leicestershire on his debut. Yeah. He might have been a number 11 bat at that stage, because it was his first game in first-class cricket. I've just got his figures up, actually. He only averages 18 with the bat in 47 innings, which seems a little bit skinny for the way he's played last night and this morning.
I suppose it depends where he's been batting. That's a thick outside edge down to 3rd man. By Connors, pick up 1. Whether he runs out of partners or he's batting around, 9, 10,
true,
11.
True.
In which case 18 is not too bad, is it?
No, it's his first match since last July when he was on loan at Gloucestershire. Played against Northamptonshire in first-class cricket. In fact, how about that? He made his first-class debut. It was September 2015 when he got that 96 here at the County Ground, and his List A debut was against Worcestershire in 2015 as well. So he's making another debut against Worcestershire.
Seems like yesterday, 2015, so 8 years ago now, isn't it?
The year before I started covering Derbyshire. There's Matthew Waite continuing, and 2 slips in the gully now as that's pushed very pleasantly by Sam Connors out into the offside square. He wants 2. Zach Chappell says, no. I'm 5 away here. So Connors moves on to 6 and Derbyshire to 310 for 8. That ball from Waite apart, there have been no alarms in the opening couple of overs or so today. Just the 102 left. Stretching out before us. We will lose a couple, of course, for the change of innings as Waite is in again, and a flash outside the off stump by Chappell, who goes for a walk. Quite right too. That wasn't a great shot. Although he's played aggressively from the moment he arrived at the crease, in fairness. And I don't think there's any reason why he should stop playing in an aggressive manner. A couple of 6s, 4 4s in his 45 from 44 balls. Tells you exactly how he's been playing, and it was a really good counter-attack, him and Ben Aitchison last night. Waite is in again and bowls. That one beats the edge of the bat. He tries to persuade everybody inside the ground that he played inside the line. I'm not sure that he did. And he goes through to Roderick.
This will probably mean nothing to our younger listeners. But Matthew Waite, once he turns after he's delivered the ball, he starts marching back. He's like one of those Monty Python characters, with the clenched fists and the
Gumbies.
That's it. Gumbies.
Yeah, the Gumbies. Yes, he is, isn't he? Yeah, proper Yorkshireman. He's in again. Bowls, and Chappell has a big swing, and the ball probably goes over middle stump. Matthew Waite can't believe that it hasn't crashed into middle stump.
Here he goes.
But yes, it's that sort of yeah. You look up the Gumbies, and you'll get a picture of Matthew Waite. He was good enough to come out and speak last night. Fair play to him.
Yep.
So I was just pleased that when he was clutching his hamstring, it was just cramp and nothing more serious. As far as the spectacle of this game is concerned, really, because it would have put Worcestershire in all sorts of trouble. From a bowling perspective, he's in again now. Bowls. That one is whipped away down towards long leg by Chappell for another single. So he's now 1 boundary away from reaching his first 50 for Derbyshire, 311 for 8, the home side move on to.
Be interesting to know the thinking behind Tong bowling that first over from the City end this morning. It was a strange one.
Yeah, I was surprised. I thought I was certain it was going to be Joe Leach, if I'm honest. He bowled all of his overs from the City end yesterday. Waite off what looked like a shorter run-up bowls to Sam Connors, who clips it into the leg side. They fancy 2, but Gibbons there quickly picks up. It was he had to run round the ball because he's a left-arm thrower. And they pick up a single, and Sam Connors pinches the strike. He moves on to 6, and at the end, to 7 rather, at the end of the over. Derbyshire 312 for 8. Connors, as I say, on 7. Chappell on 46. And this partnership, in its early stages, just 14 from 33 deliveries.
I can understand Gibbon not bowling from the far end. He was better from the racecourse end,
and
he was
memories,
slipped over twice bowling at the other end. So Joe Leach is down at 3rd man at the moment, right in front of the commentary box as Tong starts a new over, and the ball just dropping in front of Connors. And there's no run. So 2 slips. Pollock at first, Haynes at second. 3rd man, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And I dare say there's a fine leg if I crane my neck around the
Yeah, there is.
the wall.
It's quite square, but yeah, he's down there.
Tongue, right arm over the wicket. That's a better bouncer. That was a little bit more uncomfortable for Connors there. He got out of the way very quickly and didn't cause him any undue problems. Nowhere near hitting him, but it just made him move a little bit quicker on that occasion. 312 for 8.
A little bit of venom in that one, wasn't there?
Yep.
I may have told an untruth before when I said there were no clouds, but there aren't many.
No, there certainly weren't when I did my piece at 10:30. There was a completely blue sky. And there's a drive outside the off stump by Connors and better delivery from Tongue. It, didn't get anything onto it. And through to wicketkeeper Gareth Roderick, wearing 9. 9 at wicketkeeper, 7 at first slip, 17 at second slip. And the numbers on the backs.
Useful, those.
It's a lot easier than when I started.
Middlesex still wear the cable net. That's a nightmare.
Tongue in again, short and almost too short. Plenty of time on that occasion for Connors to duck underneath it. But even if he hadn't have ducked, it would have sailed over his head.
The clubs who wear the cable net, I'm not picking on Middlesex, but they're the most recent ones that I've seen, managed to get the sponsors on the front of the shirt, the cable knit sweaters, but can't get numbers on the back, which I find slightly strange.
I do like the cable knits, though.
Oh, yeah.
Like proper cricket sweaters. Connors waits again, gets in line, drops it onto the leg side, and will pick up a single. The field well spread on that leg side.
I think they're happy to give him a single there, and I'm surprised they took it, in all honesty. But
1 ball left in this 71st over.
I suppose every run is crucial, isn't it? If they want to get towards that 350, it'd be foolish to turn down runs.
Well, I have to say, Connors hasn't looked under any undue discomfort, has he?
No, true enough.
Chappell plays it uppishly into the hands of Leach down at third man, and Tongue has taken his wicket. He puts his head in his hands, and that's what he's been striving for. And his second day has certainly started better than his first. And Chappell has gone for 46. Derbyshire lose their 9th wicket in the 71st over. They're now 313 for 9.
Well, he looked disappointed, and he should look disappointed as he walks off now. Zach Chappell, there was a half century there for him, but he couldn't quite get it over the line. And to be caught at third man really tells you all you need to know. It may well be the end of Derbyshire's hopes of getting to 350 as well, as they lose their 9th wicket on 313, and Saranga Lakmal comes out to bat. We didn't see an awful lot of him batting last season, in all honesty. A little punch of the gloves with Zach Chappell as he makes his way out, but Joe Leach barely had to move down at third man to take that catch. 4 fours and a couple of sixes for Zach Chappell, 47 deliveries. A really good innings, and it shouldn't detract from the how good the innings was. Because when he and Ben Aitchison came together, there were 239 for 7. And now they've pretty much added 100 runs since they're not far off. So fair play. That partnership just worth the 15. The one last night was worth... scurry for my notes, 59 off 55 balls with Aitchison, and just brought the match back Derbyshire's way. But this will be fascinating to see how Saranga Lakmal goes. I can't remember him batting last year, if I'm entirely honest with you. Matthew Waite begins a new over, and the ball is driven off a thickish outside edge out towards the point boundary by Sam Connors. He moves on to 9, and it's 314 for 9, and now we will see Saranga Lakmal. But how he bats, I don't even think I looked up his figures last year. I don't think there was any point. In first-class cricket, so apologies, that's nonsense. Turn that volume off. He's had 236 innings and got 362 runs. He's facing now, and it goes straight through him, through to the wicketkeeper. Roderick. No, he hasn't. That's his bowling.
Well, that first delivery didn't suggest to me that he's going to be doing as Zach Chappell.
173 innings, 1,500 first. He's got one first-class half-century, and he's actually hit 32 sixes in his career. So that perhaps tells you what kind of number 11 he is. Didn't get near that last delivery. There's Waite bowls to him again, and this time he gets the full face of the bat on it, pushes it out into the offside. Nicely done.
It was better.
Yeah. These two, and Zach Chappell and Ben Aitchison for that matter, will be potentially more important when it comes to the bowling. But these days you've got to bat down as deep as you can, really. In test matches, his average was 11.1, and in first-class cricket it's 11.19. So he transferred his first-class average nicely. That one's way wide of the off-stump from Matthew Waite, left alone. Didn't bounce, but was never going to trouble the stumps. Not out 37 times in 173 matches, or innings rather. Unfortunately, we've never had the opportunity to speak to him, sadly, but I'm sure it'll happen one day. But when he got his 5 for last season, as he faces this next delivery, dances down the track, has a big mow at it, misses the ball by a yard and a half, and Roderick, tumbling away to his right-hand side, takes it nicely.
A lot of movement after it went past the stumps. He took that way past first slip, Roderick, between first and second slip.
It was to get the tears out of my eyes from laughing at the shot. That was a number 11 shot.
Well, that was the start wide and went wider, didn't it?
Yeah. Terrific effort from Saranga, who waits now, and there we go. Defends this one back to Waite. It's the end of the over. 1 run from it. 314 for 9, Derbyshire. Sam Connors has 9. And Saranga Lakmal is yet to get off the mark, but not for the want of trying.
I think Matthew Waite's going to be a very popular player at New Road.
He's a good cricketer, though.
Yeah, I think
really
he's going to be one that will do a lot of bowling if he stays fit. A lot of bowling. He's always going to be there or thereabouts, and he was certainly the pick of the bowlers yesterday. 3 for 50. Yeah. Might well have had a fourth this morning as Tong starts new over, fresh from having taken a wicket, and is run nicely down to deep backward point, where it's fielded by Libby. And they're through for 1, so Connors into double figures, 10 from 24.
Sorry.
Go on.
No, I'm just going to say on Matthew Waite, looking at his batting as well, I mean, he averages 20 in first-class cricket. He's only got 1 half-century, and I'm sure there's power to add to that tally, but in 22 innings to average 20 early on in your career is decent, isn't it?
Yeah.
So he could be the provider of some middle to late order runs as well.
I think so. I think he's wholehearted. Lakmal facing up to Tong, gets an inside edge down to fine leg, and I can only assume from the Gias that it's beaten the fielder down there.
That's Matthew Waite, bless him.
In my younger days, I might have been able to get out of my seat quickly and crane my neck around and see where it went, but the Gias gave it away in the end.
A horrible shot.
Inside edge, he's off the mark. I mean, the ball was back with the bowler by the time I got back, managed to get out of the seat. So, very streaky shot, and probably Josh Tongue will be thinking that's the way his luck's going at the moment. And again, played, that was a short one, and Lakmal certainly got hold of that. Well, he didn't get hold of it, he hooked it off the bottom of the bat. And when I say got hold of it, he got something onto it and beat the infield, and 3/4 of the way back to the boundary. They're through for 2, looking at the toe of the bat now. But it was there to be hit. It was not a particularly quick bouncer from Tong, as has been pushed back onto the mid-wicket boundary now. Second slip, Jack Haynes has come out, gone to orthodox mid-wicket. The horse has bolted. That's he's gone to just where about the ball dropped. As Tong is in again, It's a better bouncer, and Lackmell ducks down. That's got his back moving.
Worked out why I couldn't remember him batting. He batted 3 times last season and got 6 runs. Well, this is his highest score for Derbyshire. He got 5 in a game last season. And he played 5 matches before his elbow injury in May.
Yeah, he's on 6 from 8 here. And the bouncer again from Tongue, who probably get a few in return when he comes to bat later on. Because that's probably 6th bouncer this morning, I would imagine.
I don't think I'd have bounced. I'm not sure if he did bounce Zach Chappell. Lackmell's not express pace. I wouldn't bounce Zach Chappell if I was given the choice.
And he comes again. This time it's a better line and length, and from within the crease. Lackmell plays defensively into the offside and there's no run. End of the over, 321 for 9. Lackmell has 6, Connors has 10, the one man out this morning. Zach Chappell caught by Leach at 3rd man off Tongue for 46 with the score on 319.
Yes, as I said earlier, they haven't started yet at Taunton. I saw a picture that Clive Eakin from BBC Commentary in Warwickshire posted yesterday. They had those heat lamps on the outfield trying to dry it out at Taunton. They didn't play at all yesterday. So you do wonder how much play they'll get today. I think they were planning on inspecting at midday, which means they won't start until at least. Where's Lackmell going? He needs a new bat.
Well, as he was walking off then, yeah, they're bringing a new bat on. He shook hands with Azarali.
They'll know each other from somewhere, won't they? Mark Watt brings him a new bat. Got a red handle rubber on this one.
That's a bit of a downer for a number 11 batsman, isn't it? When you break a bat.
Yeah,
I wonder if he's borrowed this one.
I was just going to say, I can't imagine he's got 2. I'd be surprised. Here's Matthew Waite beginning a new over, bowling to Sam Connors, who's hit this one straight up in the air, and it's going to be caught by Gibbon, and is caught by Gibbon, and Derbyshire are all out for 321. Sam Connors goes for 10. It's a 4th wicket for Matthew Waite as well. 4 for 50 he finishes with. And Derbyshire's first innings has come to a close. They didn't quite get to the 350 that Billy Godleman suggested last night was their target this morning. They lost Zach Chappell for 46 and Sam Connors for 10. Saranga Lackmell not out 6 at the end, and that new bat, well, he didn't need to use it because he was at the non-striker's end for 1 ball with his new bat, and now he's walking off with it in his right hand. And he has a little chat with Azhar Ali again, as Azhar rather just overtakes him and jogs up the pavilion steps. So all out for 321 in 73 overs and 1 ball. And in about 7 or 8 minutes' time, Worcestershire will come out for their first innings. And Derbyshire's bowlers will hope that they start slightly better than Worcestershire's bowlers started. The bowling figures, Joe Leacher didn't bowl this morning, 2 for 77 from 18 overs, 1 maiden for him. Josh Tongue finished with 1 for 114 from 18 overs. Matthew Waite, 17 overs and 1 ball, 3 maidens, 4 for 50. Young Ben Gibbon, 16 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 52. We didn't see him this morning, nor did we see Brett D'Oliveira, who bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 20 yesterday evening. Their over rate, which is always something to keep a close eye on as the heavy roller is being trundled up and down the pitch, -2. And as I say, they'll have, I don't know if they've already taken the overs off. It'll either be 95 or 93 overs left in the day. So a full day's play pretty much left after the opening 25 minutes. And we will return on the BBC Sport website and app in 5 or 6 minutes' time. In and balls to Reed. In and balls to Reed.
The opening batters for Worcestershire are Ed Pollock and Jake Libby. To open the bowling from the City end, Surrender Lackman.
Welcome back to the Incora County Ground. Worcestershire's opening batsmen are out there, Ed Pollock and Jake Libby. And it's going to be Surrender Lackman to open the bowling from the City end. And Billy Godleman's in at third slip wearing a sun hat, which I don't think I've ever seen him wear. So the former skipper in at third slip, Ben Aitchison at first and Wayne Madsen at second. And Worcestershire's challenge is to get as close, if not beyond, Derbyshire's 321 all out after they lost their last couple of wickets this morning. Here is Lackman from the City end, in and bowls. Swing and a miss from Ed Pollock. What did you say about all or nothing? Chris Williams alongside me from Hereford and Worcester.
That's Ed Pollock. Yep. I thought he might have had a look at one. But looking to carve that one away. He's made his intentions known. That's, with 3 slips in, they'll suddenly get interested.
Might put another one there. Mind you, if it made contact with that, it would have probably flown for 6. Straight over wicketkeeper Brooke Guest's head. Here's Lackman again. Pollock waits the left-hander and plays and misses. That one goes through to the keeper, Guest. You may have done one as well, but I just sent something to the BBC website suggesting that if Derbyshire's bowlers put it in the right place, there is still plenty in this pitch for them. And that's going to be the key. Worcestershire's bowlers yesterday morning didn't put it in the right places and were punished. So if Derbyshire's bowlers are a little bit offline, there's hope for Worcestershire. I mean, there's hope for Worcestershire. It's only 321, isn't it? Pollock, Surrender Lackman's in again and again, a play and a miss from Pollock. Lackman can't quite believe that he hasn't taken the edge.
Yeah, well, Matthew Waite, when we spoke to him last night, was saying there was plenty in the pitch, and he didn't think it had changed throughout the day. There's just that Worcestershire hadn't bowled well enough, too many 4 balls, as he put it. And we were discussing earlier on, although the sun's out, it's not a hot sun that's got to dry things up particularly.
It won't change the nature of the surface too much, will it? It just changes colour. Pollock waits. Lackman bowls to him, and he turns this off his pads into the leg side. Ball picked up there by... who's picked the ball up there? Haider Ali. There's 3 new players for me to get used to. That was Haider Ali who fielded that one. I thought it was Matt Lamb initially, but just looking for where Matt Lamb is. I can't see him. I assume he's out there. That might be him at mid-on, actually. Ben Aitchison's one of those unusual fast bowlers who's a very, very fine slip catcher. Not that unusual. Jimmy Anderson back in the day, and 1 or 2 others have been similar. He's at first slip. Surrender Lackman comes into bowler Jake Libby, who a little bit squared up by that one, pushes it out into the offside, and it's fielded there by Lewis Deploy, the Derbyshire skipper. As Ben Aitchison goes, just loosens his shoulders. Be interesting to see who takes the new ball with Lackman, whether it's Aitchison or Zach Chappell. Sam Connors tends not to, although I'll be proved completely wrong. You watch.
Quite broad, isn't he, Lackman? Shoulders.
Yes. He's a big lad.
Yeah.
We never really got too close to him on account of his being unable to interview him, as this next delivery is definitely squaring Libby up, and he gets a leading edge up to mid-on. Lamb does the fielding, and it is indeed going to be Ben Aitchison to bowl the first over from the racecourse end. 1 without loss, Worcestershire, but good first over from Surrender Lackman. Beat the bat a couple of times, took a leading edge. He'll be pleased with that on his return to the Derbyshire side for the first time since May. Did come back and play in the Sri Lankan T20. I think that's pretty much his only serious cricket since his operation to rebuild his elbow.
Very tall man, Aitchison, wearing 11, be bowling to 3 slips. Got a fine leg, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. In bright sunshine, runs away from us to the left-handed Pollock, who leaves the ball outside off stump, taken low down by his boots by wicketkeeper Guest, who's standing in a cap. And as you say, sun hat at 3rd slip.
I've never seen him wear a sun hat, Billy Godwin. I'm not a huge fan of the sun hat, I've got to say.
Full defensive from Pollock into the offside, where it's fielded there by Matt Lamb.
It's a good point, actually, Chris Ward makes, that not a bad batting start from Derbyshire, yet another 300-plus score at home, continuing the record from last season. If we ignore, he says, the interesting pitch at Chesterfield, we could only dream of this in 2021.
Pollock drives next delivery into the ground and taken on the bounce by the bowler. Yeah, it'll certainly be an interesting innings, this. Worcestershire with some very attacking players. Pollock, maybe and Azza, well, a little bit more circumspect. Jack Haynes likes to get on with it. Hose playing red ball cricket for the first time in a fair while. The ball down the leg side, which is well taken by Guest, diving to his right. And you can look at 2 ways. When the pitch is doing a little bit, that attacking might be the best form of defence.
Worked for Godalman.
It certainly did. Certainly it shouldn't be deteriorating. It should be at best holding its own, as it was yesterday. As the next delivery is again taken low down by Guest. Pollock didn't play at it, allowed it to go through, and taken very low down by the wicketkeeper, who's standing a long way back. A few more in today. Obviously a better day in terms of weather, bank holiday as well. But plenty of space if anyone wants to make their way down here. This next delivery on leg stump, turned onto the leg side by Pollock. Fielded by Sam Connors, and there's no run. So the end of a tidy maiden over for Aitchison, and after 2 overs, after Worcestershire replying to 321, they're 1 without loss. Pollock, the man with the single to his name.
28 overs we waited yesterday for a maiden. Worcestershire ball, I think Derbyshire by this stage were probably 12 without loss. They got up to an absolute flyer. 4 slips in place for Saranga Lakmal, who comes in and bowls to Jake Libby. Goes back into his crease, pushes it out into the offside. Liz Deploy will do the fielding, coming around from mid-off. And Libby is off the mark. Both batsmen on 1, 2 without loss, Worcestershire. In reply to Derbyshire's 321 all out, they lost Zach Chappell for 46 and Sam Connors for 10. This morning, Saranga Lakmal, the not-out batsman, on 6, just after he changed his bat as well. He'd be disappointed not to have got the new one up and running. Well, he'd probably be more disappointed than the actual bat that he owned is broken. Pollock waits. Lakmal bowls to him, and he leaves this one alone. Leaves it on length, bounces fairly true on that occasion. It hasn't always been the case, though, so he might have to just reassess the leaving a ball on length. Worcestershire kit, too white.
Very white, isn't it?
Too white, yeah. Derbyshire's was too white a few years ago. They've gone back to a more traditional cream. Yeah, Worcestershire's kit's too white. I don't like it.
I could do some damage with those if I was doing the washing.
That'd be too grey.
As my wife tells me every time I get the towels out of the airing cupboard.
Leave them alone. There's Lakmal bowling again. Left alone by Ed Pollock to go through to Brooke Guest.
Yeah, multicoloured towels I've got now.
3 slips, point. There must be a third man. No, there isn't. There's a long leg. It's Sam Connors. There's a cover mid-off, mid-on, and a square leg. Ian Bell and Ajmal Shahzad just having a lap of the ground. Watching Saranga Lakmal bowl. And this one is, striking the pad, I fancy, and running away down towards third man. He might just have got a little bit of bat on it as well. Anuj Dal chases it down. The umpire's going to give runs, so he got a little bit of bat on that. Perhaps it was important that he did. Picks up a couple and moves on to 3-4 without loss. It's been far from straightforward for the Worcestershire openers so far. Godleman and Haider Ali put on 54 yesterday afternoon. Before Haider Ali went chasing a very wide delivery and chopped on. Pollock, next delivery, strikes him in the midriff region. Just hurried him a little bit there. Saranga Lakmal, as I say, he's not express pace. Start my campaign once again. I won't stop this campaign until it happens to have a speed gun at every ground. They can do it at tennis. Why can't they do it at first-class cricket?
I think he misjudged that, Pollock. Didn't look as if he particularly put any more effort into the delivery.
No. What will he do with this delivery from Lakmal? He'll play it with the full face of the bat up to mid-off. Zach Chappell does the feeling. It's the end of the third over of the innings. 4 without loss. Worcestershire. Pollock's got 3 of those. Libby has the other one. And they want to see off the new ball.
The weather today is more conducive to it. When I arrived this morning, had more of a walk around the ground. Very miserable yesterday and grey. And I first started commentating here in the mid-90s.
Right.
Early 90s, mid-90s. A lot of change in the ground, and it covers a huge area, doesn't it?
Mm. Yeah, it does.
Massive amount of area. That not just the playing area, but buildings, etc. This delivery from Aitchison beats the outside edge of Libby there. Again, didn't look comfortable. 2 shortish batsmen, these two. Facing up to two tall bowlers, getting a bit of extra bounce. It's a massive area it covers. Plenty of car parking, which is always nice. Aitchison bowls on the leg stump and flicked away by Libby for, in fact, he didn't flick it away, it came off the pad. Backward a square on the leg side for a run. 5, or a leg by, I should say, 5 without loss. First extra of the innings. It's quite a big playing area as well, isn't it? If they were to use the whole thing.
They generally have to just rope a little bit off to put the covers, because there's nowhere else for the covers to go. They sometimes come down below us, but that's more for one-day cricket. I think when there is a risk of a shower, although there isn't at the moment, they have to keep them out.
Left-handed Pollock leaves the next delivery outside off stump, and that was taken on the up by Brooke Guest behind the stumps. Yeah, a lot of improvements from those days where, remember, used to be the groundsman's hut we used to commentate from, or in front of it. So you got all the ailments there.
Well, the commentary box was above the gents' toilets.
Next delivery on leg stump. Turned onto the leg side.
They weren't the most modern gents' toilets you've ever seen.
Well, I said yesterday, didn't I, that when I arrived into the very impressive media boxes yesterday, media suites, I don't think I've ever smelt one that smell as sweetly.
No.
Lovely it was. Very much first day of the season. Aitchison. Oh, beats him, got extra lift on that one, and not sure the shot that Pollock was trying to play there was something a nothing shot, just trying to work it away on the leg side, but played underneath it in the end. And the ball went just over the stumps and through to the wicket keeper. Doesn't look entirely comfortable at the moment. Neither of the two batters do. I mean, on the money so far, Aitchison. Last ball of his second over. Passes through to the wicketkeeper, so he's conceded just the 1 run from 2 overs. And after 4 overs, Worcestershire replied to Derbyshire's first innings total of 321. They're 5 without loss. Pollock has 3 and Libby 1.
The run he conceded in that over was a leg by as well, so he's got 2 overs, 2 maidens now, Ben Aitchison. What would a Worcestershire give him for a start like this? With the ball yesterday.
Very different, isn't it?
Completely different. And very much how Derbyshire have to go about things here. Extract as much out of the conditions as they possibly can. Libby on strike. And he pushes that one up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Lewis Deploy. The start of a new Saranga Lackmal over. Good to see Lackmal back bowling. As I say, he had that little, it wasn't a little spell, I think his side in the Sri Lankan T20 competition got to the final. They may well have won it. Somebody will tell me. I watch bits of it, but one T20 competition merges into another after a while. As Libby waits with the 4 slips in place, and he turns this one nicely into the leg side. He's going to get runs here. Will he get 4 of them? I think he might. Sam Connors is giving chase, but the ball's won the race to the boundary, and there's the first 4 of the Worcestershire innings. Nicely played off his hip with enough force. Connors ran round, but never ever at any stage really looked like he was going to make it. And Worcestershire moved to 9 without loss.
That last shot indicates to me the outfield's dried a bit because...
it didn't slow, did it?
No, and he didn't put a great deal into it. That was just about timing. And it got there quite comfortably.
Neil Godrich, the groundsman, will be delighted if it's drying out. He's worked exceptionally hard to get this game on. As Lackmal is in and a waft outside the off stump from Libby. That was a poor shot. Really poor shot, and it goes through to Brooke Guest. It was neither one thing nor the other. I'm not entirely sure what he could have profited.
He's got 4 slips and he was walking into it, wasn't he? He was just playing it on the walk outside off stump.
Just waved his bat in the general direction of the ball, which is never a good thing. But he's still there. So if he has a little word with himself, regain his concentration. Looks like Mal's on his way in again. Past the umpire now. That one's turned into the leg side. Fielded by Matt Lamb. Moving away to his left-hand side. Picked up with his left hand, but throws it with his right. To Brooke Guest. And Anuj Dahl does a bit of work on the ball. Quite often Lewis Rees has been in charge of polishing the ball, but of course he's not playing in this game. So perhaps Anuj Dahl is going to be the polisher-in-chief, fielding at backward point where he always fields. Already got a brown mud stain on his right knee. As Lackmal is in again, and this one is pushed by Libby out towards a wideish mid-off. They'll pick up a single and move on to 6, 10 without loss now, Worcestershire. At the end of the 5th. Oh, was it? No, it isn't the end of the 5th over. They're just swapping around. There's one more ball to come. The right hand, left hand opening pair of Ed Pollock and Jake Libby.
And Neil Bainton, the umpire, he's marching more today rather than jogging. He's a sprightly march across from one side to the other. The changeover of left to right.
They look a bit warmer today, the umpires. They looked cold at times yesterday. Lackmal bowls to Pollock, who turns it into the leg side. Haider Ali does the fielding on this occasion. And it is the end of the over at 10 without loss, 5 gone. 3 to Pollock, 6 to Libby. Sham Massoud very rarely fielded that as close as Haider Ali to the pitch. Used to send him out into the deep. But Haider Ali looks like he's going to be useful from a fielding perspective, as well as Harry Kane goes for a net down below us.
Aitchison to continue, yet to concede a run from his first 2 overs. He will do here though, turned backward a square on the leg side. by Libby. He'll move on to 7. And the score on to 11 without loss. These two just welcome some time out there in the middle and make the most of it, try and get their timing right. And they've got nice conditions now. Maybe on the coolish side, but lovely, clear, blue sky, sun's out. 4 slips in now for Aitchison. For Pollock, who leaves the ball outside the off stump. And again, that taken low down by Guest behind the stumps. A lot of them from Aitchison have gone through low to the wicket-keeper. I just wonder if he's perhaps standing back a little bit too far. It's the way Pollock plays. Of course, if he does go through with his shots, then it'll go through hard and fast to the slips and the wicket-keeper. That's cut away hard by Pollock, but straight to the fielder at point. Is that Dahl there?
Yeah, not much gets past Nudge.
Went down very quickly. It was a decent shot from Pollock. I think he middled it. But just had to drop a little bit to his right, low down. Took it cleanly. Pollock on 3. Leaves the next delivery. Taken knee high by Guest there. So 4 slips. Point. Mid off, mid on. Square leg. Fine leg. Who's quite square actually, rather than fine. In front of the brick building. The hospitality suites over on the far side of the ground. Aitchison bowls again. And this is played in the air. I've lost it by gone over square on the leg side by Pollock for a boundary. Not sure if that how far it was in the air, that one. But went quickly out to the boundary and onto the sheets in front of the pavilion.
Matt Lab crawling on those sheets to prevent him using his spikes and putting holes in them, because those sheets are not much use with holes in.
15 without loss.
He whipped it away nicely, didn't he?
He did. Went very quickly. I don't think there's been any window cleaning overnight, has there?
No, I don't think that. It's fallen on deaf ears, hasn't it, my request for the windows to be cleaned. I'm not sure they've got any dirt here, which is good news.
Both batters on 7. Aitchison into Pollock, who leaves next delivery outside the off stump. Nice, comfortable take for Guest behind the stumps. The end of the 6th over. Lackmell 3 overs for 9 runs. Aitchison 3 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 5. Worcestershire 15 without loss in reply to Derbyshire's 321. Pollock has 7 and Libby has 7.
Steady start from the Derbyshire bowlers. They've gone past the bat a few times. We've seen those 2 boundaries, 1 apiece. With 2 batsmen, so they'll be relatively pleased with the way they've started as well. I imagine they just need to see off the new ball, wait for Sam Connors and Zach Chappell to come on. I don't think the pace will increase when Zach Chappell comes on. I don't think there's much doubt about that. I think he's probably the quickest of the 4. Ben Aitchison would perhaps argue, as Lackmell is in and bowls and goes past the edge of Jake Libby's bat again. Been a fair amount of playing and missing. Billy Godleman in conversation with Haider Ali. They batted together yesterday with a half-century opening stand at 3rd and 4th slip respectively, and Ben Aitchison and Wayne Madsen at 1st and 2nd alongside Brooke Guest. The only man out is Sam Connors, who's away at sort of backward square leg as much as anything, as Lackmell is in and bowls to Libby, who gets bat on that one and pushes it up to Leas to ploy at mid-off, and there's no run. Durham's first innings has now come to an end down at Sussex. They made 376. Sussex currently 11 without loss after 2 in reply. Elsewhere in the 2nd division, Yorkshire batting on 386 for 4 against Leicestershire And Glamorgan, it's clearly a tricky pitch at Sophia Gardens, a 35 for 3, and they trail Gloucestershire by 130. Division 1, Nottinghamshire bowled out for 185. Hampshire in reply 139 for 5, so still trailing by 46. They are underway at Taunton. Somerset are batting first, having won the toss. Essex 199 for 4 against Middlesex at Lords as Lackmal is in again. Bowls to Libby and beats him. A little bit of extra bounce from Saranga Lackmal on that occasion. Nice to see. Elsewhere, Surrey 405 for 9 against Lancashire. They've got to 110 overs there. And Kent are 6 without loss after bowling Northamptonshire out for 117. And Worcestershire listeners might be interested to hear in the friendly at Kidderminster, the South Asian Cricket Academy, are 63 for 1 after 7 overs of their first of 2 T20s against Worcestershire seconds. Lackmal in again, arm bowls, and it's pushed by Libby out into the offside. And there is no run. There's also a warm-up match involving the Central Sparks, who I think are associated with Worcestershire. 50-over game being played at the Edgbaston Community Sports Ground, and the South East Stars are 84 for 1. Here, Worcestershire 15 without loss in their first innings in reply to Derbyshire's 321 all out. And Lackmal bowls to Jake Libby, who turns this one into the leg side. He almost falls over. He's fielded there by Zach Chappell, who's now hatless at mid-on. He's got the shades on. That's what they are. Are they? I don't know. They're probably not anymore. We'll see him bowl at some point in the near future. This is only Lackmal's 4th over. Ben Aitchison has bowled 3. And this is the final ball of Lackmal's 4th over. Bowls it to Jake Libby, who defends it. I think it might have been a no-ball signalled at the far end by umpire Baldwin. I'm not sure. Yes, it was. So a no-ball bowled by Saranga Lackmal. 2 to the total, 17 without loss. So this will now become the final over of Saranga Lackmal's 4th over. Another big day of sport on Good Friday, of course. Derby County at Forest Green later on. Burton at home to Barnsley. Worcestershire are batting now in their first innings. They're 17 without loss, although the opening batsmen have played and missed on a number of occasions to both Saranga Lackmal and Ben Aitchison, who bowled really nicely. Aitchison, 2 maidens in his first 3 overs. Zach Chappell for 46 and Sam Connors, the men out. He made 10 earlier on today as Derbyshire were dismissed with 321. In reply, Worcestershire 17 without loss. That's Worcestershire. And the final ball of the over went through to the wicketkeeper Brooke Guest, and there was no run, so 17 without loss after 7. Ben Aitchison to continue from the racecourse end bowls, and this one is crashed into the backward point region by Ed Pollock. Nicely fielded again, didn't take it cleanly, Anuj Dal, but he got everything behind that, and he gets a low 5 from Haider Ali, who comes racing out of the slips to congratulate him on another good piece of fielding. If he's going to do that every time Anuj Dal completes a good piece of fielding, he's going to put some steps in, Haider Ali, as Aitchison bowls, and this time it's in between full slip and backward point, and Dal is chasing it. Pollock's going to pick up a couple, that's all he'll get. As Dal gets to the ball very quickly, Billy Godman rather optimistically set off to chase the ball at the same time as Anuj Dal, and with the greatest will in the world, there's only one winner in that particular race. But fair play to Billy for showing willing. I think if Anuj Dal sets off after the ball, you just let him go. Aitchison in and bowls. That's down the leg side. Good take by Brooke Guest. Tumbling away to his right-hand side. Pollock tried to flick it away but couldn't make contact. Guest takes it nicely.
The slip cordon's very tight, isn't it?
You know what? I was thinking that. I was, genuinely, and should have said it out loud. Yeah, they're very close together. There's 4 of them, and you could probably have just 3 in there, really. They're crouching down now. Aitchison bowls, and it goes past Pollock's bat and through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. Straight away, Lears Deploy had his hands on his head. He goes into first slip when Aitchison is bowling, because Aitchison is generally the first slip. Wayne Madsen, who had been a first slip specialist for many years, is now fielding, as he did last season, at second slip, with Billy Godleman at third. And almost in Haider Ali, the 4th slip's pocket, as Aitchison bowls, and that's crashed away into the ground to backward point, where a tumbling Anuj Dal makes the stop.
If you were designing a fast bowler, Aitchison would pretty well be the build, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
He's not too, he's slim, but he's not willowy, nice, well built, tall man, good shoulders.
Short run up as well.
Yeah.
His run up before he got injured last year was a lot longer than it is now, and when he was coming back, he was bowling off a shortened run up and really liked it. He said, felt comfortable as he bowls now. That one's whipped away by Pollock out towards the deep backward square leg boundary. He's only going to get a single though. Saranga Lakmal does the fielding out there in the deep. They go through for a single. And at the end of 8 overs, Worcestershire 20 without loss. Pollock into double figures. He's got 10 and pinches the strike, and Jake Libby has 7.
Anuj Dal is very much like watching Vikram Solanki in his pomp. He's on his toes all the time. He's moving.
He's prowling, isn't he?
Yeah, that's the word.
He's prowling.
Solanki was a prowler, very much that. And he swoops onto the ball.
Yeah, no, he's a terrific fielder. Very, very fast.
Yeah, Vikram was one of my favourite cricketers all the years I've been watching Worcestershire. Elegant. Everything he did was elegant.
Mm-hmm.
Really nice bloke as well. So new over, Lakmal running towards us. Wraps on the pad, big appeal. Umpire Paul Baldwin says not out. Well, Lakmal was pretty confident with that one. He might have sent that one upstairs if it was a third umpire.
He looks disappointed not, and he's asking the question of the umpire why it wasn't out. Might just have pitched outside leg stump, possibly. Right armour to left-hander.
He was trying to work it away on the leg side, wasn't he? Pollock.
We are, as I mentioned a couple of times yesterday, in mitigation, not directly behind the pitch, in line with the pitch.
Changing the field. With fielder coming from offside to leg. As I say, he's trying to work it away on the leg side, and there's a short mid-wicket come in for Pollock, which makes sense. I think it's Lamb as he's worked away down to fine leg for a single. Sam Connors, the man on the boundary down there. Just trying to look at these caps. Certainly, Dal looks more like an Australian.
Yeah, the baggies.
Yeah,
baggy caps.
Oh.
Wayne Manson's is an original, which is why his looks brown. So the capped players get the baggy caps. I think everybody gets them now, actually. We capped a load of players last season for the first time in a while.
21 without loss. Very quiet around the ground, isn't it?
They're absorbed.
4 slips go down. Libby leaves a wide ball outside the off stump, taken in front of first slip by Guest.
When I say we're not directly behind the pitch, which we're not, it doesn't mean we haven't got a cracking view of the cricket match. We're on the second floor of the media centre here at the Incora County Ground. It is a terrific view.
Yeah, just got a little blind spot down at what is fine leg at the moment.
Yes. I'll see if we can have that knocked out, actually.
Yeah, when they're cleaning the windows, perhaps drill a hole in the pier here. Lakmal, solidly built, bowls, beats the outside edge of Libby, who's playing defensively, late away movement there.
Doing,
Through to
doing too much.
Yeah.
Saranga, come on, son. Doing too much.
Maybe has a little prod at the pitch. So at the moment, good bowling by Aitchison and Lackmal, but perhaps Libby and Pollock probably looking a little bit short. He's trying to get acclimatised back to batting. Did another change in the field with mid-wicket going back. And Chappell has come up to mid-on. More comfortable there, did Libby, just pushing to Dull at point. There's no run. The ground staff are very confident there's no rain on the way today. They've disappeared. If they ever think there's rain, they'll be around the covers. So it's the four covers just left on their own there. Blue covers away to our right.
I think Neil and his team will be having a snooze now. Putting a bet on the football this afternoon. There's a couple of big football fans in there.
Lackmal bowls full length, driven defensively by Libby. Up to mid-off, and there's no run, end of the over. There's a helicopter goes across from right to left, going over towards the city. What's that one, a police? Is that a police helicopter?
I'm not entirely sure. I have to say it's green and yellow.
I tell you what, one of our eyes is going because it looks blue to me, so...
It's green and blue.
Is it?
It's yellow and blue. It's two colours. The helicopter. Yeah.
You've had your eyes tested not long ago, so I'll bow to you on that one. Oh, he's doing a sweep of the ground here.
Yeah. Going out to the east.
Mickey Arthur coming back.
Aitchison begins a new over. It's a no ball. As Pollock leaves it. That's 2 no balls, 1 for each bowler. Which is interesting. Sam Connors comes up and gives Aitchison a tap on the back.
Just 1 no ball in the Worcestershire innings.
Yeah, there weren't many extras at all, were there? It went a long time for the first leg by, which was the first of the extras. Still the 4 slips. Ball's still doing enough. Pollock on 11, waits, and Aitchison bowls to him, and that was left alone. That one might just have come back a touch.
Yeah, 4 extras.
Yeah, I don't think there were many.
2 leg byes and a no ball.
I don't remember the no ball. Ball has worked his way back to Ben Aitchison. Was at the top of his mark. It didn't take long to get through his overs for a quick, and he's in now. Bowls and beats Pollock outside the off stump again. He pushed forward defensively. Ball flies through to Brooke Guest behind the stumps.
Yeah, Josh Tongue bowled the no ball.
Well, he would have done, wouldn't he? Bless him. I think that just about sums it up.
He did get his wicket today, though,
He
to
did.
be fair.
Yeah, he did.
He looked a very relieved man.
There's Aitchison's in again. That one's cracked into the point. Fielder Anuj Dal, who goes down on 1 knee, or 2 knees, to do the fielding.
I was very grateful that Josh wasn't put up for interview last night.
Just tell me about the date. No, don't. Bless him. Comes to everybody. Aitchison's in and bowls. That was pushed out into the offside. They go through for a quick single. Dal gets there but doesn't pick it up cleanly. And Pollock rather moves on to 12, 24 without loss.
Always remember, well, a long time ago now, when I used to cover Bromsgrove Rovers, and Bobby Hope, the great Bobby Hope, the ex-West Brom Scottish player, was the manager there, and they got a bit of a tonking one day, and he said to me, have you got anyone for interview yet? I said, I don't think they want to do it today, Bobby. He said, they'll do it when they win, they'll do it when they lose.
Yeah. I've had a few managers who pushed players out of changing rooms. Aitchison bowls and Libby goes back in towards his stumps and pushes it out towards Sam Connors at mid-off, who sends the worst throw you've ever seen to Brooke Guest. It bounces about a yard in front of the wicket-keeper. We took it because he's a very good keeper. And it remains 24 without loss. I spoke to one captain after a game, a particularly poor performance, possibly by Halifax, many years ago. As in goes Aitchison again and bowls, and that one's down the leg side. There's a half-hearted appeal from Billy Godalman at the third slip for a catch down the leg side, but nothing from the bowler. 24 without loss at the end of the over. Pollock has 12, Libby has 7. It was when Chris Wilder was the manager. And he walked past me after he'd done his interview on his way to the bus and the away game. And he just came up to me and said, Fletch, the captain wants a word with you. He wants to apologise. I said, oh, OK. I'll take that. I'm going to see Zach Chappell, incidentally, I think. If we're not, he's doing some ridiculous exercises. And the captain came out and I shouted him across. I said, you want a word with me? He said, do I? I said, well, that's what the manager says. He says, you want to apologise. And off he went. Full apology to the away fans for the disgraceful performance on the road. Yeah. Unfortunately, the manager hadn't told him he had to apologise.
As you rightly said, Zach Chappell coming into the attack. Good thing about Chappell is you're always going to recognise him.
Yes.
He's not one where you have to wait for him to turn around and see what number's on the back. Tall. Wasn't wearing a cap when he was fielding either, which was a little bit surprising with the sun out. Shaven-headed.
Good look, I think.
I'm presuming he's shaven-headed.
Yes, well, I said it yesterday and then thought about it. I think so. I'm fairly sure he's got very blonde eyebrows.
So left-handed Pollock on strike. Been on 7 for some considerable time. First ball from Chappell, right arm, over. Played into the offside and there's no run. Just finishing off on Bobby Hope. Trevor Owen Silvers tells the story. Our BBC Hereford and Worcester sports producer. So he used to do interviews on Fridays, phone them up for an interview before the Saturday, and one day Bobby said, I can't really speak at the moment, Trevor. He owned a post office. So, and he said, why is that? He said, we've got a gunman in here at the moment. Chappell in, and well, I was going to say run down to third man by Pollock, but a good stop by the diving Dahl. A backward point prevents any run. Certainly saved a couple of runs there. I think his trousers are going to be well dirty by the end of play tonight. They've already got huge grass stains down the right leg.
Batsman and bowler all know each other from knots, I would have thought, won't they, these two?
Yep. Very good signing. Libby has been. Well, it's thick outside edge from Pollock there. Goes down to the boundary at third man. And he wasn't in control of that one. He was throwing the kitchen sink at it, looking to drive it square on the offside. It just flew off the edge down to the boundary for 4.
Got a stare as well from Zach Chappell as he walked back towards the wickets at the far end. His head was turned. He never took his eyes off Libby. I don't think there was eye contact, though.
Not convincing at all, that shot. 3 slips in for Chappell. It's got to be 6'5", I would imagine. Running towards us. Turned on the leg side. Straight to the fielder, though. By Pollock there, and there's no run.
The wicket that he took at Trent Bridge in the only warm-up game was Joe Clark, and he was caught at first slip. That was the ball that knocked Ben Aitchison off his feet as he took the catch. It was a very rapid delivery indeed.
Yep. He's lively. A good acquisition. If he stays fit.
Yes, indeed.
Which can be said probably for any fast bowler in the country.
That is true.
Left-handed Pollock waits. Driven for the second ball in succession. Up to the Derbyshire captain, Lois de Ploy. 28 without loss. 2 hours and 10 minutes the 3 sessions will be today, picking up or catching up time lost yesterday.
If the last session's only 2 hours and 10 minutes, I'll eat my hat.
In comes Chappell again, short of a length, and played defensively back to the bowler, who has a little word to say to Pollock, probably about the 4 earlier in the over, so a bit of aggression being shown out there, which is good to see, as long as it's done in the right manner. End of the over, 28 without loss. Pollock has 16 from 44 deliveries. Libby has 7 from 24, and rather unusual to see Pollock's rate of scoring at the moment. It shows that the 3 bowlers we've seen so far by Derbyshire have been putting it in the right areas.
We're going to see the youngest player to take 50 wickets in the county championship last season come on now, with Sam Connors replacing Ben Aitchison at the racecourse end. He can be expensive. He is a wicket taker, but he can be expensive, Sam Connors. So I'm sure that's something he'll have been working on throughout the winter, wearing the tubey grip on his right arm. That's a new development.
Him against Pollock could be interesting then.
But he can be expensive. I think he took his wickets at over 35, certainly. He's in now on bowls. That's a bang on target. Libby pushes it out into the offside. It's fielded there by Haider Ali. His bowling last season got him England Lions recognition, which was really good for him, really nice, and good for the county as well. It's been a while. Derbyshire's last England player was Dominic Cork. Connors is in again. Bowls, and that one is pushed into the offside by Libby, just backward of square, fielded by Dahl.
Actually tried to pull out of that, Libby in the end. So initially in the air, dropped well short of Dahl, who took the ball cleanly. But just needs to be careful with Dahl in there at point.
Sun's disappeared just about the first time today. There's no... it's going behind a very small cloud, I imagine, as Connors is in again, and Libby punches this out off the back foot into the offside to the cover boundary for 4. Nice shot. Too short, really, for... well, yes, it has got to the boundary now. The batsman all of a sudden looked like it wasn't going to get there, but Haider Ali couldn't get there, and as he tries to throw the ball, and it's gone behind him. This is a good effort. The first boundary off Sam Connors.
Didn't really accelerate to the wicket then, Connors, with that delivery. I'm not sure if he might have just lost his run up a little bit.
I think it's gone up to 32 without loss, although it hasn't moved. Next delivery from Connors is defended out into the offside. And there's no run. In fact, he hasn't conceded any runs according to the scoreboard, Sam Connors, which can't be true because I've just seen the ball fetched from the boundary. I think they've lost concentration next door. For the first time in the match.
It's showing online as 32, so they've done their bit as a...
Yeah, perhaps it's the scoreboard that's not registered the 4, but it is 32 without losses. Connors goes in again and bowls to Jake Libby. That's bang on the stumps, and he pushes it up towards Zach Chappell at mid-on, and there's no run. Bonus points wise from that first innings, 3 for Worcestershire, 2 for Derbyshire. Expect to see slightly fewer batting bonus points, especially in the early part of the season, now that the threshold has been moved 50 runs further away for the first one. As Connors is in and bowls, that again on the stumps and again pushed up towards Zach Chappell. So Sam Connors' first over is complete. He conceded 4 runs from it. That's going to be corrected fairly shortly, I'm sure. And it's 32 without loss. There we go. After 12 overs of the Worcestershire innings, as Liz Deploy and Wayne Madsen have a chat. Deploy in his first game officially as the Derbyshire skipper will be leaning on Wayne Madsen and his predecessor Billy Godleman, I'm sure, over the course of the season.
Chappell to start his second over, bowling to the left-handed Ed Pollock. running towards us. Pollock, the front foot. Defensive drive into the offside, where it's fielded by Matt Lamb. Lamb on debut, having signed from Warwickshire. Didn't last too long yesterday. Although he did make 27, 4 boundaries.
Jake Libby's throw, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Brilliant piece of fielding.
These two opening batters been steady. Hasn't been entirely comfortable for them though. As the next delivery is turned on the leg side, deployed as the fielding. No run. Probably more of what we were expecting yesterday, more of your typical championship cricket. Tidy bowling from the before that we've seen so far, and the batters having to work for their runs. Just the odd ball that's been put away, but certainly not the amount of boundaries we saw in the first 10 overs or so yesterday. Next delivery still allows Pollock to shuffle across the crease, turn the ball square on the leg side for a single, deploy the fielding. Oh, Neil Bainton, look at him there. He's
moving quickly.
He's on it today.
Yeah.
I think he's just oiled everything yesterday. Getting back into new season, all the parts are working properly now.
I think he went in a nice bath last night.
Yeah, he's looking really sprightly today. 33 without loss. 3 slips in for Chappell. There's Libby. There's a forward defensive, back to the bowler. Just drops down to his left. And there's no run.
Got to the stage where we'll be able to shine one side of the ball now. The outfield and the rest of the square is not very abrasive, obviously, with the weather we've had. So might just take a little while for the lacquer to come off.
Libby bats held high, waits for Chappell. Edges it, and it's been put down. Oh, might have dropped short of third slip, given the got his back to us.
I think short of Billy Godleman.
Yeah. And given there's no histrionics, I think it was probably dropped a yard or so short. Tall man Godleman, and actually where the ball went was just obscured from our view as he went down.
I've got to do an update. Sorry. Oh, I'm doing it in a minute. Sorry, I thought I just heard the cue, but I apologise. Here's Zach Chappell. I've forced Chris to leave the room. He's going to do an update for Hereford and Worcester. I'll be doing one for Radio Derby in a moment. Final ball of the Zach Chappell over is left to go through to the keeper. I apologise to everybody concerned. Zach Chappell's bowled a couple of overs, conceded the 5 runs. Sam Connors conceding 4 from his first over. So what I actually have is Banana-Rama rather than a chat with Sam Harper. Mustn't get distracted by the music. Just looks like we're going down to 2 slips now. Billy Godleman's come out of the slip cordon. So just the 2 slips now. Ben Aitchison and Wayne Madsen. Billy Godleman's gone into mid-wicket for Sam Connors' second over. No. Billy Godleman has now gone back into the slip cordon. Matt Lamb has come around from cover to mid-wicket, and Haider Ali's been sent out to the square leg boundary. He's a long way from the action as Sam Connors comes in and bowls. That one is clipped straight to Matt Lamb, who dives to his right, one-handed stop. Nicely done. Deflects the ball. It's a no ball. That's 3 bowlers have bowled no balls now. 35 without loss. Connors, Aitchison and Lackmal have all bowled a no ball. Called by umpire Neil Bainton. That one, not all of them. Connors turns. Bowls to Ed Pollock, who's beaten. That's a terrific delivery from Sam Connors. Perhaps just needed an over to get into his rhythm. Took off, really. Went past the shoulder of the bat through to Brooke Guest. Nice delivery. And it remains 35 without loss. Sussex lost their first wicket, 42 for 1 in the 10th over, replying to Durham's 376. As Connors is on his way in again from the racecourse end, bowls. That one is clipped nicely by Ed Pollock down towards the square leg boundary where Haider Ali is patrolling. Pick up another single. Pollock moves to 18, 36 without loss. Yorkshire 431 for 6 now against Leicestershire. No, don't forget Leicestershire won the toss yesterday and put Yorkshire into bat. Glamorgan at 67 for 3. They trailed Gloucestershire by 98. That low-scoring affair, it seems. They're 67 in 22 overs, almost. Game being played at Sophia Gardens. Derbyshire don't go to South Wales until September. They go to Scarborough in September as well, which will be a couple of good trips to round off what they're hoping will be a successful county championship campaign as Connors bowls and is turned into the leg side. 37. Without loss. No, 36 without loss. You have 37. Libby has 12. Update coming up. Afternoon, Sam. Yes, Derbyshire striving for wickets here. They've yet to get one. Worcestershire 37 without loss. They've kept it nice and tight, though. It's taken them a touch over 13 overs to get those 37 runs. Saranga Lackmell and Ben Aitchison opening up beat the bat on a number of occasions, but couldn't quite take the edge. But they're yet to give a chance either of the two Worcestershire openers, Ed Pollock or Jake Libby, as Ed Pollock just plays and misses at another delivery from Sam Connors. He's got 18, Jake Libby has 12. And Worcestershire, in reply to Derbyshire's 321 all out, which saw Zach Chappell out for 46 and Sam Connors for 10 this morning. Worcestershire 37 without loss. Dave Fletcher followed by the Eagles on Radio Derby. Here is Sam Connors. Around the wicket to the left-handed Pollock bowls, and that one is defended. Apart from the no ball, good start to Sam Connors' second over. A couple of singles off it, but it's much better line, much better length. I'd be relatively pleased with the way things have gone in this, his second over. At Fletch Sport on Twitter. Thank you to Andy Lunt for the photograph. Just still from the stream, I think, as this one is edged over the slip cordon by Ed Pollock and away down to third man for 4 runs. He flashed hard at that one, Pollock, but it was a good 3 or 4, 5, 6 feet over the slip cordon. He moves on to 22. Libby has 12, and Worcestershire are 41 without loss now. After 14 overs, that was the final ball of the Sam Connors over. 2 overs for 12, Sam Connors from the racecourse end. A little unfortunate with that boundary off the last ball of his second over, though. FletchCricket@gmail.com. The other way you can get in touch with us, you can pop round and send us a letter if you want. I believe that is Chris Williams' preferred method of communication. As Zach Chappell begins a new over with a bouncer. Jake Libby, I'm not sure if he'd had a pair of step ladders out there, he could have reached it. It was wide at the off stump as well. He threatened a hook shot, but there was never really a possibility of him making contact with the ball as it flew through to Brooke Guest behind the stumps. 3 slips there still for Zach Chappell. Turns on the advertising mat at the far end of the ground, and he's on his way in again. Bowls to Libby, who pushes this one out into the offside. Dahl swoops. No run is allowed. Sorry about that. I heard them on my station saying there's cricket going on today, and at which point I thought, well, they're going to come to me. But he was merely saying, and after Bananarama, we'll go to Dave Fletcher.
Listen, if you want me out, just say you want me out. That's fine. Mind you, I'll give way to Bananarama any day.
Yes, I panicked. never quite tell on bank holidays and weekends, as this next one from Chapel's a full delivery, almost gets underneath the bat of Jake Libby, who did well to slam it down and squeeze it out to the gully region. Again, we didn't see many Yorkers yesterday, and that's about the first one I can remember from the Derbyshire bowlers. Libby equal to it on this occasion. Did well. He remains on 12. Pollock 22. Worcestershire 41 without loss. Derbyshire having made 321 in their first innings. It's shaping up to be a tight contest, this one. Libby's ready. Chapel's ready. And he sets off from the city end past umpire Baldwin and bowls. That was turned down towards long leg, where Sam Connors will do the fielding and Libby will move on to 13. And Worcestershire to 42 without loss. We're lacking the fireworks of the Derbyshire opening partnership between Billy Godleman and Haider Ali, but this is exactly the way Worcestershire's openers have to go about it. They need to lay the platform.
I certainly didn't expect to see Pollock 22 from 53.
No, not when he flashed at the first one.
No, it's what's required though. It
is absolutely how they should be batting. Yeah, Pollock's on strike now. Chapel bowls to him and he defends it straight back to the bowler. He actually misses his hands and hits his knee, I think. Ricochets out to Haider Ali, who does the fielding. Perhaps day 2 will be the best day for batting, who knows? I don't expect the pitch to deteriorate in any way, really. It certainly isn't too dry and won't crack. Zach Chapel is in again, and that one is defended again by Pollock, who looks very determined out there. Final ball of the 15th over. Chapel's bowled 3 overs for 6. Pollock has 22, Libby has 13, and Worcestershire 42 without loss. Just the 1 run from that over, and Chapel in conversation with Leas de Ploy as they both walk towards us.
The run-ups are certainly drier, aren't they?
Yeah.
And no sawdust been used that I can remember today.
No.
So that's an indication that the conditions are a lot better underfoot today. Certainly nothing's gone down in the footholds. As Sam Connors starts a new over. Bowling to Jake Libby. And the right-hander turns it square on the leg side for a single. That Godleman finding his way out on the boundary now for Libby. It's been brought up for Pollock. Yeah, Pollock's always going to give you a chance in the slip. Corden.
Yeah, that one that flew over the slips in the previous over.
Flashed hard, didn't he?
Yeah, it was a long way above them, but Derbyshire's batsmen, they found the edge of the bat a few times and the ball raced away to third man.
Connors, right arm round to the left-hander. This is in the air. He's going to be caught. Man coming up off the boundary, and he's fallen into the trap. They posted. Is it Dahl out there?
Ali, I think. Haider
Ali posts him out on the boundary. The trap was set, dropped it short, and Pollock obliged. Is almost a half hook, and didn't really go through with it. Dropped well short of the boundary. Comfortable catch, and the first wicket goes down. Pollock's gone for 22 from 56 deliveries. Worcestershire 43 for 1.
Couldn't resist it, could he?
No.
He's not, again, not express pace, Sam Connors, so the temptation is there if he bangs it in short that he'll have a go. But for all, he's played a patient innings, 56 deliveries. He'd faced 3 fours in his 22. He just couldn't resist the short ball, and a relatively comfortable catch for Haider Ali coming in off the square leg boundary. I thought it was strange that he'd been posted out there in the previous over, and Sam Connors was quite deliberate. They looked like they were going to take Billy Godleman out of slip for Pollock, and Connors said, no, Billy Godleman needs to go back from mid-wicket to slip, and Haider Ali needs to get out on the square leg boundary, and he dropped one in short. Pollock, as you said, Chris, took the bait And Hyder Ali did the rest with a very comfortable catch out in the deep in the end. And Worcestershire lose their first wicket with the score on 43, which brings Azhar Ali out to the middle.
Yep.
A welcome breakthrough for Derbyshire. They were striving for a breakthrough. And it's, I thought it might come with an edge through to either the keeper or the slips, but it's come with a catch on the square leg boundary.
Always annoying when you fall into the trap. And good captaincy, good bowling. Azhar Ali comes out. A bit of, well, he could do the twist. The chubby checker there, the way he was warming up.
One for the kids there.
Connors into Azhar, right-handed, plays defensively. To mid-off and there's no run.
You might have to use a thing called Google to work out who Chubby Checker is if you're below the age of 50. Nicely done, though. Nicely done. Every song he seemed to do was about twisting, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Chubby.
Nice.
Couldn't call him that these days.
I saw the Doc's stance as a rally. Leaves the ball outside off stump, and I don't think that was too far away from the off stump. But
Kept a bit low as well, didn't
yeah.
it?
We're certainly happier today with the weather as a no jumper out there today. And his hands got a bit of a rest today as well, didn't they, in the field? He was only out there 25 minutes. So he wasn't beating about the hands or scrambling under covers. Nice opening 25 minutes for him, but he's out there now, facing Sam Connors. Just sways back. Good job he'd been doing that limbering up, because he just, at the hips, bent back, arched his back and got out of the way of a short ball from Connors. Can't be too warm out there. Who's that down there? Is it groundsman or is it coach in the very thick?
I think it's Mickey.
Thick coat.
Double check with my new
Cap.
binoculars.
Got the old manager's coat on there. Got his head down with a cap on, so I can't make out who it is, especially with my eyes from this distance. As Connors is in, Azhar onto his toes, cuts it down to Dahl at point, and end of a successful over for Sam Connors, taking the first wicket of this Worcestershire innings, that of Ed Pollock for 22, caught by Hyder Ali, and Worcestershire are 43 for 1.
Well, I'm feeling very smug because it is indeed Mickey Arthur, which proves that these glasses were worth every penny. The other two senior coaches, because there was a larger coaching staff, including Chris Heighton and Alex Hughes, Ian Bell and Ajmal Shahzad are at the far end in front of the chairman's box on the members' pavilion at the far end of the ground. Here's Zach Chappell then, 43 for 1, 3 overs for 6 he's bowled so far. He bowls to Jake Libby, who leaves alone outside the off stump and allows the ball to go through to Brooke Guest. Still got those 3 slips in place. Billy Godleman back in the slip cordon, which I'm sure he'll be pleased about, although he when he wasn't captain in the T20 side, he quite often fancied going into the bear pit on the boundary. He likes or he appears to like confrontation, Billy Godleman. I think he likes it. So he didn't mind fielding in front of the away supporters or the home supporters, as this is a full delivery, almost gets past the bat. In fact, it did get past the bat. It's hit the pad. Dribbled out into the leg side for a leg bye. Jake Libby trying to get bat on it. It was a full delivery. Second one that Chappell's bowled in recent times. 44 for 1 now, brings Azhar Ali on to strike for the first time.
Just thinking back to that Ed Pollock wicket. Long boundaries, aren't they? Especially on the pavilion side. He didn't really go through for it. I know players say this is the way I play these days, and they kind of stick to it. But he didn't really go. There was a fielder out there. And if that's the way I play, well, you've really got to go through with it to clear the boundary there, haven't you?
Chappell ball to Azhar, who clips this away down to long leg. You absolutely have to. It was sort of half a shot in the end, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Which is neither use nor ornament to anybody. Azhar off the mark with that single, 45 for 1. I'll read through the list of Azhar Ali's teams after tea tonight. That will take us through to the close of play. Good grief. Just it's remarkable. I reckon there's 24 there at least. In comes Chappell to bowl to Jake Libby, who shoulders arms, allows it to go through to the keeper.
He might have a lot of teams. He gives full value, and he really buys into. And I think that's what's impressed so many people, as well as his batting at New Road, is how he buys into the club.
Well, there are 24 there because there's 3 rows of 8, and Worcestershire aren't on it, so there must be more. Remarkable. He did play for the Punjab Stallions. Who wouldn't want to play for them? He's at the non-strikers then. Jake Libby on strike. Chappell bowls too many drives it quite pleasantly, but straight to Matt Lamb at extra cover. And there is no run.
Favourite photo of last season, I don't know if you saw it, was he scored 200 at New Road. Anyway, he was out, school holidays, might have been a bank holiday, and instead of going straight to the pavilion, they're always disappointed no matter what they score, batters, went over to a load of kids to the left of the pavilion and was doing high fives with them in his, he hadn't gone off, he got his gloves on, but it's a brilliant photo that they use outside New Road now. That's what it's all about. Brilliant photo.
Chappell in bowls to Libby, who defends. Chappell dives across the pitch to his right to stop the ball. A little unnecessarily. And the over comes to an end. 2 from it, a leg by and a single. 45 for 1. Azhar Ali on 1. Jake Libby has 14. The deficit currently standing at 276. And Hyder Ali, having taken the catch in the previous Sam Connors over, is now going to be fielding far closer to the pitch because he's in at extra cover.
So Azhar Ali will be on strike to the first ball of the new over. Connors back after that successful over, removing Ed Pollock. 3 slips for Azhar Ali. It's ball up in the block hole. He keeps out comfortably. All kept out by Azhar. It's a few clouds away to the left-hand side of the ground, but high and white fluffy ones directly over the pitch at the moment. Nice blue sky. Lovely day here at Derby. It's quite a scary forecast earlier in the week for the first couple of days.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
As he's just pulling away, he's found the only fly on the ground. He's swatting it.
It's a very early fly.
On a bit of a swat there. But settles back into his stance. Connor bowls full length and played defensively by Azhar, and there's no run. So on the far side of the ground, you can see some fencing, builders, the Stowford Press cider bar over there. So what are they doing over? What's that? What are they doing over there?
They're putting in a new toilet block. You can just see the breeze blocks behind that. It's got a shower in as well. Why on earth you put a shower on a cricket ground?
Nice drive from Azhar there. Through point, and that'll race, well, say race to the boundary. It gets to the boundary comfortably. Wouldn't say it was racing across there, but nice looking shot from Azhar Ali. He moves on to 5. So they're not working on the bar itself, just the...
No, so they block the whole area off because obviously there's what I believe is described as heavy machinery.
Well, it would indicate that perhaps it gets a bit messy in the cider bar, does it? So you need as well as the toilet, you need the shower next to it.
Well, that's only recently become a bar, really. It was the cafe. Many years ago, we used to go there for lunch when we were on the boundary away to the right-hand side. I think it gets reasonably messy on a T20 night.
Azhar extravagantly leaves the next delivery on one leg, just swiveled and bats high above the head and was on one leg.
You need characters. characters. Mickey Arthur has stopped on his way around the boundary to chat to a supporter. Good to see. Always happy to chat, Mickey Arthur.
Not one of these with 10 autograph books, is he, with all the pictures
No,
in?
I don't think he is. No.
Goes balls to Azaru. Plays defensively, back up the pitch, and there's no run.
They were out in force at 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock yesterday morning when it was when there was no play, trying to ambush players on their way back from the nets.
Some of them must need a trolley they come in with. There's so many books.
Somebody was waiting for the new president, Alan Hill, to come today. He wanted some photographs, book signing.
Connors in again, short for length, and he's fenced to that one, Azza, and annoyed with himself. Punches the air, knows that he shouldn't have been playing at that one, way outside the off stump, but didn't get anything onto it, luckily for him. And at the end of the over, Worcestershire are 49 for 1, Azza Ali on 5 from 11 deliveries, Libby on 14 from 44, the one man out, Ed Pollock out for 22.
Mick Wood on Twitter is listening to the stream in the garden while soaking up some sun. It looks very nice. Looks perfect blue sky in the photograph that he's posted on Twitter. And as Dahl's going to come on to bowl by the look of it from the city end. The fifth of the Derbyshire seamers, quicker than he looks, slippery, quite skiddy as well. He's probably the shortest of the 5 Derbyshire seamers in the team today. He's going through that warm-up where the ball just loops straight in the air. I have no idea how he does it. Keep meaning to ask him. Popular figure in these parts, Anuj Dahl. Terrific season last season. Can he push on? He's in and bowls to Jake Libby, who pushes that ball out into the offside. There's no run.
Long follow through, hasn't he? He's halfway down the pitch there. He looks a bit lively when in the warm-ups. Earlier on this morning.
Really good cricketer. He's had an interesting time at Derbyshire. He was messed around a lot a couple of 3 seasons ago, and they tried him as an opener, and he basically lost his way because they'd messed him around so much. He's in again now and bowls to Libby, who pushes again outside the off stump. But Mickey Arthur said, no, you're going to bat at 8. You're going to be the extra seamer. You're the leader of the fielding side. Get out there and do your stuff. And last season he benefited massively from it. He's the, I think, vice chairman of the PCA. Heavily involved in that. He's got 2 slips in place, Aitchison and Madsen, and bowls to Libby, who defends again. Up towards mid-off, where Billy Godleman finds himself. That's more Billy Godleman's natural territory, or has been since 2016 when he assumed the captaincy. Always fielded at mid-off to right or left-handers when he was skipper. He's polishing the ball. The ball was actually picked up by Elias Deploy. He's fielding an extra cover. Dahl is in again, and that one's left by Libby. Late-ish decision to leave the ball, but leave it he did. And it goes through to the wicketkeeper, Brooke Guest. So it'll be a 1 lunch, which means we'll return at 10 to 2 rather than 20 to. Tea will be, well, whenever it is, really. No, it'll be a set time when this next delivery from Dahl is defended again straight back to him. So if it's 2-hour 10 sessions, it'll be 4 o'clock. The tea interval, which fits in nicely with my work this afternoon, which is always a nice bonus. I'm fairly sure the cricket authorities don't do it for that reason. It'll be half time in the football around 3:50 when we update Radio Derby in mid-afternoon. As Dahl is in again and bowls to Libby down the leg side this time. Taken just moving away to his left-hand side by Brooke Guest. It's the end of Dahl's first over. He's bowled a maiden. Wasn't a particularly threatening maiden, it has to be said. And Worcestershire remain 49 for 1 with Azar Ali on 5. Jake Libby on 14. Derbyshire's first. Did I put when they got to 50? Yeah, first 50 came up in 40 balls yesterday.
Yep.
And, we've had 114, possibly. And Zach Chappell's coming on, this time from the racecourse end.
Yep, change of ends for the big man. The first ball will be up to Azza Ali. Right-handed goes down. Chappell wearing 32 runs away from us. Onto his toes goes Azza. Runs it into the offside and there's no run. Just looking at the pavilion, it's some very bold advertising on it.
Yes.
And the colour, it's the kind of thing you see in the IPL, isn't it? Some of the grounds out there with, in-your-face
It is
advertising.
Actually, now you mention it, yes, I hadn't thought about that.
And
So it goes from red to orange, doesn't it, from left to right?
Yeah, so kind of Hyderabad sunrises type of colouring on the right-hand side. Not subtle, which is good for the sponsors as the next delivery. As digs out full length, back to the bowler and no run.
I hope that's the last mention of the IPL. I'm not a big fan. Goes on a bit long for me.
It is a long one this time.
2 months.
Very much. 3 slips in for Chappell. Ball's short for length as it leaves it outside the off stump rather extravagantly. Chappell comes off a long run, doesn't he? But again, it's not a sprint to the wicket. It's very much within himself, in control. Don't know how long Worcestershire have been on 49 now. For seems to be some considerable time.
2 full overs. 3 balls of 3 balls of this and a full over in between.
So will they go through to the 50 here? Yes, they will. Ball just straying down onto a leg stump, and Azza Ali flicked it away. Good fielding down on the boundary. Too far for me to see who that is from here.
Suranga Lakmal. Just holding his shoulder.
It went down. It's a good stop. Certainly saved a couple there, and the 50 comes up in 19.4 overs. Considerably slower than we saw yesterday, which was 6.4.
Yes, yeah. They were going mad though, weren't they?
Azza's moved on to 7. Nice flick off his boot, that last delivery here. Full defensive, back to the bowler, who was onto it quickly, immediately giving it a shine as well. We've got in the over 1 ball, so 1 more before I go off and do an update into the 1 o'clock news. They come round thick and fast, don't they?
Going of your own volition this time, which is nice, rather than being shoved out the door.
It was the fact the door was bolted when I tried to get back in that worried me. Chappell short for length, Azza leaves alone. A nice little swing of the hips there as it went through to Brooke Guest, and at the end of the 20th over, Worcestershire are 51 for 1. Azza Ali has 7 and Jake Libby 14.
So the Worcestershire run rate 2.5 runs and over, which is relatively slow even for championship standards. It's not quite as bad as Gloucestershire were yesterday. They were going along at less than 2 runs and over. Glamorgan rallying. They were 3 down quite quickly, but they're 108 for 3 now at Sophia Gardens against Gloucestershire, trailing by just 57 as Anuj Dalbekins a new over. And that one is driven away out to the cover boundary for 4 runs by Jake Libby. Nice shot. Just a little bit over pitched and slightly too wide from Anuj Dal. Given the treatment, off it went. 55 for 1. Yorkshire continue to bat. 458 for 8 against Leicestershire at Headingley. They clearly intent on only batting once. And Sussex are now 65 for 2, so they trailed Durham by 311 at Hove. As Dahl is on his way in again and bowls. And that one is jammed down. He jams the bat down on that one, does Jake Libby, and it goes out to Matt Lamb, who's fielding at backward point. Dahl walks slowly back to his mark. And he's on his way in again. Bowls to Libby, who gets a little squared up by that one, pushes it back towards Dahl, who fields off his own bowl and gets a hand to the ball. In the first division, Hampshire 182 for 6, trail Nottinghamshire by just 3 runs now. Somerset 29 for 1. They've had 14 overs of that match. They only started at midday at Taunton. Essex at 229 for 5 against Middlesex. As Dahl is in again and bowls, that one is check driven up towards Billy Godleman at mid-off. And there's no run. 2 more scores to give you. Lancashire 21 without loss. Trailing Surrey by 421 at Old Trafford. Kent are 42 for 1. And there's 75 runs adrift of Northamptonshire at Canterbury. Here, Worcestershire 55 for 1 in the 21st over as Dahl bowls, and that's defended by Libby again. That's in reply to Derbyshire's 321 all out. And it means that Worcestershire trail by 266. Just 12 runs off the last 5 overs. And the overall run rate just a touch above 2.5. Here comes Dahl again. Shortish run up, bowls to Libby, who pushes it up with the outside half of the bat to mid-off. And Anish Dahl's second over comes to an end, conceded 4 from it. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 4. 55 for 1 Worcestershire after 21 overs. Zach Chappell will continue from the racecourse end. So, looks like a heron flying across. It is a heron, I think, flying across the ground at the moment. Is it a heron? Somebody help me out. No, it isn't a heron at all. It's some kind of bird of prey, a very large one. On the thermals as Chappell is on his way in, bowling to Azhar Ali, and Azhar defends up towards Leas deploy at mid-off. Get the binoculars on this bird of prey. It's very impressive, because I can't work out what it is now. There it is. Big thing. Very big. Goes Zach Chappell, bowls to Azhar Ali, who clips this one off his pads out towards the square leg boundary. There's a chase around the rope for Suranga Lakmal, who picks up with his left hand, and they get 2. Azhar Ali moves on to 9, 57 for 1. Yeah, about 10 more minutes to go, Andrew, I think, just about that. Anyway, till we leave the field for lunch. Worcestershire 57 for 1. Derbyshire got the breakthrough thanks to Sam Connors. Ed Pollock caught on the square leg boundary by Haider Ali on his debut. They laid the trap, and Pollock fell straight into it. Azhar Ali's the new batsman. He's on 9. Jake Libby has 18. And in reply to Derbyshire's 321 all out, Worcestershire are 57 for 1 approaching lunch. And they're now 61 for 1 as a short delivery is pulled around the corner and out to the backward square leg boundary by Azhar Ali. And he moves into double figures. He's on to 13. Libby has 18. And Worcestershire have 61 for 1 in the 22nd over. I might go back to my original assertion that it was a heron, but it's disappeared now. Could have been anything, really. I was mindful of the update arriving and not having my specs on. Looking through the binoculars. I don't think, are they? necessarily a bird that uses the thermals. I think all birds use thermals to a degree, don't they? Anyway, here's Zach Chappell bowling to Azhar Ali. Oh, and he gets his bat down on that one, inside half of the bat, out into the onside with Billy Godleman, and the short mid-wicket does the fielding. And there's no run. First dog of the season. Where's that dog? Quick yelp. Can't see it. I'm sure that was a yelp of a dog. There was a dog, of course, in the ground yesterday, but nobody knew who it belonged to. As Chappell sets off again, bowling from the racecourse end into Azhar Ali, who defends out into the onside. Billy Godleman once again does the fielding at short mid-wicket. Worcestershire remain on 61 for 1. There was a very large bird swooping around quite high up. It looked like a heron to me, but I don't think herons necessarily do that. I tried to get the binoculars on it, but as a boy racer goes by. There he is. Here's Chappell. Ian and bowls to Azhar Ali again. 2 straight. And turned into the leg side. That's Matt Lamb, who's gone out there now to square leg. Picks up another single. Moves on to 14. 62 for 1.
Azhar's going along quite nicely, isn't he? 14 from 23.
Doesn't look troubled. That was the end of Zach Chappell's 6th over. 6 overs for 16.
It's a matter of seeing it through to lunch now, isn't it? With, 4 minutes to go?
Yeah. A couple of overs max, isn't it?
All it will be to continue from the city end.
No spinner to bowl the statutory over of spin either, so unless Liz Deploy brings himself on. Don't think Wayne Madsen will bowl much this season.
So, Azhar Ali on strike, and having just put the mockers on him, saying he's looking good. Just one slip now. The second slip has gone out to short extra. A catching position. But Azhar drives, check drive up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Matt Lamb might be going to get a go here. Next over, final over before lunch by the look of it.
Conversation at the far end between mid-on and mid-off as they wait for Dahl to come back and retrieve the ball, which he does now, in front of some red matting. He's on his way again, bowling to the right-handed Azhar Ali. Turns this onto the leg side. Where it's, is that Chappell there? Has he got a cap on now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
See, he's done for me now, whereas he was so easily recognisable. Although the 6'5" frame actually probably gives it away a little bit. But he's got the cap on now. Blue cap, I should say, not green. Still bowls to Azhar Ali, turns him square on the leg side for a comfortable single, just jogs up to the bowler's end. And the score moves on by 1 to 63 for 1. I think, providing they can see it through the next couple of minutes, Worcester should be quite happy with the work they've done this morning. Mopped up the tail in 25 minutes. And to date have just lost the wicket of Ed Pollock. As Libby just punches to the man in at short extra, who's Ben Aitchison. And there's no run. As from a Derbyshire point of view, they'll just be looking for that breakthrough that just give them a lift as they take lunch. Libby to the next delivery, comfortably plays forward defensive into the offside. You have a keen Aitchison is across there to do the fielding. As you say, he's a good catcher. Aitchison goes into the slips, and not too often, as you see a tall fast bowler in a catching position in the offside as he is there. And here he is again on his toes, just moving across the field. Another defensive shot from Libby. And takes us to the end of the over. 23 completed now. Dahl 3 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 5, so he's been tidy. Worcestershire 63 for 1 with Azhar Ali on 15 and Libby on 18.
And we are indeed going to see Matt Lamb. He's going to bowls medium pace. In his first class career, he's taken 9 wickets at 40, which doesn't suggest that either of these two batsmen will necessarily be troubled by him. And he's marking his run up very, very deliberately. I don't think he was expecting to bowl. The way he bowled the ball back, I think he's going to bowl leg spin, you know. He's certainly bowling with a leg spin action there as he warms up, bowling to Zach Chappell. Will we see him bowl leg spin when it comes? It'd be the first spinner we've seen if it is. His run up looked about, what, 8-9 yards?
Yeah, given he just wiped his hand in the footholes, that would...
Because he's down, he bowls medium pace. Then he takes a long stride, comes in and bowls, and that's a full toss. And it's bunted by Azhar Ali out towards the cover boundary, where it's fielded by Sam Connors. 64 for 1, Azhar Ali moves on to 16. Well, this is a turn-up for the books. I hadn't realised that Matt Lamb was going to be a leg spinner. That is the most bizarre run-up ever. As he bowls, that one does land and possibly turns. But it was the leg spinner. It's taken by Brooke Guest. He has a sort of, almost like a long jumper, the first long stride. There it is. And then he walks up to the crease and bowls. And that one is a full delivery that's driven out towards Connors by Libby for another single out on the cover boundary.
I often think with captains, not just here, but in general, if you're trying something a bit different, go the whole hog, bring a couple of close catches in,
Yeah.
rather than go at it half baked really, which is a surprise. But
This first ball to Azhar Ali was a full toss. That one bounces quite nicely. It's well dealt with by Azhar Ali, who turns it into the leg side for another single to move to 17, 66 for 1.
you know, you got the batters thinking, "Oh, what's this? What's he coming on? Not seen him before." But you know, just put a couple round, and you never know.
Tosses himself a catch, leaps forward, walks up to the stumps and bowls, and it's left alone by Jake Libby to go through to the keeper. So we've reached the final ball of the morning session. The morning session that saw Derbyshire dismissed for 321, 46 to Zach Chappell, 10 to Sam Connors, 6 not out, Saranga Lakmal. Worcestershire 66 for 1 in their first innings. As Lamb bowls, that one is driven very pleasantly out into the offside. Nicely fielded by Anuj Dal, so Jake Libby can't take a single. He will be 19 not out at lunch. Azhar Ali is unbeaten on 17. Ed Pollock, the man out, caught by Haider Ali on the square leg boundary off the bowling of Sam Connors for 22. But it had been a patient 22 up until that point. 56 balls and 3 fours. The score was 43 when Worcestershire lost their solitary wicket of their first innings. And they've survived through until lunch, where they are 66 for 1, trailing by 255. Derbyshire would have liked another wicket or two, I'm sure. But they will come back in around about 40 minutes' time to try to take some more wickets. And we'll come back with them. Thanks for your company this morning, and we'll see you this afternoon. Go in and balls to Reed. Go in and balls to Reed. in and bowls to Reed. In and bowls to Reed. Only us. Welcome back to the Incora County Ground for the second session of this county championship match between Derbyshire and Worcestershire. The situation is that Worcestershire went to lunch at 66 for 1, trailing by 255, looking increasingly comfortable out there. Ed Pollock, the only man out in the Worcestershire first innings so far, caught by Haider Ali out on the square leg boundary off the bowling of Sam Connors for 22. Azhar Ali has 17, Jake Libby has 19, and we're going to see Saranga Lakmal come back from the city end. Are you, I should have asked you this at lunch, really. Are you still every half hour throughout the afternoon?
I am indeed.
Lovely. I'm doing something into the intro of Sports Scene at 2 o'clock. I'm not entirely sure what I'm doing into the intro of Sports Scene at 2 o'clock, but
Well, I've got my steps up the last couple of days, in and out, in and out.
I could be doing full commentary on all frequencies because they can't dial in from Forest Green at the moment. So stand by. Yeah, just 2 slips now for Saranga Lakmal, and a bit more spread out, as you might expect. The 2 slips that we've got now, Ben Aitchison and Wayne Madsen, are probably as wide apart as the 4 slips were earlier on this morning. Rather bizarrely. Here we go then. Just 71 overs remaining in the day. Saranga Lakmal bowls to Azhar Ali, and it just takes the edge of the bat down into the ground. Soft hands, nicely played. Aitchison's clearly going to start at the racecourse end, judging by his warming up. So that Denise gets here in time if she's not still stuck on the M1. And there's no run. 66 for 1 it remains. Fairly successful morning for Worcestershire, I'd suggest.
Yeah, I think they're settled for that. I think there would have been a big concern that Derbyshire might have just batted on and got beyond 350 this morning. But they wrapped it up nice and quickly.
Lakmal's in again, and Azhar Ali pushes it out into the leg side, just beyond Billy Goldman in his floppy white sun hat. Up to Zach Chappell, who's fielding at mid-on.
Yeah, then they followed up that with steady, if not spectacular, opening spell of batting up to lunch, and I think at 66 for 1. Given what there was certainly a little bit in the pitch, well, more than a little bit in the pitch yesterday, but not seen too much of it today.
Yeah, 2.7 the run rate. As Lakmal is in again, bowls to Azhar Ali, who defends out into the offside, and the surprise leg spinner Matt Lamb, who I'm told in the written box, oh yeah, he bowls a bit of leg spin. Well, nobody told me. I thought he was a medium pacer. He bowled 1 over before lunch. Got some bounce a couple of times. No joy on the large bird front, I'm afraid. It was circling the ground before. Griff, who's our resident ornithologist, of course, suggested buzzard. It's Lakmal bowls, and that one is pushed into the leg side up to mid-on again, and Zach Chappell. It definitely looked like a heron, but they don't do that. They don't do that.
Got a heron on the lake by me, where I live, and not I've got a lake in my back garden.
No,
it's where I walk. Where I walk the dog, and
palatial gardens.
Very timid. As soon as they see you coming, the heron will go from one side of the lake to the other.
And they have terrific eyesight, as you'd expect for a bird that catches fish. But yeah, it doesn't take much of a movement, does it, to set them off? There's Lakmal in again, and that's wide of the off stump, left alone by Azhar Ali to go through to Brooke Guest.
I don't know if captains, you become captain of a side. Not talking about just here. In general, they give you a book when they make you captain and say, last over before lunch, you must put a spinner on. That's number 1 rule in the captain's book. Regardless of what's happening, you will put a spinner on for 1 over before lunch, and the batsman will be completely surprised by it.
Yes, for some reason he won't have expected it. 66 for 1. As Lackmal comes in again, bowls to Azhar Ali, who's edged it, and it's just short of first slip. Ben Aitchison, definite edge, didn't carry. And the over, the first one after lunch, comes to an end with not even a half chance, really, in the end. It's a maiden. 66 for 1 it remains. It's Suranga Lackmal's first maiden, although he hasn't got it on the board. What's happening with the board?
It died on him, that, didn't it?
Yeah.
I said earlier on that I thought they might be standing a bit far back. And it was a decent edge from Azhar, but dropped good yard short.
I think they've given that. That was Suranga Lackmal, wasn't it, who bowled that over? Number 82, yeah. They've given it to Anuj Dal on the scoreboard. Dear, oh dear. I just had a chat with Jane about the missing 4 earlier on today, forcing me to do maths. So now the bowling figures won't... I might just go and... you carry on for a moment. I need to tell her that.
Aitchison opens up from the racecourse end after lunch, and there's an under edge there from Libby, so immediately after lunch both batsmen have edged the ball to the slip area. Azhar's dropping short, and that one was well short from Libby. I think it was an under edge. All well with the world now, is it?
Jane was across it, yeah. I'm going to blame computer error, although I think it might be operator.
Libby waits onto the back foot, punches that nicely through the covers. It will be chased down, and they'll get at least 2, possibly 3. No, they'll stay at 2, as Dahl was onto it quickly. So Libby's first runs of the afternoon session. Move on to 68 for 1. In fact, the first runs of the afternoon session. We do one more ball before I go off to do the 2 o'clock news bulletin update. Aitchison on his way. Not a long run by any means. Very compact run, and he's turned onto the leg side, and they're through for one more. Fielded there by Lamb. So score is 69 for 1. I shall go and update the 2 o'clock news.
Lovely. Thanks, Chris. I'll be back very shortly, and then I'll be telling him to be quiet while I do my 2:05. 69 for 1. Ben Aitchison, halfway through his 6th over of the innings, is running away from us at the racecourse end and bowling very wide of the off stump to Azhar Ali, who leaves it alone. Ball goes through to the keeper, Brooke Guest. Glamorgan inching towards Gloucestershire's total in the 34th over. They've already raced to 123 for 3. They trail Gloucestershire by 42 at the moment. As Aitchison is in again, and that one is driven straight back towards Aitchison, driven by Azhar Ali, who gets both hands to it and take it cleanly, and Sam Connors tidies up behind him. Yorkshire batting on, 485 for 8 now in the 97th over of that game at Headingley. And Sussex are 87 for 3 in reply to Durham's 376. They still trail by 289. Here is Ben Aitchison again. In and bowls. That's left alone by Azhar Ali to go through to the keeper. End of the over. 69 for 1. 3 off that. Ben Aitchison now 6 overs, 2 maidens. 0 for 14. Suranga Lackmal on his way in from the city end then to bowl his 7th over. He's bowling to Jake Libby, who has a little think about playing at that one outside the off stump. It goes through to Brooke Guest. There go the bank holiday bikes again. Oh, might have called them boy racers earlier. I think they are actually motorbikes. There was a car that went past us yesterday evening just before we spoke to Billy Godleman that was particularly loud. Pointlessly loud, I would venture to suggest. In comes Lackmal again, bowls. That's pushed to back a fair way out, away from his body by Jake Libby, straight to Anuj Dal at point. No run. Now the ball has been tossed to Ben Aitchison to do a bit of extra polishing. There's Joshua Larger back for Burton Albion. That's good to see. Must have a carry-on in the starting lineup. Zach Ashworth returning as well. Unusual to see Muzzy in the starting lineup for the Brewers. It's the next delivery from Lackmal. It's pushed into the offside. Anuj Dal comes racing across to do the fielding, and there's no run. That was rapid from Chris Williams on this occasion. What's happening there?
That's because we've got a sports programme on. So there was no news. It was straight at the top of the sports programme.
What I might do then is when our sports programme starts is just operate on that, and you can commentate on the stream and I can wait for my cue from Forest Green. Here's Lackmal in again and bowls. That's on the leg stump and turned into the leg side by Jake Libby. He moves on to 23 with a single. It's fielded by Sam Connors. 70 for 1. Yeah, so I'm in the opener, which is about to start. Love an opener. I hate set pieces in, and I've got no cue anyway, so it'll make no difference at all. Next delivery from Lackmal then. He's in and bowls wide of the off stump as Raleigh leaves it alone.
The helicopter's gone back the other way now. On his return journey, we saw him, at 12 o'clock?
Yeah. Is it still green and yellow?
No, it's changed to blue now. Blue and yellow.
70 for 1. No wonder I couldn't spot what the bird was. I could tell what colour a helicopter is. See if I can get this last ball in before I have to dash off. In comes Lackmal. Bowls. Pushed out into the offside nicely by Azhar Ali. He's going to get runs here. He's going to get 2 of them. Anuj Dal will reach it. He does. Azhar Ali moves on to 19. Worcestershire are 72 for 1 at the end of the over.
Yep. After those early scares, after lunch, with both batters just edging the ball towards the slips, looking a little bit more comfortable now. Interesting that Azhar doesn't try and overhit the ball. He's quite happy to pick up his 2s, not trying to lash it to the boundary. Just pushing it into the gaps. Moved on to 19. At Aitchison, start the new over from the racecourse end. Bowling to Jake Libby, who's on 23. And the ball moves away from Libby, but started wide, and Libby just stayed inside the line and watched it go through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. 2 slips. But more saving the single now. We've got 1, 2, 3 on the leg side and 3 on the offside. Got fine leg. If I get out of my seat, there's one more somewhere. There's, again, Libby leaves a wide ball outside the off stump. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, just the 1 man out down at fine leg. So just trying to plug those gaps and stop the singles, which obviously means if they can penetrate the ring, there's runs there to be taken. This is pulled away nicely by Libby. Square on the leg side for 4. Again, didn't try and overhit it. Just found the gap. Perfect placement. Came off the middle. And it wasn't an extravagant pull by any means. It's just had enough time to get in line, help it on its way. And under the covers, it's gone beyond under the covers. And to the sheeting, away to our right on the leg side as Libby looks at it. So 4 more to him. He's on to 27 from 73 balls. I'm not sure if he deliberately tried to bowl a slower one there, but it just popped up nicely for Libby. It's fuller length, but wide again. It's 3 wide. He has signalled wide.
Yeah, which is I think relatively unusual, but yeah, he's bowling them out there, isn't he?
Yeah, he's 2 earlier in the over, and I think he's probably just had enough now. As Neil Bainton.
Aitchison's just fighting his corner there with the umpire. I don't think he's going to win that argument, no. If it is an argument.
Well, I think it was justified given that he'd bowled the 2 out there earlier on in the same over. This is a nice shot from Libby again, just onto his toes, punches through point, and will pick up his second boundary of the innings. Whether that's just unsettled Aitchison a little bit. But what's noticeable with that shot and the pull in this over is Libby's had a lot of time to play his shots.
The talk in the written media box, they're right behind the bowler's arm. They're saying it's not doing an awful lot, which is a bit of a concern for Derbyshire.
6 bowlers used so far. Libby again has plenty of time, but with a man back on the boundary now at square leg, Lamb, he just pick up a single, move on to 32.
Good grief, they've got Savage on. Former Derby player, of course, but Charlie, his son, plays for Fraud Green Rovers.
He's apparently done quite well down there. They say he's a good worker, good person to have around. Azhar Ali gets in line, plays defensively, back up the pitch. And end of the over, profitable one for Worcestershire. They went to lunch at 66 for 1. We've had 4 overs since lunch. They're now 82 for 1. Azhar Ali's on 19 and Jake Libby on 32.
First real test of Lewis Deploy's captaincy, this, isn't it, really? He needs wickets, and he needs them reasonably quickly, I would suggest. I think we're already heading for day 4 at this stage, but a lot of people thought there might be a lot of 3-day games. It isn't looking that way, except perhaps at Sophia Gardens, although it's going so slowly down there that it might be there till Thursday. New over begins from Saranga Lakmal. That's way, way wide of the off stump, and Libby has nothing to do with it at all, quite correctly, as it goes through to Brooke Guest.
If you look at this end, you can still see them a little bit, but the footprints in the run-ups that were so evident yesterday, they're starting to disappear now.
Yeah, it's drying up a lot, isn't it?
Pitch is going more straw-coloured as well.
Absolute batsman's paradise out there at the moment. It isn't, clearly. In comes Lakmal again, bowls to Libby, who pushes this out square on the offside. Dahl does the fielding. And there is no run.
So I was saying in the last over, what's impressed me with these two so far is they're not trying to overhit it. They're finding the gaps.
Well, the daft thing really about Ed Pollock's dismissal was that he played fairly circumspectly, and then played a pretty poor shot, in truth, to the Sam Connors bouncer and got himself out on the square leg boundary. Well, 10, 15 yards in from the square leg boundary. Lakmal bowls, and that's wide of the off stump through to the keeper.
Yeah, I'm sure he's making a conscious effort. Probably this season would have had chats and is to, not be rash and try and calm things down a little bit. But the trouble is, it's deep rooted in the way you play, isn't it? So it's a long time to be concentrating.
Yeah.
And that one lapse when the trap's been set, it's probably just having that awareness to rethink. As soon as you see someone posted out there, you've got to be on it. And I don't think you can just hide behind, that's the way I play.
The birds that flew over there were definitely crows. In comes Lackmell and bowls to Libby. That's a little uppishly played into the leg side, but there's nobody close in. Hyder Ali does the fielding, overthrows the stumps, and it's well backed up by Anuj Dal tumbling. I think Hyder Ali, is it Hyder? I think it is, yes it is. Trying to knock the stumps out of the ground, completely missed them. And he wants to come closer. Billy Godleman's just asking the question, should he? 83 for 1, Libby to 33. Azhar Ali on 19. Worcestershire just 238 behind now. And he taps his bat on the ground, Azhar Ali, and waits for Lackmell to bowl to him. A short delivery, ducks underneath it, comfortably enough. As he gets back to his feet, he runs backwards 3 or 4 paces into the leg side.
Took him by surprise, I think, that one. He played it comfortably enough, but the fact that he took those 2 or 3 paces backwards afterwards, it's a little bit of loss of balance, I think.
I don't think Lackmell's necessarily a short-pitched bowling kind of guy. Not really got the pace for that. I suppose if he's not getting it to move around, he's got to try something. He's in again and bowls. That one is a short one, and it was a little bit slower. He was through the shot about a minute and a half before the ball arrived, and it smacks into his hand, I think, or his chest, and drops at his feet. And Azhar Ali remains on 19. Libby 33, 83 for 1 at the end of the over. So a good finish to the over there from Saranga Lackmell, just giving the batsman something to think about.
You know, he gets hit on the hand so many times, either in the field or they're in the back. You think his hands are probably like baseball mitts.
Yeah, I think it did hit his hand, didn't it?
It
was through the shot so early.
Aitchison struggled a bit in that last over. See how he comes back here. Bowling to 2 slips. Libby from Midland leg. Plays it onto the leg side up to Chappell at mid-on, and there's no run. It's just a gap at square leg for Libby here. So where they were looking to plug the leg side in the last over, here they've just added an extra fielder at short extra on the off. Onto his toes again from within the crease, dropping it to short mid-wicket. Lamb coming round to do the fielding. And again, no run. Must be still a little bit chilly out there. There's the man in the red coat. Has still got it on. But without looking out through your binoculars, he might have undone a couple of buttons looking now. Yeah, I think they see a bit of a gap there. He certainly didn't do that yesterday.
Got a big hat on though.
Aitchison, that's a good delivery. She's on about off stump and the way movement. Libby might have been playing inside it. It was a good delivery. Best one he's bowled for a couple of overs there.
There are a fair few bobble hats and coats on out there, and yet there's a chap at the back of the pavilion standing shorts.
Yeah, have we got any bare torso yet?
No.
Next delivery is steered nicely. Backward point by Libby. We'll pick up a single. Dahl across there quickly, but couldn't prevent the run.
I'll tell a lad, there's a lady over there. Oh, no. No, nothing.
No Newcastle supporters in the crowd today, then?
No, but their famous fan was there the other night, wasn't he, with his top off? The lad who's got NUFC tattooed across his stomach. Magnificent effort.
Aitchison, full length, outside off stump, and Azhar Ali has nothing to do with that. Lets it go through to Brooke Guest.
Another splendid one-legged leave.
Yeah, if he gets any bigger, that lad, then he could actually have Newcastle tattoos across it.
Yes, he could, yeah. Yeah. No, he's a big lad.
2 slips. Backward points quite deep now. Dahl, just Lamb going 3/4 the way back on the boundary at square leg. Slightly backward of square. Aitchison full length, and Azhar Ali steers it to backward point, and there's no run. End of the over, 84 for 1. Azza is on 19 from 43 balls, and Jake Libby 34 from 83. Worcestershire now trail by 237.
Better over from Ben Aitchison there. His radar is back, hopefully. Many more balls on target than there were in the previous over when he bowled a wide. The photograph you might see on social media fairly shortly, which has got from Forest Green, which has got both Phil Brown, who's summarising today, and Robbie Savage on. Frightening. Here is Saranga Lakmal, 84 for 1. In and bowls to Libby, who leaves alone. Pied Wagtail. I know a Pied Wagtail when I see one, and that's definitely a Pied Wagtail out in the outfield.
So Macclesfield not playing today then? If Robbie Savage is there?
I think the lure of watching his son play is greater than Macclesfield. They've already won. They've already got promotion, haven't they? Yeah. I think Macclesfield. Yeah, on a fraction of the budget of all the other clubs in the. Oh no. On a budget massively bigger than everybody else in that division. Good to see them back, to be fair. 84 for 1. Lakmal is in that wide of the off stump, left alone by Libby to go through to Brooke Guest, who retakes his place alongside Ben Aitchison. Hands, gloved hands clasped behind his back.
I see they were playing at Taunton before lunch.
Yes, I think they started at midday, which was a good effort, really. Really good effort, because it looked horrible yesterday. And Somerset lost an early wicket. Lakmal's on his way in again. Bowls, and that one's a short one, and it's just whipped around the corner, almost using his bat like a periscope as he played that round the corner, down to Sam Connors, Jake Libby, and he picks up a single, moves to 35, 85 for 1, the partnership up to 42 now. It was at this point in the previous partnership, well, it was one more run, but approximately at this point in the previous partnership that Derbyshire struck.
I think that showed how much time he had to play that shot again. It's slowing down, I think.
Doesn't appear to be a lot for the bowlers. Matthew Waite said that there was plenty out there. Well, that was yesterday, and this is today. And Lakmal's in again. He reaches a bit for that one. He's furious with himself. Azhar Ali stamps his foot on the ground and smashes his pad with his bat. He did reach a long way for that. Possibly not as far as Haider Ali reached for the ball that dismissed him in the first innings when he dragged it from in front of first slip onto the stumps, but he knows it was a poor shot. And that's half the battle with the batsmen. When they know, put it out of their minds and get on with it. Here comes Lakmal again. Over the wicket, bowls to Azhar, who clips it around the corner. There's a chase on here for Sam Connors, who gets there, slips, gets back to his feet. They come back for 2. Excellent piece of fielding by Sam Connors on the boundary rope. As the rally moves on to 21, it's 89 for 1 now. 21 from 46. Libby's 35. It's taken him 86 deliveries. It's been a good knock from Jake Libby.
Yeah, it'll be really valuable time for any batsman that stays out there for any length of time now with so little pre-season practice in the middle.
Slips crouched down as Lakmal's in again and bowls to Azhar Ali, who pushes it out into the offside. It's fielded by Matt Lamb. And there's no run. End of the over. 31 overs gone in this Worcestershire first innings. Edging towards 3 and over now. 87 for 1 with Azhar Ali on 21. Jake Libby on 35. They went to lunch at 66 for 1. So 21 runs added since lunch. Without too many, well, without too much trouble, in truth.
Aitchison to start the new over from the racecourse end, bowling to Jake Libby. 2 slips, wait as Libby gets in line, plays into the offside and there's no run. Scores from around the country. Hampshire 215 for 8 in reply to Nottinghamshire's 185, so leading there, Hampshire by 30 runs. Kent 70 for 1 in reply to Northants 117 all out. And Lancashire give you after this ball from Ben Aitchison. Again, plenty of time for Libby to... Well, he didn't move the feet at all, just cut the ball to point and there's no run.
It wasn't a great shot,
It
was
wasn't.
it?
It was quite a lazy shot, wasn't it? No foot movement at all.
Bat a long way from his body. Just got to be careful of that. It's difficult to see where Derbyshire are going to... Sorry, I know you didn't score, but
No, it's
difficult to see where Derbyshire are going to get a wicket at this point.
I wonder if Libby almost got lulled into that one, that it's been comfortable, and his feet did not move at all, and just wafted the bat out there. Here lets the ball pass outside off stump. Lancashire 60 for 1, replying to Surrey's 442. Middlesex against Essex, Essex 266 for 9. And at Taunton, Somerset 65 for 2 now against Warwickshire. Glamorgan 154 for 3 against Gloucestershire, who made 165 all out. Sussex struggling a little bit, 94 for 4, replying to Durham's 376. Libby gets in line, ball on middle and off really, and turns it onto the leg side to mid-on. Chappell does the fielding.
Your tip for the second division title, Sussex, aren't they?
Well, Sussex, I thought they'd do all right. Yorkshire is going well, 513 for 9 against Leicestershire.
They'll get dock points, though, won't they, at some point. Yeah, I'm not sure about Sussex. I've got to admit. I've never been sure about it. It's a beautiful place to go, but...
Aitchison, better line and length than Libby from within the crease. Just guides it to backward point, where Dull does the fielding. I just thought they had a decent-looking young team, Sussex. I've seen them. I thought they'll be maturing a bit, and might come good.
Well, didn't get the best out of former Derbyshire man Finn Hudson-Prentice last year because he suffered a stress fracture of his back. If he's firing, they've got half a chance, I suppose.
Oh, Libby driving outside off stump. That was a lazy shot. Good delivery from Aitchison in that he got some away movement. But it started wide, and really Libby shouldn't be playing at that one, which he knows. And Azar has marched down 3/4 of the way to have a little chat with him at the end of the over, 87 for 1.
Yeah, another maiden for Ben Aitchison. His third in 9 overs sent down, 0 for 25. That was a good delivery the last up. Just perhaps got a little bit of away movement and lulled Libby in. Azarali on strike now as Saranga Lakmal to continue from the city end. His 10th over of the innings, 19 runs conceded. He's in and bowls and he leaves alone. Late decision. But well left in the end. 2 slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, close-ish mid-wicket, a man out on the square. I was going to say on the square leg boundary. When I say he's on the square leg boundary, he's about 20 yards in from the square leg boundary, but it's a mighty hit to get it out there. And there's a man down at long leg as well. It's Haider Ali who's out at square leg. No third man. I haven't seen too many runs go down to third man in this Worcestershire innings of 87 for 1 so far as Lakmal bowls to Azar Ali, who pushes it out into the offside. It dribbles towards Anuj Dal at backward point. And there's no run. 1 or 2 irritating glints off cars from the sunshine. I shouldn't complain about the sunshine, but and at some point in the afternoon it will be in our eyes. And we won't be able to see through the dirty window, but it's just starting to glint off the cars in the car park away to our left-hand side. Fortunately, that big 4x4 is so dirty, it's not glinting very much. The blue 4x4, I think it's blue. Could be green, of course. But it's covered in mud as Lakmal bowls, and that one's guided down to third man. There we go. There isn't a third man, and he's going to pick up 2 runs for it. The slide put in by Anuj Dal in the modern way. And they get back for a second run. Azar Ali moves to 23.89 for 1 now. The Worcestershire score in their first innings in reply to Derbyshire's 321. BBC Radio Derby and BBC Hereford and Worcester. It's Chris Williams and Dave Fletcher with you on this second day of the County Championship. It's just good to have cricket back, in all honesty.
It shows how much it's dried up. Dahl slid there, and there's no marks left behind at all on the outfield.
In fact, his trousers got cleaner. His Lakmal in and bowls, and that one is pushed by Azar Ali to Billy Godleman. It's a sort of short, straight mid-wicket that he's standing at in his floppy white sun hat, Billy Godleman. I wonder if he's lost his cap. He wore a sun hat at Trent Bridge when he was fielding, but it is fairly unusual. Matt Lamb and Zach Chappell also had floppy sun hats on, but they did. When I asked them about it, they did tell me that it was because the caps hadn't arrived. They're here now and they're on their heads. And here comes Saranga Lakmal bowling to Azhar Ali, who's on 23, and that's down the leg side. Nice take by Brooke Guest. He tried to flick it away, Azhar Ali, couldn't get any contact on it, and well taken tumbling to his left by the Derbyshire wicket-keeper.
Kept quite nicely, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. He's a very neat and tidy cricketer. All round. Born in Manchester, brought up in Perth in Western Australia, played for the Australia under-19s when he was an Australian resident. Came back and was on Lancashire's books before being picked up by Derbyshire a couple of seasons ago. Useful capture. As Lakmal is in again, and that one is played from off the toe end of the bat up towards mid-on where Zach Chappell misfields. No damage done though, because Lears Deploy comes around to tidy up behind him. And it remains 91 for 1. The number of former Lancashire players at Derbyshire, it sort of goes up and down over the years. Lewis Rees, who's not playing in this game, from Lancashire. Ben Aitchison was a youngster at Lancashire. So there's a healthy number of Lancastrians in the side, which is always a good thing, I always think. I know I'm from Cheshire officially, but Lakmal bowls again. That's wide of the off stump. An extravagant lead from Azhar Ali. Almost Marnus Labuschagne-esque as the over comes to an end. In fact, there was a no ball in there, which I missed completely. The no ball was when he scored the 2 runs. So it's 91 for 1. 23 to Azhar Ali. 35 to Jake Libby. The partnership now with 48. Ben Aitchison's going to continue from the racecourse end.
Yep, I think let's do a couple of deliveries before I go off to do an update at 2:30. Aitchison into Libby, very wide again outside the off stump.
Could have been, couldn't it? Could have been.
Yep. I mean, it wasn't far off the strip, that. I'm surprised, having wided him earlier on, that Neil Bainton didn't do it again then. I don't think the umpires have swapped ends at all, have they? In the game as yet?
No. Well, the swap at the end of the innings, weren't they? Yeah.
Better delivery. Line and length driven nicely, but straight to the fielder at short extra by Libby. Azhar Ali is probably one of the most demonstrative Pakistanis I've seen.
He's brilliant. He's brilliant, isn't he?
Yeah, every ball's an event, isn't it, with him?
Yeah.
You know, if he's in the field and it comes near, and the same when he's batting, he's always doing something. It's a strange shot by Libby there. I think he played it very late. But, no harm done. Just into the offside. Lovely picture of Azhar. I think it was towards the end of last season, sitting in front of a huge plate of fish and chips.
Yeah. Sham Masood was an interesting character as well. He needed to talk to somebody, whether it was the umpire, a fielder, the wicketkeeper. He had to talk to somebody while he was batting. It was quite remarkable.
Next delivery down the leg side, well taken by Guest, diving away to his left. 91 for 1.
I suppose it helped him maintain his concentration levels. It was the only thing I could think of, really. Sam Connors is limbering up. He bowled 4 overs this morning, took the only wicket to fall in this Worcestershire second innings, that of Ed Pollock, as Aitchison is in. That's wide of the off stump, but it's a no ball. 93 for 1. Glamorgan are now in front, 169 for 3, leading Gloucestershire by 4 at Sophia Gardens. Yorkshire have been bowled out, 517. They're playing Leicestershire, of course, at Headingley, and Sussex at 98 for 4, trailing Durham by 278. Here's Ben Aitchison in again and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side by Jake Libby. It was a ball that just threatened to keep a little bit low. He managed to get the bat on it. In comes Aitchison again and bowls. It's wide of the off stump through to the keeper. And as a result, there is no run. It's the end of the over, 93 for 1. Are we going to see a change in the bowling here? We're going to see Sam Connors come on from the City end? I think we are. Yep. Connors picked up, as I say, the only wicket to fall so far in this Worcestershire innings, when he had Ed Pollock caught by Haider Ali on the square leg boundary for 22. I will have an update at some point. Who's having a walk there? It's Mal Shahzad, I think. He's muffled up against the cold down there. Azhar Ali waits. Connors in from the City end and bowls, and Azhar Ali chops it down into the offside. It's fielded by Anuj Dal, and there's no run. Not quite the crash bang wallop cricket we had yesterday. The 93 for 1 has come at 2.74 runs and over. At this rate, there could still be the thick end of 100 runs behind at the close of play, Worcestershire. But they have 9 wickets intact, and that's the main thing, as Connors bowls an effort ball pushed up towards mid-off, where it's fielded by Elias Deploy. We're doing an update for BBC Radio Derby at some point after the team news in the football. I think that Chris will be back fairly shortly. Next delivery is, flashed at and caught behind, and Azhar Ali has gone, and Sam Connors has got his second wicket of the innings. It was a poor shot really from Azhar Ali. He just had a flash at it outside the off stump. He goes for 23, and Worcestershire are 93 for 2 now. He will be furious with himself. It was a straightforward catch for wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. And Azhar Ali, 23 off 57 balls with 2 fours. But a poor shot for him to get out to, playing it wide of the off stump. Didn't really need to play at it. But Derbyshire won't mind. They've picked up a second wicket. Sam Connors has picked up a second wicket, and the youngest man to get 50 championship wickets last season is up and running. 2 for 17 from his 4.5 overs, Sam Connors. 1 wicket from each end for the young England Lions quick. Poor shot.
Was a poor shot.
Poor shot.
I was just saying in my update that both these batters were looking comfortable after a couple of concerns straight after lunch, but they got themselves back in nice and comfortable. It was looking very comfortable. Ball wasn't really doing anything, and then as has just given it away there, 23 made from 55 balls, and came to get gone with the squad 93, so they just put on 50. So fresh start needed here. Jack Haynes coming to the wicket now. And from an England A tour, England Lions tour. And he's got plenty of time out there now to get used to the surroundings. The pitch, no hurry, need to get on with anything here. It'll be a nervous start for him. First game of the season. And Sam Connors, as Dave was saying earlier on, can be a little bit costly, but he's bowled well today, taken a couple of wickets. And Haynes, first delivery, is cut to point. Dahl moving around from backward point does the fielding. So two decent partnerships, but haven't really gone on. Worcestershire with 43 for the first and 50 for the second. The first wicket fell in the 16th over, and that second one has fallen in the 35th. So 50 in 20 overs they put on. Haynes is off the mark here with a lovely looking drive through extra cover, and that should go all the way to the boundary. In fact, it just pulls up short, and they'll come through for 3 comfortable runs. Well chased down, but even if it hadn't have been chased down, it would have stopped short. Just looks like it might be a little bit wetter over there, because where the fielder dived has left a big streak.
I think the far end, I always regard it as the top end, but it clearly isn't. It's the shallow end. That was the area that was causing most concern to the umpires yesterday when they kept checking the outfield to see when we could start. So, yeah, I think it is a bit damper up there.
Brings Libby on strike, onto his toes, punching into the offside, where it's fielded in the covers by Lamb. End of the over, 96 for 2. Haynes has 3 and Libby has 35. Successful over that for Connors, who's now bowled 5 overs and taken 2 for 20.
Yeah, as I say, he's often a little expensive. He's not been massively expensive with just 4 runs and over off his bowling in this innings, but he is a wicket taker, Sam Connors. He has that happy knack, and he has the happy knack of taking wickets early in spells as well, which is always useful for a skipper. I think I should point you in the direction of a video on our social media feed as well about the cricket. It's got some traction. Not because I'm in it, but just because it was a very fine idea by our promotions department. But it has got some traction. If you remember Mitchell and Webb doing the footballs on, it's along those lines. Ben Aitchison from the racecourse end, he's going to be bowling to Jack Haynes, and Haynes pushes this one out into the leg side, where it's fielded by Matt Lamb, and there is no run. Any kind of publicity for cricket that we can get on the radio is good. You're listening, of course, to the BBC Sport website and app. BBC Radio Derby, BBC Hereford and Worcester. 96 for 2, Worcestershire. As Aitchison is in bowls to Haynes, who's beaten outside the off stump. I thought he might have got an edge on that one. Again, not committing fully to the shot. It can be the downfall of the batsman, and that was the case there. Haynes wasn't fully committed to the defensive shot, sort of pushed at it. And as a result, it went past the edge. Aitchison in again. Again, it goes past the edge, but this time he probably played inside the line a bit. Jack Haynes. It's been a good over this from Ben Aitchison so far. He'll be looking to try and finish it off, although he's barely halfway through it. Well, he is halfway through it. Sorry.
No, it's nothing important. Just wondering why that balcony is still dripping when it hasn't rained for about 24 hours.
That's a worry, isn't it?
Yeah.
There must be a leak this wide of the off stump from Ben Aitchison. It was dripping quite heavily yesterday, wasn't it? Perhaps you could drip on the window and then clean it for us. That might be handy. We could get a chamois out there or something. Bring some long ladders tomorrow, because we will get to the point where it starts to get a bit tricky. As Aitchison is in again, and this one is turned into the leg side by Haynes. Yet to get off. I was going to say yet to get off the mark. That's nonsense. He got 3 in the previous over. I just wasn't concentrating. Didn't get a run there, though. 96 for 2 it remains.
Clear skies and clear day today. Just noticed the 3 cranes over on in the distance. What's going on over there then?
I reckon they're probably building something, don't you?
Nothing exciting then?
I'm sure it's very exciting if you're one of the crane drivers, but I have no idea what it is. This one is a full delivery. He drives it, and he almost got it past the edge of the bat there. Ben H. is a good over, maiden over, his fourth. Oh, it's already gone up. That's exceptional work from Jane. 11 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 27. So he keeps it tight at one end, and if he does, that's excellent news. Sam Connors can try to get another wicket, which is exactly what Leicester Ploy is hoping he'll do here.
Something I saw on social media a couple of weeks ago was a crane driver in the cab right at the top, massive one it was. And as he was filming round, all the rust on it and holes, the door was flapping.
Oh, yeah, I couldn't go up one, I don't think.
New over, Connors, driven, but straight to Lamb in the covers by Libby. Missed out there. I think the ball was there for a drive, just needed to steer it a yard either side of Lamb, and that would have gone to the boundary. Be annoyed with himself there, Libby. It's on 35. Connors the successful bowler so far, having accounted for Pollock for 22 and Azza for 23. Right arm on drifting towards leg stump there, helped on its way. Backward a square for a single by Libby. Brings the taller Haynes onto strike. He's normally quite a quick starter, Jack Haynes. Tall and slim, or tallish. Certainly tall compared to Jake Libby at the other end. Connors bowls full length, grabs him on the pad. There's an appeal. He's taken on the boot there. Must have been just drifting down the leg side, unless he's got an inside edge on it. Yeah, he has. That's what saved him. Quicker delivery, I think, from Connors there.
Yeah, much fuller length as well. So again, we haven't seen many Yorkers, but that was almost the perfect Yorker.
He's hobbled through for a single. Jack Haynes. And the faintest of inside edges has saved him there. Worcestershire homing in on 100. 2 away at the moment. Libby. Well, might have got a glove onto that as it was down the leg side and helped it on its way. Guest was flying across to the left-hand side, but or to his left, but couldn't get a glove onto that, and it's gone down to the boundary, and the 100 comes up. Another boundary for Libby, who goes to 40. Not sure he's in total control with that one, though. And the 100 has come up in the 37th over. So 23 overs for the second 50. No, that's not right. That's 17 overs.
Don't do maths on the radio.
Defensive drive into the offside by Libby there. Straight to Aitchison, it's short extra. Definitely 17.
If you want a comparison, well, I'm going to give you one whether you want it or not. The Worcestershire 100 came up after 36.4 overs. Derbyshire's 100 came up after 15.4 overs. It's quite a difference.
Yeah, there were 2 wickets down then, same as Worcestershire. As the next delivery is driven again defensively into the offside to Lamb by Libby, and there's no run. End of the over, 102 for 2. Libby 40 from 105 balls. Haynes is on 4. And just looking, Jack Haynes, if he's recovered from that blow on the foot, it looks okay. In fact, he's more interested in getting everything tucked in at the moment. And he's okay to continue.
Fred T. Balcombe says, greetings from Madrid on Twitter, @Flex Sport. Enjoying the commentary. Did you say the new president of Derbyshire is Alan Hill? Is he a former Derbyshire player? Yes and yes. Alan Hill voted club president at the recent AGM, I believe. Here is Ben Aitchison, his 12th over. He's in and bowls to Haynes, who turns this into the leg side. And there is no run. I may have to dash at any moment. I've got another update before the football starts. 1:45, it said, but we're already there, so you know how movable these things are. But yeah, hopefully we'll get Alan Hill up here at some point. That one is defended out into the offside. And there is no run by Haynes.
Aitchison's clocking the overs up, isn't he? This is his 12th. Blackmell 10. Then Chapel Connors 6 each. Dahl 3.
Next delivery from him. He's in and leaves alone. Haynes outside the off stump. Ball goes through to Brooke Guest.
He's bowled for nearly an hour, hasn't he, since lunch? Aitchison.
Yes. Yeah.
But with that economic run-up, he's I think he's got some fair few potential to bowl a fair few overs.
It certainly helps. Sorry, it certainly helps him.
Just push fielder back onto the 3/4 of the way back on the square leg.
Try and tempt Jack Haynes with a short one, or is it a bluff? And he's going to bowl full. 3 slips in place. Aitchison bowls it relatively full, and it's pushed up towards mid-on where Saranga Lackmell does the fielding. I would say in the pecking order of Derbyshire fielders, he's better than Ravi Rampal, Saranga Lackmell. I'll give him that. It's not. He's damning him with faint praise, of course. Although Ravi was the master of stopping the ball with his foot. Aitchison bowls wide of the off stump, allowed to go through to the keeper by Haynes once again. 5 dot balls. I ought to get to the end of this over now. They're just setting the scene, as I believe it's known.
Was David Houghton here then, when he was stopping the ball with his feet? Because I know that used to be a pet hate of his.
He would have been, yeah. He would have been. Yeah, I think he might have given up by then, Dave Houghton. He gave up quite early, I think. He goes Aitchison and bowls wide of the off stump, not troubling Haynes at all. It's through to the keeper. It's another maiden over. He's bowled 5 maidens out of his 12. 0 for 27, Ben Aitchison. Libby has 40, Haynes has 4. And Worcestershire are 102 for 2, still trailing by 219.
So they went to lunch at 24 overs. We've had 14 overs in the hour since lunch. 66 for 1 when they resumed.
14 overs in an hour. Dear, oh dear.
Connors to continue from the city end and taken on the pads by Jake Libby there. Wicketkeeper Brooke Guest just moving round onto the leg side to do the fielding. They thought of a leg by, but Guest was across very quickly. Haynes didn't have a lot of interest in that one at the non-striker's end. See Jack Leach just coming back from having had a net. As Libby gets in line, pushes into the offside, and Aitchison in that short extra cover position does the fielding. He's with Matthew Waite, so Leach and Waite have had a net. Due to come in Waite at 8, Leach at 9. They'll be hoping they won't be needed today. A lot of overs still to go though, as Libby gets a ball up in the block hole, turns square on the leg side, and they pick up a single. Hyder Ali, the fielder out there, man who took the catch to dismiss Ed Pollock earlier on before lunch. That single takes Libby on to 41. Just a single slip in now for Haynes, which is probably a little bit surprising given that he's the new batter. Right-handed. Connors bowls well pitched up and driven by Haynes to mid-on. And close to the stumps, that one from Haynes. The drive, pretty straight. Still got, in fact, got catches at short extra and short mid-wicket for Haynes, so obviously there's a plan for him, which is the reason the second slip has come out. First slip's quite wide. Connors in again. On about just outside off stump line that Haynes takes a big stride in, pushes into the offside, and there's no run. 17 balls he's facing out for his 4 runs. Very still and quiet around the ground still. And I reckon that red coat's close to coming off. At the far end. Connors, driven, good ball, well pitched up. And had to get down quickly onto that one, Haynes, and drove it to wide mid-off. And there was no run. End of the over, 103 for 2. Haynes remains on 4, Libby on 41. The 2 men out, Ed Pollock for 22. Asa Ali, 23, both to Sam Connors, and both will be, I think, extremely annoyed with themselves in the manner that they got out.
Yeah. Van Aitchison's post-lunch spell has ended 7 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 16. Bowled nicely. A couple of wides in there as well, but bowled really nicely. My attention has just been drawn to the score at Lord's, where Essex made 266, not unremarkable. Or not remarkable, rather, but what is remarkable is that Middlesex, after 3.5 overs in reply, are 4 for 4, which isn't the kind of start you want on the opening day or the opening round of matches in the county championship, I think it's fair to say. So 4 for 4, Middlesex. Leicestershire were doing okay the last time I checked up at Headingley. In fact, they've lost a wicket now. They're 28 for 1 in reply to Yorkshire's Mammoth 517, Sussex 116 for 4. Trailing Durham by 260, and Glamorgan 194 for 3, now lead Gloucestershire by 29. 4 for 4, we've all been there. Here's Zach Chappell back into the bowling attack, this time from the racecourse, and he might have had an over from his end before lunch, I can't remember. You'd have thought I'd remember the sun glinting off his head.
Yeah, I'm sure he's had a ball from his
Yes,
side, yeah.
I think he probably did. That one is pushed out into the offside by Jake Libby, and there's no run as it's fielded at point by Anuj Dahl.
Yeah, 4 for 4 is where the batting coach starts having a look at the CV and polishing it up a bit.
Yes, he also gets pushed out at the close of play, I think. This is Chappell again, turning at the top of his mark. Into bowl to Jake Libby, and Libby pushes this one out into the offside. They're going to go for a run here. It's going to be fielded by Leas Deploy, sliding to his left. He's a left-arm thrower as well, so they'll stick to a single. Libby moves on to 42, and Worcestershire 104 for 2. Everybody swaps around. Extra slip goes in. Haider Ali goes in at 3rd slip. It'll be Aitchison at 1st, Madsen at 2nd, and Haider Ali at 3rd. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. As Chappell is in and bowls, that's left alone outside the off stump by Haynes. Ball goes through to Brooke Guest, the Derbyshire wicket keeper. He's been very tidy. He's been worked quite hard, I think it's fair to say. Must be a good pitch at Old Trafford. Lancashire 103 for 1. He replied to Surrey's 442, which is a decent response from the Lankies. In comes Chappell again, bowls. That one is a little uppish towards mid-on. It hit the ground probably 10 yards in front of Sam Connors off the bat of Jack Haynes, but just a little bit of a false shot. Perhaps threw it a bit early. Forest Green Rovers, who, well, people know my views, but They do at least play AC/DC as the players walk out. Chapel, they play the most obvious one. Chapel's in and balls. That one is again uppish, but it's this time out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Is it going to get there? Yes, just. Sam Connors put in a valiant attempt to stop it. Did a full forward roll. He's okay.
It's where the fielder's thinking, roll, roll, come on and get there.
He had to put the dive in the end, didn't he? Or the forward roll, tumbling stop. Didn't quite manage to pull it back. 4 more to the total. Haynes moves on to 8, 108 for 2.
Doesn't quite feel like Derby for me. One thing missing at the moment is...
The rain.
No. An advert for Don Amott.
Yes, yeah, well, yes. There must be one, surely.
Can't see it.
No,
and
I can't.
It can't be Derby without that. It goes back to my childhood, the adverts on telly.
Yeah. Chapel's in again and bowls. I imagine that Don will be at the Pirelli Stadium this afternoon if Michelova aren't playing today. That one's pushed into the offside by Haynes to complete the Zach Chapel over. His 7th, 7 overs for 21, 108 for 2. Haynes has 8. Libby has 42. But you're right, I've had a scan round. I can't see an advert for Don Amott. He's got a stand named after him, not after him, but clearly. He sponsors a stand at the Pirelli Stadium, the Don Amott King of Caravans Stadium stand behind the goal, which the home supporters frequent. Top man, Don.
I'll do try and get through this over before I have to go and update our Sport on Friday programme as it's in the air and caught. Libby just lofted that one up. Connors has taken another wicket, and it was Billy Godleman diving to his right, and a soft dismissal, the third soft dismissal from Worcestershire. They get themselves in and then get themselves out. May have just held up a little bit, that one. And good catch taken by Godleman. And Libby has gone for 42 from 111 balls. Worcestershire 108 for 3.
Good catch by Billy Godleman. He had to make some ground to his right and then put in the full-length dive. He even managed to keep his white floppy sun hat on as well in doing so. 6 fours for Jake Libby. And a big breakthrough for Derbyshire. You feel that one, Libby, the set batsman. So there'll be 2 relatively fresh batsmen out there. It should be Adam Hose to come out. To looks like him, tall figure. I think 110 deliveries. I think they'd already got that one.
All right.
I don't know.
Too quick for me.
No, I wouldn't go that far yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, the scoring's gone to pot on the because they've already had 6 balls. That was this
111.
111. You're right. Well done. Excellent work. First ball of his over. I don't think you'll get through this over now.
No, I think I shall go and deliver the bad news.
I'm not pushing you out
to
the door.
The Worcestershire faithful. What are we in the 41st over?
We are indeed. First ball of the 41st over. Excellent for Sam Connors, who's now got 3 for 27 from 7 overs and 1 ball. Well done to Sam. ...50 wickets last season, the youngest player to do so in the county championship. And 3 wickets already in this Worcestershire first innings. All 3 of them, as Adam Hose is marking his guard. I think he needs an extra tool or something out there because he's now working away at the crease. He's ready on his Worcestershire debut. And he comes. Connors bowls, and that one is pushed by Hose to backward point where Anuj Dal does the fielding. Both of our football matches on Radio Derby have got underway down in Nailsworth before it's Green are taking on Derby County, and at the Pirelli Stadium where Burton Albion are facing Barnsley. Tricky game that for the Brewers. Equally tricky, you might think, for Derby County. They're in different form at the moment. Forest Green winning against Sheffield Wednesday recently. As Connors is in again, that one is pushed out into the offside by Hose, and again there's no run. I will inevitably be kept across those scores and be keeping across them anyway. So apologies for those who are not interested in any way in football. We'll be mostly focused on cricket, as you would expect here at the Incora County Ground. In comes Connors again, balls to Hose, and he pushes it out into the offside. Aitchison swoops to do the fielding. Again, there's no run. Middlesex recovering nicely. They're 8 for 4 now. In reply to Essex's 266. Gentle hum around the ground. This could go down as Billy Gottleman's match, who knows. In comes Connors and bowls, no ball. Straight drive by Hose. Actually crashes into the stumps at the far end. 2 more to the total, 110 for 3. Really good diving catch from the former skipper to get Sam Connors his 3rd wicket of the innings. Sort of Simpsons clouds now, only smaller in the far distance to the south. As Connors is in again and bowls, that one is pushed out up towards mid-off, where it's fielded by Leas Deploy. Immediately starts polishing the ball. Paul Baldwin's not massively happy that the stumps and bails have been put back correctly at the far end, so he just readjusts them. Derby County have taken the lead at Forest Green. Always good to get an early goal when you go to somewhere like the New Lawn. I want to give the home players any encouragement, as this next one is pushed into the offside by Adam Hose, and it's a wicket maiden. No, it isn't, because he bowled a no ball. It would have been a wicket maiden had he not bowled a no ball, but he did, so it isn't. 110 for 3. Haynes has 8. Hose yet to get off the mark. And Zach Chappell is already at the top of his mark. He wants his first. He wants his first wicket as a Derbyshire player. Sam Connors will be feeling very pleased with himself. 3 for 29 off 8 overs for Connors. Two, I say, relatively fresh batsmen. Haynes has faced 22 deliveries for his 8, so he's been out there for a while, since the fall of the wicket of Azhar Ali. Still Worcestershire trail by 211. Chappell is in and bowls to Haynes, who drives this one up to Sam Connors at mid-on. Starts to get to work on the ball. 2 away from a potential fifer. Long way to go yet, obviously, but it'll potentially be on his mind, even at this early stage. There's Chappell. He's in again. That one's left alone outside the off stump by Jack Haynes to go through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. Somebody's phone goes off outside. 3 times Sam Connors has taken 5 wickets in a first-class match. Best figures of 5 for 51. There is a column for 4 wickets. I think that's more for T20, really. 4 times he's managed that. In comes Chappell and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side. Godleman does the fielding at mid-wicket, then throws the ball towards the stumps, and it hits Adam Hose. Dribbles out to Sam Connors, who comes in. Kidderminster Harriers have taken the lead against Buxton. Scored a goal now that you're not watching them, Chris.
Yeah, they'll be naming a stand after me there. Seen so few goals this season. I go, and they won last week at Farsley Celtic.
James Collins, the scorer for Derby County. In comes Chappell, bowls, and this one is defended out into the offside by Haynes. And as Dahl does the fielding, a couple of balls left in the over.
Yeah, I got done 20 games this season and I did about 10 on the trot, and it comes to something when the regular guy returned, had not been well, he returned, and the manager in the post-match interview welcomed him back and said how good it was to see him again. I thought, well, thanks for that then.
Good to have you back in the squad. Haynes waits as Chappell sets off again past umpire Bainton, and off the back foot it's punched into the offside. A chase here for Azhar Ali, but Haider Ali, and they go back for a second. Haynes moved to 10, 112 for 3. We've seen Azhar Ali come and go. It was a nice shot from Haynes, just punching it off the back foot straight into the ground and away towards the players' pavilion to our left. Some emergency vehicles, police, no. That's a medic, isn't it?
What colour's the car?
Well, it looked yellow and green to me as this next delivery is pushed into the offside by Haynes. Fielded there by Haider Ali, and it's the end of the Chappell over. 8 overs for 23, Zach Chappell. Sam Connors, he won't be able to get the ball out of his hand, I wouldn't have thought at the moment. 8 overs, 3 for 29. For the young man who's bowled pretty well in a couple of spells. His current spell, 4 overs, 2 for 12.
Yeah, he's done a good job.
He's had some help from the batsman, but I think you need a bit of help from the batsman at times as a bowler.
Yeah, you look at the Pollock, Azhar Ali and Libby got themselves in, and then got themselves out, and you'd think at 22, 23 and 42 they've done the hard work and then given it away.
Perhaps it is tougher out there than it looks.
Connors starts a new over, and Hose, big stride forward, leaves the ball and watches it. Actually, his head followed the ball as it went through to Brooke Guest behind the stumps. And I say that Haynes was taller than Libby. Well, Hose has come out there and he's a good few inches taller than Haynes. He's a big unit.
Shouldn't forget it's his first class match since 2019, isn't it? So it might take him a while.
He looks a little bit nervous the way he's goes into his stance. That's a nice looking drive, but didn't middle it. Straight to the fielder, Lamb.
I'll tell you what he looks like, and I don't mean this in any way disparagingly, it's merely a description. When he's in his final stance just before the bowler comes in, you know the stick cricket game?
Yes.
That you get on phones and other devices. He looks like the batsman in the stick cricket game.
Yeah.
Just the way his bat's held and everything.
I say he looks nervous because he's doing a lot of prodding and moving around before he goes into his stance. Takes a stride forward before the ball's delivered and then turns it onto the leg side. Just off the strip. There's no run. 112 for 3 it remains.
At the risk of being ridiculed further by any of our listeners, and you know who you are, Paul. Tea's at 4 o'clock. And then we finish sometime around midnight. But tea is at 4 o'clock, I'm told. So it could be any time, really.
So catches on both sides of the wickets as the next delivery is played defensively by Hose, back to the bowler and no run. What I should say is for Libby, though he's out, they've had those 2 catches on either side, and Godleman was one of them. So perhaps a little bit closer than you'd expect. For Libby, he was extra cover, wasn't he? Kind of shortish in. But just a single slip now. As Connors bowls again. And played defensively by Hose. Hose wearing 54. Just try and look around. Although it's Not a particularly warm day. Don't see any many jumpers out there.
I think Lackmal, obviously.
Yeah.
I think he's probably got 3 on. Actually, no, he's there at mid-on in a short-sleeve shirt.
That goal you mentioned for Kidderminster Harriers came after 34 seconds.
Blimey.
Kind of bowls. And looked to be playing that straight with Adam Hose, but it came off probably the outer half of the bat and out onto the offside. And it was fielded by Aitchison. Another over ticks by. 43 completed now. Worcestershire 112 for 3. Haynes has 10. Hose still to score after facing 12 deliveries. Partnership of 4 in 18.
Belper Town, already relegated from the Northern Premier League Premier Division after 1 season, are leading at Warrington Rylands by 1-0. Made a decent fist of it in recent times, but I'm afraid the start to the season has done for them, as it does for so many sides. That's why this game is so important for these two teams, really. First game of the season, put down a marker. There's Dahl warming up at backward point as Zach Chappell begins a new over from the racecourse end. He bowls to Haynes, who gets up on his toes and plays the ball into the ground. And that man Dahl comes around to do the fielding. There's a conversation and hands the ball to Haider Ali, who tosses it to his skipper, Leas Deploy, feeling a little happier with life, following 2 wickets since lunch. Chappell turns, goes past the sawdust, approaches umpire Neil Bainton and bowls to Haynes, who pushes this out into the onside. Billy Godwin does the fielding.
Yeah, you say about good starts. So Worcestershire start with 2 away games here and then up in Durham. And they never recovered last season in the T20 from playing the first 4 away from home.
Yes, especially in T20, it can be quite unforgiving, can't it? If you go on a losing run, your chances disappear very quickly indeed. As in comes Chappell again and bowls. That's driven beautifully out towards the extra cover boundary. It's being chased down by Leas Deploy, who gets the... No, he doesn't. He takes the ball over the rope with him. And that'll be 4 more runs to Haynes. It was a beautiful shot. Time it as well as he might have done because it was starting to slow up. I thought Deploy was going to haul it back, but he couldn't quite manage to do so. Haynes moves to 14, Worcestershire to 116 for 3.
Normally a very good timer, Jack Haynes.
Didn't quite get all of that, did
No.
he? Not quite. And it kept Leas Deploy interested for a long, long time. Chappell's in again. Haynes defends. A yelp from first slip. Ben Aitchison. The ball pushed out to the offside.
Watched Jack Haynes play since he used to play pairs junior cricket.
Yeah.
Yeah, played against my lad. And even then, always had to retire. Always got to, whether it's 20, 30, whatever it was at the time. Never got him out. Always had to retire.
You get them, don't you?
Yep.
As Chappell's in again. Bowls to Haynes. They can't get him out this time either. As it's turned into the leg side, Billy Godwin will do the fielding. The balls clearly have improved. It was shown in the first innings of the match. Worcestershire showed the ball to the umpire once and were immediately rebuffed. And there hasn't been a hint yet that Derbyshire want the ball changing. So perhaps the manufacturers promised that this batch of balls for 2023 are better, or is better, than last season's batch, which was quite frankly hopeless. That's got to be good news as far as sort of speeding the game up. There is Chappell in again, bowling to Haynes, who drives, but this time it's straight to Leas Deploy. And you heard the cry of no from the batsman because there was never a run there. It's the end of the over, and another decent-ish over from Zach Chappell, just the one boundary from it. He's bowled 9 overs for 27. Haynes has 14. Hose yet to get off the mark, 116 for 3. And Sam Connor's 5-over spell has come to an end. He's going to be replaced by Anuj Dal. Connor's bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 12 in his post-lunch spell. I'm going to make a note of that.
Be interesting to see what scores we get later in the season when they play with the Kookaburra ball.
Oh, don't. Why on earth are they doing that? I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll just use a different ball for 2 games in the middle of the season. I think the 2 games that Derbyshire are using or playing with the Kookaburra are both away. One at Hove and one at New Road.
Well, the thing is, if you're playing a championship, it should be the same. You just...
Well, I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, depends who you're playing, where you're playing, what the weather's... I mean, I know the weather's always going to be there.
Well,
but
in Division 2, you'd probably not want to play Yorkshire with a Kookaburra on account of the fact that they've got some decent batsmen who will flay it to all parts, because it'd be like playing white ball cricket but with a red ball. But anyway.
Dahl starts a new spell. Is driven by Hose up to mid-off. It was just a little bit deeper than the norm, but no run. Hose still looking for that first run, having faced 13 deliveries now. Be feeling a lot better with life if he can get off the mark. So first game for 4 years in the red ball cricket. And he won't pick one up here as he drives defensively into the offside. Aitchison does the fielding. That drip's annoying me now because I just keeps catching the corner of my eye.
I keep missing it.
I know it's there, so I keep being drawn to it. It's getting a bit more frequent. I don't want if there's someone up there. In comes Dahl. Hose, big stride forward. Drives defensively up to mid-on. And there's no run. Fielded there by Luckmal, who I think has got rid of his jumper now.
Yeah, he's wearing a sleeveless
Yep.
shirt, and it's remarkable. Must be warm.
The red coat's not off, though.
They're just getting a bit of shade up there, aren't they, in the permanent temporary stand?
Dahl bowls to Hose again. It's another dot ball pushing into the offside, and Aitchison fields. You feel Hose here might be getting a little bit frustrated now, having faced 16. As he's used to white ball cricket where he's getting on with it quickly.
Different
This
mindset.
is just exactly what I was going to say.
Completely different mindset, isn't it?
He's got that man Aitchison in close on the offside as well. Drives nicely up to Luckmal at mid-on. You get some fielders, and they look so elegant when they throw the ball in. And although that was accurate from Luckmal to Brooke Guest, you wouldn't say it was an athletic, lithe
No.
action. But it did the job. No run. Dahl bowls on about off stump again to Hose. This time steers it up to mid-off. And again, no run. Maiden over. 46 completed now. And Worcestershire, in reply to Derbyshire's 321, are 116 for 3. They trail by 205. Haynes has 14. Hose, as I say, still looking for that first run.
There was a full round of Football League matches, which means that Tranmere are losing. It's almost inevitable. Up at Carlisle, Amari Patrick, who had a spell at Burton Albion, supplying the ball for Christian Dennis, who played for Chesterfield, of course, who scored the only goal of the game so far up in Cumbria. Here is Zach Chappell. They are rubbish. Bowls a short delivery, and it's ducked underneath by Haynes, and the ball goes through to the keeper. I did notice that Morecambe are beating Plymouth as well, which isn't good news for anybody of a Burton Albion persuasion, although I think Morecambe are just about doomed. Alfred also trailing now at Peterborough Sports in the National League. Alfred making a charge towards the playoffs in recent weeks, but a goal down at Peterborough Sports, which isn't a club I'm particularly familiar with, I have to say. Chappell in again and bowls. That one is mistimed out into the offside. It's going to be shy at the stumps from Leas deploy, but Haynes gets into his ground fairly comfortably, and the ball didn't hit the stumps anyway. He moves on to 15.
Let's keep an eye out for.
It means that, yes, he does. He moves on to 15. It's 170 for 3. Sorry.
No, sorry, I was cutting across. So keep an eye out for Burton Albion scores as my birthplace.
Is it really?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's my winter job.
My mum and dad went to a New Year's Eve party, and I came along and spoiled it.
So accidentally born in Burton.
Yeah.
As so many are, I'm sure. Or not.
But I made them wait till New Year's Day.
Is that a good day for a birthday?
No, it's rubbish.
No,
Absolutely rubbish.
It doesn't feel like it's a good day, I must admit. But
I think I deserve one halfway through the year to make up.
Yeah. Chappell in and bowls to Hose, who leaves alone. A ball that just comes back after it goes past the stumps.
Quite scarred by it, actually, because...
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Sorry,
especially
I
when
brought
you...
it up now. Scratch that sore.
It's in your late teens, and when you start going to New Year's Eve parties, people get sloshed, and those that know it's your birthday on New Year's Day then insist when the clocks chime on things like the bumps or pouring beer over you and all that type of thing. It's
Nobody
not good.
needs that. No,
it's not
nobody
good.
needs that. There's Chappell in the bowls to Hose, who turns this one into the leg side. He's off the mark. 20th ball he's faced.
Yeah, if you can imagine the bumps by drunks on a New Year's Eve.
When you've had a couple yourself.
Yeah, when they're flinging you up against the lights and see how high they can get you. It's not fun. But I don't talk about it much, Dave, because it hasn't had much of an effect on me.
No, I'm glad. Well, I'd have thought you'd have stopped celebrating by now anyway.
I don't go out.
Much like me. 118 for 3, the score moves on to.
I'm glad you asked me now about it. If it was a good day to have a birthday.
It just didn't feel like one. I should have just left it at that, really, shouldn't it? Here's Chappell. In again and bowls to, oh dear. Bowls to Haynes. No, yes, he's just pulled up a bit there. I don't like the look of that at all. Left leg. Not sure what it was. It was a poor delivery. I wonder if he slipped.
I think a sniper got him there. This next delivery is going to be interesting.
He looks to be walking okay back to his mark, but of course it's walking is one thing, running in to bowl is something quite separate. So let's have a look at him. He looks okay as he sets off. He's in and bowls, and that one is defending. Yeah, looks okay.
That was a bit of pride more than anything then with
a poor delivery.
Yeah.
The fielding is completed by Billy Godalman. Haynes has 15, Hose has 118 for 3, and that was Zach Chappell's 10th over. He's gone for just 29. He wanders out to the long grass. He has a cursory word with his skipper, Leas deploy. And Ben Aitchison is visualising his batting at the far end. Ben, stop it, mate. Absolutely no need for that. Although he did make a few runs yesterday, didn't he? Did very well in that partnership with Zach Chappell, making 26 in a partnership of 59.
It'll be a relieved Hose on strike. Now he's got a run to his name. Facing up to Dahl. And that's a better looking shot from Hose. Got hold of that one and square on the offside. Ball beating the fielder there to the older of the two scoreboards. And he's got his first boundary score on to 122 for 3.
I like the way that Leas deployed tried to chase that down. He at no point looked like he was going to get anywhere near it and didn't. But he was giving it everything.
Yeah.
Breathing heavily now, I imagine.
Trying to set an example. Hose reverts back to what we've seen plenty of in his 22 balls so far. Forward defensive into the offside. And no run. Plenty of traffic out on the road today. Over in the distance. But
You don't want to attempt the name of the road?
I'm not going there.
Okay.
Hose He's uppishly onto the leg side. It's safe. Fielded there by Connors, and there's no run.
Afternoon, brothers, if you're listening. Had a go at the name of the road last season. Disastrous consequences.
We shall steer well clear.
Amusing, but disastrous.
Dahl short of a length to Hose, drives back up the pitch. Aitchison, very keen, isn't he?
Yeah.
Always onto the ball. He'll cut across the bowler there. Could have left it for the bowler to pick it up himself, but no, he's across there. He's bowled 12 overs, Aitchison. 5 maidens, 0 for 27. Still keen to be in the action. Next delivery. Again, it's driven defensively to Aitchison and no run. In that position where the bowler trying to bowl on or around off stump. Any defensive shot is likely to find its way to him in that short extra. Hose faced 25 deliveries now, and he's played it uppishly, drops just short of short mid-wicket. Wasn't in total control of that one, but he's got away with it. He remains on 5, and at the end of the over, the maiden over, 122 for 3. Worcestershire trail by 199 now, with Hose on 5, Haynes on 15.
Zach Chappell's okay to continue, which is the good news from a Derbyshire perspective. Alfred weren't behind for long. They've equalised at Peterborough Sports, and Middlesex's innings lurches on, 26 for 5 now, in reply to Essex's 266 all out. Leicestershire have lost a second wicket. They're 53 for 2 against Yorkshire, trailing by 464. As Chappell goes in and bowls, that's defended by Haynes. Up towards Sam Connors, who's fielding at mid-on. There's no run. Sussex 149 for 4. They now trail Durham by 227. And in the thriller at Sophia Gardens, Glamorgan are 4 down now, 221 for 4, but they lead Gloucestershire by 56. It's taken Glamorgan 60 overs to get to 221, which is considerably quicker than Gloucestershire took to get to 165. The umpire's got his arm out because the batsman, Haynes, is just getting something out of his shoe, and Zach Chappell hadn't spotted it. Almost curtain railed Zach Chappell if it had carried on going. Actually, it would have been across his stomach because it's Neil Bainton and he's not a particularly tall man. Everybody's ready now. Jack Haynes included, which is the important part. He waits as Chappell bowls to him and he guides this down towards third man, chased by Anuj Dahl. You don't take Dahl on for 2 if he's got to the ball, but he got there pretty quickly. And the score moves on to 123 for 3. Haynes moves on to 16. Look at where Cambridge United's forms come from, because they were hopeless, but they've started to win games now. It's going to get twitchy in the next month. In League One. In goes Chappell again. Bowls, and there's a drive out into the offside. Header Ali tells everybody to calm down, it's all under control, as he does the fielding in the covers. Score remains 123 for 3, so Derby winning. Portsmouth are winning at MK. At the moment, as things stand, Derby County are back in the playoff places. Peterborough are currently drawing. Trying to see where they are. I can't find them. They're at Shrewsbury. In goes Chappell again. Over the wicket, bowling to Adam Hose. Almost chops on. Ball kept a bit low. Had to get down quickly. The ball actually dribbled out into the onside. Billy Godleman did the fielding. But it was close. They're playing in the National League today. Chesterfield at home to York City. And the good news is that Liam Mandeville has scored for Chesterfield, who lead York by a goal to 0. Wrexham at Halifax. League leaders, of course, drawing 0 apiece. As Chapel is in again, that one is pushed out into the offside. And there is no run. Notts County leading by a goal to 0. But still wouldn't be enough to take them to the top of the table as things stand. 2 teams at the top of the National League with 100 points or more. Ordinarily, Chesterfield 75 would look very impressive. They're in 3rd as things stand. Oh, Bolton have taken the lead. That's disappointing. Chapel turns, but the batsman, Hose, wasn't ready. He is now, and Chapel is in to bowl to Adam Hose, who flicks this one away into the leg side backward of square. Off a pad for a leg by. He remains on 524 for 3 is the score. It's the end of the over. Batsman Jack Haynes has removed his sweater. It is clearly warming up out there. He's now batting in shirt sleeves. Both batsmen are having a drink. And Anuj Dal will continue. Billy Godwin polishes the ball, has a little look at it as well, just to see if it might be going out of shape. I don't think it is, because he gives it to Anuj Dal. 12th man leaves the field. Potentially Dylan Pennington. I know he's here today on 12th man duties. And Dahl will bowl to Adam Hose. He's got 5 from 30. Partnership sluggish, 16 from 48 as Dahl bowls. And that one is pushed away into the offside. And again, there's no run. Still 0-0 at the Pirelli Stadium. Still Derby County leading Forest Green Rovers by a goal to 0. As Dahl turns at the top of his mark. He's in and bowls. That's pushed to Ben Aitchison. An extra cover by Adam Hose, and there's no run. Derbyshire picked up their first bowling bonus point when Sam Connors picked up his 3rd wicket. That of Jake Libby with a score on 108. We're just under half an hour away from tea with 46 overs left to be bowled. This one is turned into the leg side by Hose off a pad, off his front pad presumably. It's fielded down there by Zach Chappell. They go through for another single. Hose moves to 625 for 3. BBC Radio Derby and BBC Hereford and Worcester providing this commentary on via the BBC Sport website and app. Worcestershire still trailing by 196.
Yeah, long final session, isn't it?
Oh, it's going to go on for a while. About 4 hours, I'd have thought. Goodness me. Here is Anuj Dal then. Jack Haynes has just done some of those movements that you get to get your feet moving. And he defends this next delivery from Dal out into the leg side where it's fielded by Connors.
Not the quick shuffle.
Yeah.
I think my spine would shoot out my back if I tried that.
Yeah. It's unusual to see a batsman who's faced 40 deliveries do it, but perhaps he's just conscious that he's losing concentration a bit and he just wants to refocus. He's ready now. Dal bowls to him, and that's chopped away down to 3rd man. That'll go for 4. Sends the pied wagtails scattering. Haynes moves to 20, 125, 129 for 3.
He's normally a quick scorer, Jack Haynes. How many boundaries has he got now? Is that his 2nd?
3rd, I think. Yes. Yeah, it's 3rd.
Yeah. It's about seeing it through to tea now, isn't it, with these two, and then have a look again afterwards.
Are they going to launch after tea, do you think?
Well, I don't think so, but certainly don't need to lose another wicket here.
They've lost one there as it's defended by Haynes back to Dahl to end Anuj Dal's 6th over. 2 maidens, 0 for 14. His figures: 129 for 3. Worcestershire trailing by 192. Haynes has 20. Hose has 6. And Harry Kame is on the field, and he's replacing Zach Chappell, who's just making his way up the steps away to our left. So Harry Kame with the number 4 on his back and the oversized sweater. It's not as oversized as it used to be, in fairness. He's walked up the, or he's walking up the steps okay. In fact, he's running up the stairs, so it suggests that there's nothing wrong with him. And we're going to see Saranga Lakmal return up, but for the first time, I think, from the racecourse end.
I suggest that Chappell went up those stairs a bit quicker than we did yesterday when we were going over to
yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
the interviews.
Yeah, absolutely, no question.
So Lakmal coming on at the racecourse end, as you say, for the first time. Batting still to come: Brett Oliveira, Gareth Roderick, Matthew Waite, Joe Leach at 9, Josh Tongue at 10, Ben Gibbon at 11. Certainly a long batting lineup. As Lakmal stuttering start to his run-up and gets into his stride. Ball short for length, played uppishly but safe, well placed by Hose there. Backward of point, and that runs down to the boundary very quickly for 4 runs. So he's into double figures. Moves on to 10. Worcestershire 133, is that now?
I think so.
4-3. So trailing by 188. So not the start that Lakmal would have been looking for at the in this new spell. Solid looking Sri Lankan, broad shoulders, wearing 82. On his way into Hose, who leaves the ball outside the off stump. First slip was a little bit interested then, which would indicate that it might have been not too far away from off stump. Both our screen and the scoreboard are behind at the moment.
Yes, this one hasn't started this over yet.
That's just caught up now.
There we go.
Hose 10 now from 35. Lakmal in his 11th over. 0 for 27 to date. 2 slips in a gully as this ball starts wide outside the off stump and then gets a bit of a away movement as it went through to guests behind the stumps.
Yeah, Hyder Ali's found himself at gully.
Yeah,
He's a busy fielder, isn't he? He doesn't mind being in the thick of the action. He doesn't mind a chat as well. I wonder what he's talking to Wayne Madsen about.
it's the first time we've seen a gully in the game.
Yeah.
Over 8 showing up -1. Not that. Oh.
I have no idea how they're working.
Means we'll still be late. Well, in again, and forward defensive from Hose as he drives up to mid-off, where it's fielded by the captain deploy. So he's plugging the gaps, or looking to plug the gaps on the offside. Got the gully and point to slightly backward, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. So huge gap on the leg side through square leg. As Lakmal into Hose, on off stump, again plays straight back defensively into the offside and no run.
He hasn't bowled much on the stumps, has he? Saranga Lakmal, he sort of chucked it outside, off stump, and tried to get wickets that way. Hasn't managed to get any yet.
Well, with the field set the way it is, he can't afford to go on to leg stump, can he? Although square leg has now gone deeper. So moved round from mid-wicket to square leg, 3/4 of the way back. But huge gap between square leg and mid-on. That bowls down the leg side, short, And pretty rank delivery, that one, that's guested well to move across to his left to take. End of the over, 133 for 3, with Haynes on 20 and Hose on 10. This partnership now 25 from 10 overs.
It was a strange old delivery, that one. It didn't bounce at all. It was short, didn't bounce, and then just dribbled down the leg side. It was very peculiar. Totally ineffective, as it turned out. 33 for 3. I may have suggested that Derby were back in the playoff places. Well, Peterborough have scored at Shrewsbury, so they're back out of them again. Here comes Anuj Dal in and bowls, starting a new over to Jack Haynes, who turns it into the leg side without any real timing, fielded by Sam Connors. And there's no run. Least surprising scoreline of the day is that Tranmere are now 2-0 down at Carlisle, and Christian Dennis has got a second, the former Chesterfield man. They are awful. Awful. Here's Dahl bowling, and that one is defended back to him, or towards him, by Haynes, fielded in fact by Harry Kame. Out on the field for the first time this season as 12th man for Zach Chappell. The Worcestershire 12th man, who I assume is Dylan Pennington, is making his way down the steps away to our left with some equipment, I think gloves. He's just sat down. Maybe I'll be seeing him shortly. As Dahl is in and bowls to Haynes, who pushes this one out into the offside. Aitchison does the fielding.
Yeah, Pennington, 12th man today, is Adam Finch and Josh Baker have gone back to play for the seconds at Kidderminster.
I think they're in the second of those games now, aren't they? Worcestershire 75 without loss after 5 overs against the South Asian Cricket Academy in that pre-season T20 friendly. Dahl is in and bowls to Haynes, who clips this into the leg side nicely. One of those that just goes towards the 30-yard circle, but in off the boundary comes Haider Ali to do the fielding and keeps him down to a single. Haynes moves to 21, 134 for 3. The deficit 187. It's really warm in here now. I'm in full sun. Dahl bowls, and that's pushed by Hose out into the offside where it's fielded by Aitchison.
It's even warm when you go out into the corridor there, and because we've
Bit of
got the window open a bit.
Too warm. Everybody in. The supporters who won't be warmish, but they've got some sunscreen on. Probably need it. Dahl is in and bowls to Hose, who pushes this out into the covers. Deploy fields. Hose goes through for a single, moves to 11, 135 for 3. And Wayne Madsen's taking some instructions from Ajmal Shahzad, who's trotted onto the field. He's sort of got halfway to the middle. Madsen's come to meet him. But Ajmal Shahzad with a word of wisdom, and now it's being passed on from Wayne Madsen to his skipper, Leas Deploy. So I wonder what that was. Let's see if we can see any changes out there. I wonder. Still 0-0 at the Pirelli, still 1-0 Derby at Forest Green, approaching half-time, at which point I might have to duck out for a brief moment. 1 minute I've added time at Forest Green, I've just heard in my ears. Is it me? Blackmell balls, I've no idea what's going on anymore. Ball turned into the leg side by Adam Hose.
I think it was, sorry.
No, I've no idea. No, I'm happy. Fielded by Ben Aitchison.
I've been hypnotised then by the drip. It just got to me.
Haven't seen any difference yet from the. It's almost like a mound visit in baseball from Ajmal Shahzad, the bowling coach. I think he's also the assistant coach to Mickey Arthur. Blackmell turns at the top of his mark on his way in now. in and bowls to Adam Hose, who plays and misses at that one, almost fell over as he didn't quite get to the pitch of the ball. That goes past the edge of the bat and through to keeper Brooke Guest, but not convincing from Adam Hose on that occasion.
No, you called that perfectly. He was just stretching too far and then overbalanced. Lucky to get away with that one. I think that's certainly Lackmal's ploy, isn't it? Outside the off stump.
Yeah.
Just hoping at some point he'll tempt them into it. And Hose almost obliged then.
Lackmal goes in again. 2 slips and a gully. Waiting, and Hose drives and will get 4 runs for that. That wasn't off entirely where he meant it to go. It's gone backward of square down to the backward point boundary for 4. Not where he was aiming, but just says 4 runs in the book. He moves on to 15. 139 for 3.
Yeah, you're right. The book will say 4, but not convincing, was it?
Well,
It's again just a thick outside edge. And you've almost been softened up here by Lackmal, hasn't he? That nagging line outside the off.
I think that's the way Lackmal's operated throughout most of his career, in all honesty. They're into the 3rd innings of the match at Southampton, remarkably. As Lackmal goes in, bowls to Hose, who was beaten. Ball goes through to Brooke Guest. He's got 15 minutes or so to get through till tea here, Adam Hose, and he's just started to look a little uncomfortable. Sam Connors is bouncing on the balls of his feet in the air just to keep himself.
Beginning to feel a little ominous, isn't it, for Hose?
I'd have said so. I don't like saying that about batsmen. Notts in their 2nd innings, going at 5 and over, 52 without loss, and now lead Hampshire by 6. Lackmal in again, and Hose drives again. Just a little off balance as he plays that one up to Leas Deploy at mid-off.
Yeah, it looked to me he's trying to play that on the leg side and came off the outer half of the bat. Perfectly safe, but again, not looking comfortable.
He's doing everything he can to slow things down here, to play the game at his pace, which is exactly the right thing to do, of course. He's just tapped the pitch a couple of times and he's gone for a little wander into the leg side. Now he's come back and he's very deliberately getting himself ready for the next delivery from Saranga Lackmal, the final ball of his 12th over. He's in and bowls to Hose, who's wrapped on the pads. Big appeal for leg before wicket, and he's got him, and he really did deserve that, Saranga Lackmal. He had him in all sorts of trouble in that over. Adam Hose didn't look comfortable, ball after ball after ball, and finally Saranga Lackmal has got one to thud into the pads right in front. Neil Bainton, finger up straight away, and Hose is on his way back to the pavilion. He didn't last until tea. Worcestershire 4 down now. Hose goes for 15, they're 139 for 4.
Well, that had something the inevitability about it, and that it just looked he'd been softened up. He'd been outside off, outside off, outside off, and Hose, when he was putting bat onto ball, looked as if he was trying to work it to leg, and then gave him a straight one, again looking to work it onto the leg side, missed, and pretty simple decision for Neil Benton that he's on his way for 15, and well, Worcestershire in a bit of trouble now.
It was remarkable, wasn't it? How you could almost feel that Adam Hose knew it himself, though, and he was trying everything to, walking into the leg side and tapping the pitch. You could tell that he wasn't quite at it, and unfortunately for him, unfortunately for Derbyshire, Saranga Lackmal produced the delivery that sends him back to the pavilion. 4 down now, still trailing by 182. So with work to do, as Brett D'Oliveira walks out to the middle to join Jack Haynes. But it just shows you that we know what we're talking about. You could see it, couldn't you? You could see it happening in front of our own eyes.
But credit to the bowler. He had a plan, he stuck to it. Then just before that, he bowled that last ball of the over. I was thinking from Ho's point of view, just see it out. Just see it out here. Have a bit of a rest at the other end for the next over. But he couldn't. And It's that plane across the line, isn't it? So new over. Dahl, 0 for 16 from 7. As D'Oliveira has a bit of time to adjust at the non-striker's end. Wicket-keeper standing up for Dahl. Haynes turns the ball onto the leg side. Good stop, though, at short mid-wicket by Sam
stuff,
Connors.
yeah. Excellent piece of work from the quick.
Got down quickly to his right. If it had got past him, that would have probably gone to the boundary. Although that said, Hyder Ali is out there at deep mid-wicket. Would have had a bit of ground to make up. Important partnership now, these two. Haynes defensively into the offside to the ever alert Aitchison. No run. Drawn themselves back in nicely here since lunch. 93 for 1 has become 139 for 4. Derbyshire doing well. Dahl down the leg side, and be a leg by. Just clip the pad and called through quickly by Brett D'Oliveira. These two will be quick between the wickets if they can stay together.
That'll disappoint Brooke Guest. It was given as a bye.
Was it?
Yeah.
It must have been the glove I heard, because it definitely
it hit
caught
something. Didn't it? Yeah, absolutely. But the umpire called it a bye, which obviously goes against the wicket keeper. And he's been tidy.
In fairness, he's standing up and the ball was down the leg side, so he may well have saved 3 there. Stars it in again on off stump. D'Oliveira's first delivery drives nicely with a bit of pace up to Godalman at mid-off.
I'll just leave you momentarily. I've had the call.
140 for 4. Meant to go down since lunch. Azhar Ali for 23, Jake Libby 42, Adam Hose 15. 3 boundaries in that 15 as well. So an awful lot of dot balls as D'Oliveira gets off the mark. Thick outside edge down towards third man. Lamb half stopped it at the first attempt and was quickly onto it, meaning they were restricted to 1. With D'Oliveira up and running. Just looking through the scorecard, first innings and to date, we haven't had a duck as yet. 4 being the lowest score. Had a Brooke Guest as the next delivery, turned onto the leg side by Haynes to mid-wicket, to, wide mid-off. It said that, try that again and get it right in a minute. Wide mid-on. That's another over ticks by, 141 for 4. With D'Oliveira on 1, Haynes on 21. So, sorry, I did Brooke Guest a bit of a disservice there, because Dahl made 3 in the first innings. That's the lowest score of the game so far. In the second innings, 22 for Pollock, 23 for Ali, 42 for Libby, and 15 for Hose. So D'Oliveira have strike to the start of the new over. It's Lackmall to continue after accounting for Hose, the last ball of his previous over. Excellent over it was too. Here, ball's outside the off stump. D'Oliveira leaves and scuffs his mark. He's a little bit of gardening as well. No doubt he'll be a little bit nervous. His first knock of the new season. Considering they've pulled themselves back into it, Derbyshire, they're not particularly noisy out there. Often you see in this situation, you hear them geeing each other up. It's a ball on Midland leg that D'Oliveira is quite happy to just turn down to fine leg for a single. He doubles his score, moves on to 2. Fielded down there by Zach Chappell, who's back on. Finds himself out in the distance by the green fencing, or it's silver fencing that's got green screen around it, where they're working on that toilet block down towards the East Midlands demolition stand. Deploy just tinkering with his field. He's gone round to mid-on and got an extra cover in for Lackmal, so he's got 5 on the leg side now. Got a fielder just round the corner on the leg side. This will pick up a single, just beat the dive of the man at mid-wicket, who was wasn't Brooke Guest, obviously, because he's a wicket keeper. Just trying to see who that is, whether he's got the right number on. 1 more to the total, 143 for 4. There's a conversation between captain and bowler. 2 slips and a gully. Gap between second slip and gully. There's Lackmal into his action again. Bowls. D'Oliveira has plenty of time here to get in line. Just drop it into the offside. Godalming does the fielding, and there's no run. Very quiet side, Derbyshire, in the field.
Yes, they are quiet, aren't they? Well, the captain's very quiet. Liz Deploy, I asked him in pre-season, I asked him on media day what sort of captain he was going to be, and he said, I'm not entirely sure yet. And that was sort of 10 days before the start of the campaign, but he's more of a by example than a screamer and a shouter.
I'll be expecting a lot of clapping and geeing up. It's ball down the leg side that D'Oliveira helps on its way down to Chappell, who again restricts him to 1. Nice throw over the stumps, taken by Guest.
Just glad they don't have the designated clapper. There's nothing worse, is there, really, than the one player who's designated to clap at any opportunity.
Do you know, I couldn't put up with some of these wicket keepers.
Yes.
Imagine, keep being at slip next to them all the time. It's just constant. And the Australians, come on, Gary, next one, Gary. Oh,
Yeah.
I know I'm an old duffer, but it does my head. Last ball of the over into Haynes. Bouncer that harmlessly goes through. Plenty of time to duck under that one. It went it's only about shoulder height in the end, but down the leg side. So wasted delivery by Lackmal there. Another over goes by. Lackmal now 13 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 34. Worcestershire 144 for 4, trail by 177.
This could well be the last over before tea, if indeed tea is at 4 o'clock. I'm relatively confident, but becoming less confident by the closer we get to 4 o'clock.
Well, I was told it was fixed 2 hours.
2 hours 10 would be 4 o'clock, wouldn't it, from 10 to 2?
Yeah.
It's flown by. 144 for 4. We'll have an evening session of 40 overs, of course, which isn't ideal, as Dal begins a new over from the city end, bowling to Brett D'Oliveira, who defends this one. Up to Billy Godalming at mid-off. He hurls it back for no apparent reason to the wicket-keeper, even though he was standing right next to Anuj Dal. That's the modern way again. And the ball eventually works its way back to Anuj Dal via Billy Godalming, curiously. Just the 1 slip now. Keeper standing up. D'Oliveira pushes this one out into the offside. It's fielded by Ben Aitchison, who's bowled 12 overs for 27. Lackmal, as Chris said, has bowled 13 overs, 1 for 34. Chappell, 11 overs for 30. Lamb bowled that 1 over, curiously, before lunch for 3 runs. Sam Connors, 3 for 29 from 9. In comes Dahl again. That was turned into the leg side by D'Oliveira. And again, there's no run. Dahl in his 9th over, just the 17 runs conceded. And this is the 6th over of his spell this afternoon. 0 for 12. Really good effort from Nudge. He is often economical. He's in again and bowls. This one is pushed out into the offside by D'Oliveira and fielded by Ben Aitchison. Potentially 2 balls until tea. I say potentially because I have absolutely no confidence in my ability to predict when the next interval is going to be. In comes Dahl and bowls a full delivery. It's driven. It was too full. It's been driven out towards the cover boundary, and the ball is going to get to the rope before it can be caught by Lears to ploy. 4 runs to D'Oliveira, who moves on to 7. 148 for 4. Just a little bit too full and a bit too wide, really. Dahl comes in and bowls, and that's chopped away down to 3rd man for 4 more. D'Oliveira already setting off for the pavilion. He knows it's tea. We all knew it was tea. He moves into double figures. He's on 11. Haynes has 22, and Worcestershire 156 for 4 at tea on day 2 of this match in the County Championship. They trail by 165. 2 wickets in the afternoon session for Sam Connors, who's now got 3 for 29. 1 for Surenga Lakmal. He's got 1 for 34. Azhar Ali for 23. Jake Libby for 42. And Adam Hose for 15, the men out. And at tea, Worcestershire 152 for 4. As I say, trailing by 169. And we'll be back in 15 minutes or so. and balls to Reed. in and bowls to Reed. Good grief. We're back. The umpires are already out in the middle. The Derbyshire players are coming out and the two batsmen are coming out as well. So I can't tell you what's happening because the scoreboard's gone funny. 152 for 4. Haynes 22, D'Oliveira, there we go. Haynes 22, D'Oliveira 11. Partnership with Team Worcestershire. Still trailing by 169. Burton Albion have taken the lead against Barnsley, incidentally, which was why I was a bit late back. Kind of shocked to see with the goal. Even the Burton Albion Twitter feed said, we don't know how that's gone in. So I'm fascinated to find out about that a bit later on. So we've got 40 overs, would you believe? Just the 40 overs to get in between now and 6 o'clock.
Rattle through those 2 hours, it'll be done.
Yeah, what's 40 overs? 32 is 2 hours. 2.5 hours. If we finish before 7 o'clock, I'll be staggered. But there we are. We've got cricket, and that's the main thing. And Saranga Lakmal is going to resume the attack. He's taken 1 for 34 from his 13 overs. I'm told, I haven't seen the replay, but I'm told that it wasn't out. The LBW. In fact, the question was put to me, what about that leg before wicket then? And I said, was it not out? And a lot of shaking of heads.
Adam Hose.
Yeah.
In what, leg side?
I don't know, but I've got a replay here, so we'll have a look at it at some point. But here is Lakmal on his way in from the racecourse end and bowls to Haynes. That's pushed out into the offside. And there's no runs. If I make that full screen, here we go.
If it was leg side, it would explain why he was trying to work it away onto the leg.
Yeah, it might have been going down leg side, to be fair. I don't know, though. The fact that he fell across his stumps has done him no favours. Oh, that's about as much as I can say from that replay.
Was he playing across it?
Yeah. Yeah, and falling into the offside. So therefore, the moment it struck the pads, his stumps became exposed. So the picture that the umpire had in his head was that it was going to crash into the stumps. Here's Lakmal in again and bowls. This one's driven by Haynes. Out into the offside, fielded by Leas Deploy. They pick up the first run of the evening session. Haynes moves on to 23, 153 for 4. Zach Chappell's out there, that's good. He just had a moment in one of his overs earlier when he looked like he might be pulling up lame, but he's out there, so that's good news. I know he was out there before tea as well, but often you go in for tea and then all of a sudden you stiffen up, but he's there. So everybody present and correct out on the field and in the commentary box as in goes Lakmal again, bowls to Haynes, who just turns this nicely into the leg, not Haynes, D'Oliveira, turns it nicely into the leg side for another single.
Both of these batters' fathers have played for Worcestershire in recent years, Gavin Haynes and Damien D'Oliveira. Just looking at the umpire, Neil Bainton, with his back to us. From the back, looks like Merv Kitchen.
Yes, yeah, I'll give you that. So we've had a stick man and Merv Kitchen. And how lucky like he's today. Stick man went down well. As it comes Lakmal and bowls, that one is driven out towards the cover boundary. Billy Godleman is giving chase, and he's being allowed to chase it by Anuj Dal. They've run 2. Are they going to come back for 3? No, they're not. That's a good throw from Billy Godleman, by the way. from 10 yards from the boundary when he threw it, right over the stumps at the far end of the ground. So 2 more to Haynes, who moves to 25, 156 for 4 now, trailing by 165, so almost halfway there. Thoughts already turned in the media room, in the written press room, to what kind of lead Derbyshire would like. Well, at the moment, they just need to concentrate on getting these remaining 6 wickets, as Lakmal's in, and that one almost surprises Haynes with a bit of extra bounce. He pushes it out off the splice towards Billy Godleman at extra cover, and there's no run. I mean, they'd like a lead of 165 if possible, but they're not going to get one of those.
It looks like the weather's set fair for the Sunday as well.
Yes, I think we're here for the duration as well.
Yeah. Monday's not looking so good. Of course, it won't affect this game.
No, my drive to Charlton might be affected. Haynes waits 25 from 57 he's got. Lakmal's in and bowls. That was defended by Haynes, fielded by Zach Chappell. First over post T has been completed. Lakmal 14 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 38. Haynes has 25. D'Oliveira has 12. Worcestershire 156 for 4.
Sun's come round now, which
It's good for me.
is making the it is, but it's making the dirtiness of the windows more prominent. What do you reckon if you held my ankles from the top window?
I'll give it a go if you want. I don't know how long I could hold on for, though. I'd be quick.
It's looking pretty dirty, these windows. So first up from the city end.
Makes sense, doesn't it? This?
Yeah, it's Sam Connors, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 29. And he's on his way to Brett D'Oliveira. It's a nice delivery first up to turn square on the leg side. And fielded by Hyder Ali, coming up from the square leg boundary.
Between running around Sam Connors and then back again, he probably ran about 24 yards there. Brett D'Oliveira.
Haynes takes guard again. More stretching. He's been there for some time now. 58 balls for his 25 runs. Facing up to Connors. Inside edge onto his pad and then back up the pitch. Do feel with Jack Haynes, which probably sounds counterintuitive, but when he gets off to a quick start with a few boundaries, it doesn't last long. Whereas here he's been out there some time, have a good look at it, build an innings, and that might be complete rubbish, but that's how it seems with him. He sometimes can get a bit carried away. But big hopes for him. Turns his next ball square on the leg side for another single. I think this has got to be a big season for him. It's enormous promise. He'd be coming up 22 now.
Work out what Ben Hitchison's doing out there. I can't get into those positions.
Oh, you could, but you wouldn't get up again.
I would hear something crack, I'm sure. Dear, oh dear.
That single brings D'Oliveira back onto strike. He's on 13. Connors looking for his 4th wicket. Almost got it there as D'Oliveira fenced that outside the off stump. Yeah, Jack Haynes, 22 years and 67 days. He used to give the ball an almighty rip in junior cricket, but very rarely bowls these days.
It's that all-rounder, that missing all-rounder. Perhaps he could become the missing all-rounder.
Yeah. I suppose they like, at this age, you want him to concentrate on the one element, as D'Oliveira will pick up 4 here. I was looking for third man who wasn't there. Played it very effortlessly, just guided the ball down to third man and picks up a boundary. Yeah, first to the session.
Too easy, that wasn't it? Far too easy.
It was very wide and in total control of it. Will that mean a third man being posted? No. There's a big gap between slip and Dahl, who's at backward point, and D'Oliveira found it. So he's, as I say, on to 17 from 16 deliveries. Connors down the leg side this time, and that's been played fine. So a man down there, will he get to it? No, by the sound of it. If that was the ball going into the boundary, and leg byes have been signalled, so successive boundaries have taken the score on to 166 for 4 at the end of the 57th over. D'Oliveira on 17, Haynes on 26. This partnership 27 from 30, and Worcestershire trail by 155.
But the Osman's trotting off. Well, he will be in a minute. The 12th man hasn't spotted that he wants to come off yet. So he's standing on the boundary's edge, waving frantically at the changing rooms. Harry Kame is getting himself dressed, if indeed it is Harry Kame. It looks like Tom Wood, actually, from this distance. It certainly isn't Harry Kame. He's a big lad, whoever it is. Oh, it's Mark Watt. Told you he was a big lad. It's Watty. He's on the field. For the first time this season. Good to see Mark Watt out there with 51 on his back. He's fielding at extra cover to Saranga Lakmal. And he goes and bowls to Haynes, who pushes it out into the offside. It's fielded by Anuj Dahl. Mark Watt wants to get in on the polishing action. Gets the ball, looks at it, gives it a quick polish. He's involved. One of the 3 players who didn't get into the starting 11. From that 14-man squad that was named on Wednesday. Harry Kame and Lewis Rees, the other 2. And Lakmal's on his way in. Racecourse end, bowls to Haynes, full delivery, driven down the ground, 4 runs. Nice shot from Jack Haynes. He moves on to 30. 170 for 4 now, and the lead 151. Conversation down below. As just heard Zach Chappell say it's a nice wicket. Derbyshire has started to get a reputation for pitches that don't produce results at the moment. Certainly last season, every game ended in a draw. Lakmal is in again, and Haynes leaves this one alone outside the off stump to go through to the keeper. Too wide over the off stump. Fairly straightforward. For Haynes just to raise his bat out of the way and allow it to go through to Brooke Guest. To Burton leading and Derby leading. 2 big results. Peterborough 2 up now. Bolton 1 up at Exeter. Derby remain just outside the playoff places. Only 1 goal difference. In comes Lakmal and bowls. That was striking the pad. There's an appeal. It was half an appeal, really. Might even touch inside edge onto pad. But as it is, it was turned down by Neil Bainton anyway. Quick look elsewhere in the country. Leicestershire 102 for 3. Trailing Yorkshire by 415 at Headingley. As Lakmal goes in and bowls to Haynes, who drives out towards the cover boundary. Mark Watt's got a chase on here. He's not going to catch it unless it slows down. It has slowed down and he does catch it. And the batsman come back for a 3rd. Watt throws in. Good throw with his left arm, of course. Haynes moves to 33, 173 for 4 now. Sussex 210 for 5, trailing Durham by 166. Martin Emerson had posted a video at tea. I didn't watch it, obviously, but the intro to it on Twitter was, it's going to be a long final session. Ever the optimist. In goes Lackmal again and bowls to D'Oliveira this time. He turns it round the corner down towards fine leg. They're just going to get a single this time. Sam Connors does the fielding. D'Oliveira moves to 18. Haynes has 33. The partnership's worth 35. And Worcestershire are 174 for 4, trailing by 147. I've given you that one. Glamorgan are 274 for 5. They're leading Gloucestershire by 109 in the game down at Sophia Gardens. Yeah, Worcestershire's second 11, for those interested, have made 175 for 5 in the 17th over against the South Asian Cricket Academy in that T20 friendly at Kidderminster. Down on the south coast, Nottinghamshire are 75 for 1, leading Hampshire by 29 runs. Somerset 128 for 5 against Warwickshire. That game didn't start until today. As Connors begins a new over, that's turned down the leg side. It might be a no ball as well from Sam Connors. He's gone for 4. It is a no ball. That's not great. 4 leg buys on top of the no ball. 6 added to the total. 180 for 4 now. The lead 141. They haven't been on it since tea here. Derbyshire. Essex against Middlesex. Middlesex 63 for 5, which is a remarkable recovery from 4 for 4. And all 4 of those initial 4 runs were extras. They trail Gloucestershire by, no, not Gloucestershire, Essex by 203. Lancashire 158 for 3, trailing Surrey by 284 as Connors is in again. And that one is pushed into the offside by D'Oliveira. They go through for a quick single. Chappell, yes, Lamb comes in to do the fielding. Kent at 192 for 5, leading Northamptonshire by 75. So you bang up to date with all the scores in the county championship around the country. Here, Worcestershire 181 for 4, leading by 140. Haynes has 33. D'Oliveira has 19. Haynes on strike for the final ball of Sam Connors' 11th over. 3 for 38 his figures at the moment. He's in and bowls, and that one is driven back into the ground towards Connors, who fields on his follow-through. It isn't the final ball of the over because no ball had to be factored in. It clearly wasn't factored in by me. And it's 181 for 4. This still won't be the... No, nowhere near. It was the first ball of the over. In comes Connors again. I'm talking nonsense. Oh, and that's a terrific delivery that Haynes is beaten. All ends up. Just moved away from him a touch off the pitch and flew through to Brooke Guest, who took the ball cleanly in his gloves, but it hadn't taken the edge of the bat. And as a result, just a dot ball. Barely describes what happened there. Really nice delivery. No good fortune for Connors on this occasion. He's on his way in again now from the city end. In and bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside by Haynes. No run scored as the ball goes straight to Ben Aitchison. One or two of the fielders being vocal now. Basically trying to G themselves up, but they haven't bowled particularly well since tea. Connors is on his way in again. The lead just 140 now, Derbyshire, and that one is defended by Haynes. Out into the offside, fielded by Aitchison again.
Sorry for delay. They
Not
forgot
at
me.
all.
Easily done.
Happens to me all the time. Then I get blamed for missing an update. But I was there.
A couple of nice shots from Jack Haynes.
Yeah. They haven't bowled well since tea, though.
No.
They've sprayed it around a bit. As per the 4 leg buys off a no ball. As this next delivery from Connors is turned into the leg side by Haynes. They're going to scamper through for 1. They'll probably come back for 2 as it's fielded by Mark Watt. On the field for Billy Godleman. They do come through for a second. And that's the end of the Sam Connors over. A little expensive. 183 for 4. Haynes has 35. D'Oliveira has 19. The partnership already 44 off just 43 balls. It's not quite as brutal, but is reminiscent of the innings we saw after tea last night between Ben Aitchison and Zach Chappell. Going along better than a runner ball, getting Worcestershire back into this game in a big way. I do like this. It's happened about 5 times now. They've got 183 for 4, and they trail by 138.
Big session this, isn't it? As Lackmore starts new over. From the racecourse end, wide outside the off stump. D'Oliveira leaves. There's a little wander around. Interesting, always when you see D'Oliveira running between the wickets, he's put so much into it, and for any youngster watching, he put so much into that first run, always looking to make 1 into 2 and put pressure on the fielders. But, he looked okay so far for his 19 from 21, right-handed, facing up to Lackmore. Is this onto the leg side? Thought he was going to be a little bit late with that shot there. It's plenty of bat onto it. And no run.
You asked where George Scrimshaw was. I can't remember if it was today or yesterday.
Yeah.
He's in front of the East Midlands demolition stand having a walk around the ground.
Is he?
Yeah. That's big George. You'll see his moustache in a minute.
Yeah, it was this morning I was asking. That seems so long ago now, doesn't it?
I couldn't remember when it was, to be honest.
Wait till we're still here at 7:30 tonight. It'll seem even longer then. Lackmore on off stump. D'Oliveira has plenty of time to get in line. Played it into the offside and no run. Yeah, the big coats are off now, aren't they?
Yeah. There's a red coat still on there, though.
Yeah.
Must be Santa.
Stitched to him, I think, that one. It's see, T-shirts now. Mind you, T-shirts and bobble hats a bit confusing. Just trying to scrimshaw. Who are they talking to? The fielder down on the boundary with the sun and the dirt now. I can't make it out who it is down there. Next delivery. Sees D'Oliveira. Play defensively. Into the offside.
Matt Lamb, isn't it, down there?
Who is it, sorry?
Matt Lamb.
Yeah. Peering through too much dirt to make that one out at the moment with the sun shining.
Scrimshaw's making decent progress. He's already in front of the members' pavilion now. Yeah, I mean, he was quick. Derby have got a second. That looks like a game set and match for Derby County at Forest Green.
Two balls left in the over. Well, wearing 82, running away from us. Outside the off stump, D'Oliveira leaves. First slip, thinks that was pretty close to off stump. Yeah, it looks a nice area to watch from, the members' area over there.
Yeah.
On the balcony in the sun. Really catching that at the moment, I should think, out on the balcony.
And the bit right at the far right is the chairman's box. You can tell because it's got the little extension on it.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
All the alcohol inside.
That's an even better place to be watching from.
But with it comes responsibility.
D'Oliveira's next delivery, again on off stump. Finds Dahl at backward point, and there's no run. End of the over, 183 for 4. Haynes has 35 from 70. Haynes, D'Oliveira 19 from 26. Been a long day. Partnership 44 from 49, and Worcestershire trail by 138.
It's been a long day, and there are only 35 overs left.
Think I'll be back for casualty?
No, you might be in casualty.
I think I'll give Weatherspoons a miss tonight.
Just have a couple of pints now. It'd be nice, wouldn't it? It would be inadvisable, but nice. Here's Sam Connors beginning his 12th over of the innings from the City end. Bowls to Haynes, who turns this one backward a square on the leg side. That's Hayder Ali, I think, who does the fielding. Yes, it is. They go through for 1. 184 for 4. He got to the ball nice and quickly there, Hader.
Yeah, this partnership building nicely.
Too nicely, really. Worth 45. As Connors is in and bowls to D'Oliveira. Short ball, pulls it into the leg side in front of square. It just plugs a little bit, so Hader Ali will have time to get round there and do the fielding, and they pick up a couple of runs. That's how Sam Connors managed to dismiss Ed Pollock with a short ball that was caught by Hader Ali out in the deep on this occasion. It was pulled a long way in front of square by Brett D'Oliveira, who moves to 21, 186 for 4.
Probably feels he should have found the boundary with that one. Didn't quite middle it.
Didn't sound right off the bat, did it really? This next one is pushed into the offside, back to square. Dahl fields.
Always busy, isn't he, D'Oliveira? Even a defensive shot looks busy about it and looking for misfields or anything that would get him a run. Ready to sprint into action. I don't think there's going to be any misfields from Dahl, though.
Another crow. It's been all crows since the unidentified flying object. As Connors is in and bowls to D'Oliveira again. Backward of square offside, Dahl fields.
No sign of the osprey again, or pelican, or
Pelican,
heron.
a pelican hadn't crossed my mind, I have to say. No, not since the lunchtime sighting. Shame, really. I think Buzzard is probably favourite. As Connors is in once more. Bowls to D'Oliveira, who just plays it down to third man for 4 runs. He's done that 2 or 3 times. He's moved on to 25. It's just easy pickings, really. And runs that Derbyshire can ill afford to give away. 190 for 4. The lead down to 131. Or the deficit down to 131. And, well, Derbyshire, once again, after picking up those wickets in the space of 46 runs, now seeing this partnership go beyond 50, 51 or 54 balls, it's worth following that boundary as Connors is in again, and this one is pushed out down towards a square third man, and this time there is one. It's Ben Aitchison who throws the ball in and keeps them down to a single. 191 for 4, George Scrimshaw on his second lap.
98 supporters have gone from Buxton to Kidderminster today, making up a crowd of 2,486.
Excellent. Good crowds, don't they? They get good crowds, Kitty.
Well, especially as the way they've been playing this season. They've held up at around 2,200.
Not bad, is it?
No.
Not bad at all.
Good ground.
Yes. Steam engine at the back.
Yep.
Here comes Connors again, in and bowls, and that one is forced off the back foot out towards the cover boundary. There was a despairing dive from Lears to from
Lamb?
it is Matt Lamb, of course it is. He didn't get a hand on it, and the ball races over the boundary on the far side, the right hand side that is, out towards the covers. Haynes on 40, D'Oliveira on 26. The partnership 60 or 56 deliveries. Worcestershire on the brink of 200. They're 100. Oh no, it's gone down by 2. So I'll just read those scores again. Let's see what's going to happen here. It's gone down to 197 for 4. It could be anything, couldn't it? It's going to go up again in a minute, I think. 197 for 4. Haynes 40. D'Oliveira 26. Partnerships worth 60. I'm going to stop talking now before it moves again.
Change in bowling at the racecourse end with Ben Aitchison coming on, replacing Lockmell, who's bowled 16 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 46. Aitchison been tidy. Though they'd be looking for wickets, also looking for him to maintain his control. 12 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 27. Because since tea, been scoring at a good rate, 152 for 4 at tea. So they've put on 45. 55 overs. What are we in now? So 6 overs since tea. Aitchison in, short of a length, pulled. Square by D'Oliveira. Only get one. As it's fielded down there by Sam Connors. In front of the demolition stand. One more to the total.
Distracted now because Burton went 2-0 up, which is sensational against Barnsley, but the visitors just pulled one back. I'm on pins here, 89 minutes. This would be a terrific victory if they can get it over the line.
Haynes on strike, 2 right-handers in, and cut to point, where an excellent stop by Darley. Really is worth some runs in the field. He, oh look, what did he score? He only scored 3 with a bat, but he saved a lot more in the field.
Yeah, no, he's a fine fielder. Fine fielder.
I'd imagine he's probably saved 20 runs so far. Just changing the field with Lackmell being pushed a little wider at mid-on by the bowler. He bowls wide outside the off stump. No problem for Haynes to leave that one alone. The sun is right in my face at the moment. Shielding my eyes. I never thought I'd be doing that when I rocked up here on... What day is it? Thursday morning.
But you know what? Today just feels like Saturday.
Yeah. I'll get my head around it. Leg stump, next delivery is played to Lackmell up wide mid-on. And Haynes picks up another single.
Do they need to try something here, Derbyshire?
It's drifting a bit, isn't it, from their point of view?
From their point of view, it's drifting alarmingly. 122 their lead at the moment, but only 4 down Worcestershire. Partnership worth a run of ball 60.
Gareth Roderick, next man in, who's done quite well abroad over the winter. I think he was in New Zealand. Oh, well, nearly made the breakthrough there with a poor shot from D'Oliveira wide outside the off stump. Looking to drive that. Wasn't there for it. Lucky to get away with it.
I did my best for them. I did my best.
Well, he tried to oblige, didn't he? Not a good shot. Just have a word with himself after that. Switch back on. Down the leg side, that's better from his point of view. The ball on leg stump helped on its way for a couple by D'Oliveira. Connors making good ground from more of a deep backward square to a fine leg to restrict them to 2. End of the over, the 200 comes up on exactly 62 overs. Haynes has 41, D'Oliveira 27, 201 for 4.
Derbyshire's 243.5 overs. In comparison, they're slowly catching up.
Both innings has been little spells, haven't they, where either side's got themselves back into it, and then batters take it away again, which is what it's all about. It's 139 for 4. Very much Derbyshire's advantage at that point. And its partnership's just getting Worcestershire into a healthy position, trailing by 120 now.
Change of bowling at the City end. Anuj Dal replacing Sam Connors. 3 overs for 25 since tea for Sam. 3 for 54 from 12. His figures. Just seen Matt Lamb go off as well. Harry Kame is back on the field as a 12th man. And we're now entirely devoid of slips for the first time in this match, I think. We have 2 extra covers, the extra cover cordon. One side is Ben Aitchison, the other one is Wayne Madsen, and Anuj Dal comes in and bowls, and that's defended by Haynes. Back towards the bowler. And there's no run.
I think I said to you earlier on that Kidderminster Harry has been struggling scoring this season. Well, they scored after 30 seconds. They're hanging on in injury time and player booked for time wasting.
Oh dear. Burton had a player booked because they refused to give the ball back to Barnsley when Burton scored their second goal. Next delivery, I think that's what it was, turned into the leg side by Haynes. It might have been after the Barnsley goal back. either way. Sounds like they've hung on a bit, but Dale Taylor, 19-year-old Northern Irishman on loan from Nottingham Forest, he is going to be a player. Already in the full Northern Ireland squad. He's terrific.
I was just about to say, I really like that field placement of having the two together, try something different. And he's after two,
changed it.
Yeah, 2 balls and he's changed it.
Yeah. Don't want to fiddle too much. Here's Dahl in and bowls to D'Oliveira, who pushes it out into the offside, fielded by Deploy.
The thing about that is, stick with it for a little while because it gets the batsman thinking, doesn't it? Well, yeah, what's that there for?
Yeah.
Takes you, just distracts you a little bit, might create something, but 2 balls and he's changed it back again.
And the defensive shot that Haynes played the first time they were both there was a little hesitant. Dahl comes in and bowls to D'Oliveira, strikes him amidships, too high. He's only small, but it was too high.
I was going to say, it could be, hit him in the chest. He's got a chance.
He's just taking a couple of deep breaths, as he's perfectly entitled to do. Yes, that would have stung, I fancy. But he's okay. He's back in his stance, and he's ready again. In comes Dahl, turning to the leg side by D'Oliveira.
He's asking questions, isn't he, Dahl, in this over?
Yeah, it's been his best probably. It's his 10th. Just the 26 runs conceded.
Even that last shot that D'Oliveira played, I don't think he didn't look in total control of it.
Here comes Dahl again, bowling from the city end in arm bowls. That's whipped into the leg side by D'Oliveira. They fancy 2 here. They've got 1. Lackmel fumbles. They do get back for a second. Didn't pick it up cleanly. Saranga Lackmel down at long leg. And D'Oliveira is sharp, as we know. And therefore they were easily able to get back for the second. And they moved on to 204 for 4.
Yeah, decent over that by Anuj Dahl. Both batters having a long chat in between the over. Haynes marches back to take guard. He's on 42. Couple of cracking boundaries from him. Facing up now to Ben Aitchison. Runs away from us. 4-length delivery that perhaps Haynes feels he probably should have found the gap there between point and backward point. No run.
Could he have held on? They've beaten Buxton by a goal to 0.
Oh, successive wins. Still a lack of goals though. Manager would be doubly pleased that I'm not there. He did ask me after one game if I'd seen them win.
Ever.
Not get a complex.
Ever. One of the happiest days of my footballing covering life was at Agborough.
Just some bowls. That leg stump turned for a single by Haynes. What was that then?
Halifax clinched the National League title there in 98. Jeff Horsfield and Jamie Patterson were the scorers. Jamie Patterson scored a goal and wept on the field because he'd been in the side that went out of the league 5 or 6 years earlier.
I'd have been there for that, so I was covering Harriers then regularly. As next deliveries turned square on the leg side for a single by D'Oliveira. It was the following year, Harriers won it and went up.
Yes. Well, they were the 2 sides, them and those 2 in Cheltenham were the big sides or the successful sides.
Went on a pre-season tour to Denmark with them the year they went up. What a tour that was.
Burton have won.
Next delivery, Haynes, perfectly in line. Plays it into the offside. Godalman does the fielding in his floppy hat. Is he the only one out there in a sun hat now?
Yeah, he is. Has been the entire time, I think. I don't know why he's wearing it, I've no idea, but he's definitely got a hat. Alfred have won at Peterborough Sports, whoever they are.
First year in that league. They got promoted last year. Done okay. Aitchison leg side. But Haynes probably should have got something on. Helped that on its way. It went straight through to Brooke Guest.
And speaking of Halifax Town, which I do from time to time, how about this for a scoreline? Halifax 3, Wrexham 1.
Ooh.
They don't lose many, Wrexham. They'll still get promoted, I think, but gives Notts County a little bit of hope.
I see Notts County had 16,000 the other week.
I think it was a tenner in, but fair play to them.
Yeah. Drive from Haynes. Again, should have put that away. Might have come off a thick outside edge, but good stop by Dahl at point. But that was there to be hit. He'll be frustrated he hasn't put that one away. End of the over, though. 206 for 4. He survives. Haynes on 43. D'Oliveira on 30.
Chris will be back shortly. I might be in the opener here. I am listening, if I am. So I've got the... and as Dahl's going to continue from the... from the city end, Anders Dahl, 206 for 3. For 4. Dahl in and bowls. That one is pushed out square on the offside. D'Oliveira, the batter. Next one is turned into the leg side. No run. Just Derbyshire need wickets here. Worcestershire 206 for 4. They only trail by 115 now. Brett D'Oliveira is on 30. Jack Haynes is on 43. The partnership with 68. Worcestershire 207 for 3. The lead 114. So that was the intro, or whatever it's called, for the sports scene reaction as Dahl comes in. So I'm slightly distracted by all that. Bowls to Haynes, who turns this fine down towards fine leg. Around the boundary comes Chappell. They get back comfortably for 2. Partnership up to 70 now. 209 for 4. Haynes on to 45. D'Oliveira has 31.
Putting in a claim for leather on my shoes at this rate. In, out, shake it all about.
Haynes just holds his left hand up to stop Anders Dahl from coming in. And Dahl is in and bowls. That one is defended by Haynes. Back down the pitch, picked up by Matty Lamb. It sort of says where this game is that there are no slips anymore. I know Dahl perhaps unlikely to catch the edge and whip one into the slip's hands, but there are catchers on either side of the pitch, but nobody alongside Brooke Guest as this one is turned into the leg side by Haynes. It's all a bit comfortable for Worcestershire at the moment. And they go through for another single. He moves to 46 and pinches the strike. D'Oliveira has 31. The partnership is worth 71 now off just 80 balls. And Worcestershire 210 for 4, trailing by 111. And if they continue at the current rate, they will be pretty much close to parity by the close of day 2, because we have 30 overs left to play.
There's nothing to suggest this pitch is going to deteriorate or it's going to take something special from a bowler for either team to get a result on this pitch, you feel now.
You'd say so, wouldn't you?
But
You'd say so.
We'll know a lot more in, I think, 30 overs time as to the direction of the game as Aitchison starts a new over. Inside edge from Haynes there. Ball going through square on the leg side and through for 2. Good running. And Oliveira just applauding Haynes there for getting back for that second. Good running between the two of them. Haynes approaching 50 now. He's on 48. Got 4 fours so far. Been a while since he notched that 4th one though. But going along still quite nicely, picking up his 1s and 2s. Facing up to Aitchison. He's defensively up to mid-on. Lackmal across the field. No run. He's faced, as I say, 87 balls. But he's built his innings nicely. Didn't get off to that racing start that we sometimes see from him. Sometimes it can be a bit frenetic. Here he's got his head down. Faces Aitchison again, drives, but straight to Godalman in the covers. Nice looking shot, but straight to the fielder. Godalman, who took a really good catch to get rid of Libby earlier on, diving full length to his right. Libby going for 42. 6 fours in that knock. Aitchison, false start there. Having a chat, I think, with Zach Chappell. They've got a plan here between them. 2 slips in.
I hope they've got a plan.
Again, big gap on the leg side, isn't there? It's got square leg on the boundary. Huge gap at mid-wicket. Full length delivery. Wait, says Haynes as he drives it back to the bowler. I don't think we'll be needing the floodlights tonight.
It's absolutely stunning, isn't it?
It is, it's
absolutely
gorgeous.
stunning. What on earth is happening here? We came here last Thursday for the media day and it was chucking it down. Oh, it was horrible.
Yeah, the floodlights on yesterday. Haynes, 48, gets a ball up in the block hole, digs it out well. Good ball, good batting. Just a bit more noise out there at the moment from the fielders.
Tell you what we'll do, we'll shout. That'll do it. We're going from 152 for 4 at tee to 212 for 4 now. I mean, they're rattling along.
1 ball left in the over. Haynes will keep the strike, just turning it to wide mid-on, where Lackmal does the fielding. So he moves on to 49. And the score after 66 overs, 213 for 4. Haynes 49, Oliveira 31.
Some exciting's happening in the world.
Well, earlier on it was that one of the members of S Club 7 has died.
Really?
He's flashing up age 48.
Are they not getting back together again? Are they ones?
Well, they won't be 7.
No. Good grief. Amazing what you find out on the internet. It's going to be Anuj Dal.
Paul Catamol, that's who it was, age 46.
Yeah. Blimey.
And us 2 old duffers are still going.
I know, doesn't seem right, does it? Here's Dahl in from the city end, bowling to Haynes, who defends that one back towards him.
God, you could hear the hears from all around the internet.
Yes.
Where were we yesterday? China, San Francisco.
Yeah, I don't want any tweets to back up that assertion. Dahl again from the city end. He's Got those two close catches either side of the pitch, and he bowls on leg stump, and it's whipped around the corner by Haynes. They're going to get one. They'll come back for a second as well, and just about make, well, not just about make it fairly comfortably. It was nicely fielded by Zach Chappell, and that is 50 for Jack Haynes. Nicely played. 93 balls. He's hit 5 fours. It's been a very patient innings. It's been a valuable innings for Worcestershire. And he shared in a partnership of 76 off 88 with Brett D'Oliveira. Next delivery from Dahl is also on leg stump and turned into the leg side for another single. So Haynes moves to 52, 216 for 4, and the lead almost cut to double figures. It's 105 now. It was an erroneous conversation that they were having about what sort of lead would you like. I think they'll take any lead at this point. Derbyshire, no sign of a wicket at the moment as Dahl bowls, and it's driven by D'Oliveira up to mid-off. Cottleman does the fielding and hurls the ball to the wicketkeeper. Of course he does.
So a lot of boundaries hit straight in the Derbyshire innings, didn't we? Not too many in this Worcestershire innings.
Yeah. There's Dahl again bowls. That one is defended by D'Oliveira into the offside, fielded by Wayne Madsen, who's fielding in front of the bat, which is relatively unusual. Gives the ball a good polish. It's 67 overs old, near enough. They'll get a new ball. I think when they get there, yeah, they'll get the new ball before the close of play today, if required. As Dahl bowls and beats everything. How on earth has that gone through the lot? It beat the batsman, it didn't hit the stumps, and it's gone through wicketkeeper Brooke Guest for byes. Wow, 2 of them.
I thought that had bowled him.
I did. I think Dahl thought it had bowled him, and I'm not sure how it didn't hit something, but it didn't. 218 for 4 at the end of the Dahl over. 12 overs for 35. Another round of applause for Jack Haynes for his half century. There it is. Always a generous crowd.
Just called for a drink, Jack Haynes. He retakes his guard. The start of the new over from Ben Aitchison. As if he's just starting again. He's stretching, getting himself going here, Jack Haynes. Which is a good sign. If you got to 50, you think, I'll start again. Turn the ball on the leg side. Luckbell coming in from mid-on will field. So, good to see that. Reset.
Only half a job done so far.
Very much. Batting still to come. Roderick, Waite, Leach, Tong and Gibbon. Change in the field.
I do hope his nickname's funky. Do you think?
Those are the days.
Or Stanley?
Short mid-wicket come in, but won't come into play with the ball that wide outside off stump. It's Deploy who stationed himself there. We've got a slip, third man, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg and fine leg for Aitchison, who's in his 16th over now. Ball, good line and length there. Nothing that Haynes can do other than play defensively onto the leg side. 15.4 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 34. Luckmore 16 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 46. Chappell 11 overs, a little bit perhaps underbowled.
Yeah, you wonder if he's carrying a niggle, don't you?
11 overs for 30. Connors 12 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 54. So next deliveries, turn square on the leg side for a single. That's probably Lamb coming off the boundary. It is indeed. Dahl 12 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 35, and Lamb the solitary over for 3 runs. Just before lunch.
Yeah.
It didn't the captain's manual must have stayed in his pocket because he didn't have an over before tea.
No, I think he'd forgotten what time tea was, Elias.
219 for 4. D'Oliveira 31 has strike, and the second slip is added as D'Oliveira leaves another wide ball outside the off stump, taken by Brooke Guest, who's kept pretty tidily. A couple of byes have gone through, which I don't think he can be blamed for at all. Standing, I think on both occasions he was standing up to Anuj Dal. It's certainly kept well, and again ball wide outside the off stump, and this will be I think frustrating for the bowling coach and probably captain as well, that at the moment these two aren't having to play it a great deal.
No, it's just not happened since tea, has it really? That one over from Dahl is going to continue from the City end, but that apart, as the S&C brings on some energy gel for Ben Aitchison.
I think the S&C coach could do with a bit of bulking up himself, couldn't he?
Yes,
not a lot of him.
No, he's not. I think he's fit, but he's not a big man.
No, he's more of a marathon runner by the look of him.
Yeah. No time for people like that.
Only Snickers.
Yeah. So Dahl's going to continue. No slips. There's a backward point, or a point really. There's deploy the skipper standing there. There's a cover and an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Shortish mid-wicket, orthodox mid-wicket, and a long leg. And that one's turned into the leg side by Haynes. And he picks up another single to move to 54, 220 for 4.
Best partnership of the game now. Previously it was 77. These two taken on to 81. 77 was between Godalman and Madsen.
A match-defining, potentially, partnership between these two. This is the 100th ball of it. Dahl bowls, and it's turned down the leg side, off a pad. Is it going to get to the boundary? Yes, it is. 4 leg byes. No, 4. Beg your pardon. I'm convinced that Paul Baldwin held his arm out with the pre-signal, but he didn't. D'Oliveira moves to 30.
I think it was byes, wasn't it?
Was he giving it as byes?
Yeah.
I beg your pardon. I'm going delirious. I thought he'd held his hand out. And it is byes because D'Oliveira stays on 31 and the score moves up to 224 for 4. Again, byes down the leg side though, and Brooke Guest standing up. In comes Dahl and bowls. That one smashed down the ground by D'Oliveira. That's going all the way. It's going halfway up the permanent temporary stand at the far end of the ground for the first 6 of the innings. The 4th of the match, or is it the 5th? And D'Oliveira moves to 37. The partnership edges ever closer to 3 figures. 230 for 4. The partnership worth 91. He gave that an enormous blow.
He did. He put plenty into that. He's only a little man, but he gave that plenty of beef.
A lot of bottom hand.
10 off 2 balls.
So Billy Godalman and Anuj Dal in conversation as Billy Godalman tries to sort the ball out after it went into the seats at the far end. Oh, Matt Lamb's warming up. Here comes Dal and bowls, and that one is just guided backward a square on the offside down towards Suranga Lakmal. He gets to the ball quickly, and they're only going to take 1. D'Oliveira 38, 231 for 4.
If you're batting with D'Oliveira, you've got to know how he operates and how he runs between the wickets, because he always looks as though he's coming for a second. And if you're distracted by it, Jack Haynes has been around long enough now to know it, but you can easily get distracted and set off. Yeah. There was at best 1.5, but he did that little shuffle to come back.
Dahl bowls turned to the leg side by Haynes. Straight to Haider Ali. There's no run. 1 ball of the over remains, to be grammatically correct. Sussex 245 for 6, trailing Durham by 131. as Dahl is in and bowls to Haynes, who drives, and it goes straight through Wayne Madsen. He brings out his left hand. He obviously got something on that. Billy Godwin does the fielding, almost falls over, and they get back for 2. Haynes moves to 56. The partnership up to 94. And Worcestershire 233 for 4, trailing by just 88 now. And it started to look slightly ominous for Derbyshire. This partnership, if it wasn't before, it certainly is now. We're going to see Zach Chappell return from the racecourse end. Leicestershire 125 for 3, incidentally, against Yorkshire, trailing by 392. And Glamorgan 312 for 5, leading by 147 against Gloucestershire.
Yep, perhaps a little bit overdue, Zach Chappell here. Although he might be carrying a bit of a knock. He pulled up earlier on in the afternoon, went off early before tea. But we'll see if he's 100% here. Coming on at the racecourse end, bowling to Brett D'Oliveira, the Worcestershire skipper. This partnership now worth 94, trailing by 88. Chappell runs away from us. Full-length delivery, and played nicely through mid-wicket for a boundary by D'Oliveira. Just about gets there. Not a great chase. I think that's Lamb out on the boundary. In these conditions, you never know if the ball's going to hold up. The ball just about got there.
I think Lamb's thought, if you're going to bowl a full toss, I'm not going to run after the ball.
Yeah, well, there might be something in that.
Yeah, if you're not going to bowl properly, why should I field properly?
It wasn't a great delivery, was it?
That was a shocker. Full toss first up, looking for that Yorker, but missing it by a foot.
Partnership now worth 98. Chappell's full-length delivery again, driven nicely, but straight to Lackmore. That's mid-on. D'Oliveira, that boundary's taken him on to 42 now. 237 for 4. Doesn't really seem to be attacking the crease, does he, Chappell?
No.
It's more of a kind of just a gentle run up to the wicket. Then doesn't really increase his speed in the last couple of strides. Next delivery is played defensively by D'Oliveira, back up the pitch. I wonder if he is carrying something. You've seen him more than me. Does he normally attack it a bit more than that?
This is the first time I've seen him.
Oh, of course, his debut, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just looking across to it. The below the balcony of the members' pavilion, there's an awful lot of people in red all of a sudden. No idea why. And it probably doesn't mean anything, but...
D'Oliveira, right-handed, waits, gets full-length delivery again. We'll pick up a single here to Lackmore at mid-on. Throws at the stumps, misses. Good backing up by Wayne Madsen there. Yeah. I don't think he'll appreciate that too much, diving round there.
39 years of age.
I don't know, taking his time to get up, wasn't he? Batted well yesterday.
Couldn't wait for the season to start, Wayne Madsen. 15th season at Derbyshire, remarkable, really.
Scored 87 yesterday, Madsen's gone back now to first slip. I think he'd be happier there. And this Dahl coming up. Where is he being put? He's gone in at short extra. As Chappell bowls down the leg side. I'll pick up a single here again. Easy pickings there. And that brings up the 100 partnership from 109 balls, with Haynes moving on to 58 and the score to 239 for 4. Excellent partnership between these two.
Yes, Derbyshire need to do something. They need to do something pretty quickly here. Otherwise, this game is going to be unwinnable, you would have thought.
And that was, there's been a couple of balls in this over down the leg side. They've just helped themselves to. This is a better line and length on about middle stump. D'Oliveira just finds Aitchison out on the leg side, just off the cut strip. And there's no run. End of the over, 239 for 4. Haynes has 57 D'Oliveira 43. Partnership 100 from 110. Last man out was Hose for 15. Seems a long time ago now. Just before tea, he was LBW to Lackmore.
Leg spin time. We're going to see Matt Lamb with his leg spin once again, this time from the city end, as he replaces Anuj Dal. 4 overs for 20 in his latest spell, 13 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 45. He bowled 1 over for 3 runs before lunch. Yeah, before lunch. It's been a while.
Subtle for 12 overs from him before the close.
Oh, absolutely. Let's crack on. Although he could cut out that leap at the start of his run-up, because that's entirely unnecessary. I think we're speaking to Sammy Connors this evening. Always good to talk to Sam. Tosses himself a catch and then another. There's the leap, and now he walks towards the crease. Lamb in and bowls to Haynes, who gets a full-length delivery and punches it up towards mid-on. Fielded by Chappell, and there's no run.
Yeah, got to refocus here. The batters, haven't they, now?
You don't want to get out to a part-time leggy,
No.
do you? And he comes again, Lamb. Bowls. That's a full toss, and it's punched away for 4 runs out towards the extra cover boundary. Not a good delivery. Went past Ben Aitchison pretty quickly and all the way to the boundary, and Haynes picks up another one.
Timed it well, didn't he?
Yeah, 6th boundary, 61 to him, 243 for 4. Lewis Deploy has returned the ball to the leg spinner. I use the phrase advisedly. He may well be turning it, who knows. From our position, it's difficult to tell. He's in now and bowls. That's dragged down and turned into the leg side by Haynes for another single. He moves to 62, 244 for 4. The lead is just 77, the Derbyshire lead now. And Haynes immediately comes up and tells D'Oliveira what kind of deliveries Matt Lamb is bowling.
From what we saw in the first innings after this ball.
He's in again and bowls, and D'Oliveira defends out into the offside, no run.
The way the pitch is playing now, you do wonder if, looking at how Worcestershire bowled, are they capable of bowling out Derbyshire for a second time the way it's playing?
Yeah. That's what they have to aim for, isn't it? 244 for 4. Lamb bowls. It's a slightly short delivery. It's cut by D'Oliveira and fielded by Saranga Lackmell at backward point. Made a bit of a meal of it, but he got there. Final ball of the Matt Lamb over, in and bowls, and that one is defended by D'Oliveira. Out into the offside, they pick up a single. Saranga Lackmell trots in to pick the ball up. D'Oliveira moves on to 44, pinches the strike. Haynes has 62, 245 for 4.
We'll walk 22 miles to the Incora County Ground today to raise funds for a dedicated women and girls changing room.
Excellent. So the people in red are somebody, but I didn't hear from Jane who they were. So if there's anybody in the TV room who can come and pass me the piece of paper that Jane's just read out, that would be very useful. They're all sitting underneath the members' balcony at the far end of the ground. They've walked 22 miles, whoever they are, so they'll be a bit hot and bothered. And they've been raising money as well, which is always a good thing. Here is Zach Chappell in and bowls to D'Oliveira, who whips this away down to fine leg for 4. Within 2 of a half century now, Brett D'Oliveira. 249 for 4. Derbyshire's 250. I didn't make a note of. Excellent. $249 for 4. Chappell. On his way in again from the racecourse end, bowls to D'Oliveira, who cuts out towards third man. Quite a square third man. He wants two. It's not going to be two there. Hayder Ali down there in the far distance does the fielding. And the 250's up for Worcestershire. 250 for 4 after 71 overs and 2 balls. Chappell polishes the ball. Sets off. 5 runs off his first 2 deliveries. He's in and bowls to Haynes, who mistimes a drive to Saranga Lakmal at mid-on. Lead just 71 now. Next delivery is pushed into the offside. No run. 250 for 4. Chappell on his way in again, past the umpire, bowls, and that's played off his toes by Haynes, out into the covers. Billy Godleman does the fielding. There's no run. In goes Chappell. Past the umpire now. Bowls to Haynes, who pulls this one in the air. Chance out in the deep and taken. Matt Lamb with the catch, I think, down in the deep. And Derbyshire have got the breakthrough. Zach Chappell has his first wicket as a Derbyshire player. Haynes couldn't resist it. He's gone for 62. 109 balls. And Worcestershire lose their 5th wicket. They're 250 for 5. Trailing by 71. It was in the air for a long, long time. I think it was Matt Lamb in the deep. I wouldn't be 100% certain. But either way, it's a fine catch because it was in the air for a long time. And Zach Chappell gets the breakthrough, and will that be the catalyst for Derbyshire to take 2 or 3 wickets in quick succession and go into the second innings with a lead? They trail by 71, Worcestershire, at the moment. Haynes gets a decent round of applause for his 62 off 109. D'Oliveira's 1 away from a half century. And the new man to the crease is Matthew Waite, I fancy. We haven't had confirmation of who took the catch yet. But I think it would have been Matt Lamb out there in the far distance. If anybody can help me, be obliged. It was the last ball of the over as well, 72 gone, so 23 overs left. And Sam Connors returns from the City end. It was Matt Lamb. Thank goodness for that. So, a wicket for Derbyshire. And into the attack against Sam Connors. He's got 3 for 54. The only one of the frontline bowlers without a wicket now is Ben Aitchison. He's had a couple of practice deliveries to Saranga Lakmal. He's just moved Ben Aitchison a little bit squarer in the covers. And here comes Sam Connors, bowling to Brett D'Oliveira on 49. Bowls to him, and D'Oliveira cracks it away for 4, and there's his half century. The delivery immediately after Jack Haynes was dismissed. Brett D'Oliveira goes to 50. From just 61 deliveries. And that was his 7th 4. He's got a 6 as well. Been a terrific innings from Brett D'Oliveira, the Worcestershire skipper. Very much a loosener from Sam Connors, I think it's fair to say. And D'Oliveira benefited. Next delivery is just cutting back at D'Oliveira a bit, and he jabs his bat down on it. Harry Kane back on the field. Does the fielding. So that's 2 overs that Matt Lamb's bowled now for 9 runs. He's had 1 over before lunch and 1 over after tea. He's also taken a very important catch, potentially, to dismiss Jack Haynes for 62. And in comes Connors again and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side by D'Oliveira. He's run the first one very quickly, but Lakmal gets to the ball. Does the fielding. And they go through for another single. D'Oliveira moves to 54, 255 for 5. Derbyshire's lead 66. Third man is brought up to backward point. There is no third man now. There's a backward point. There is a slip. There's a cover, an extra cover close in, a mid-wicket close in, a man out on the mid-wicket boundary, mid-on and mid-off as Connors bowls to the new man. It's in fact Gareth Roderick, not Matthew Waite, of course. And Roderick defends the first ball, and immediately Brett D'Oliveira comes down to offer him some pearls of wisdom. Sussex 252 for 7, now trailing Durham by 124 at Hove. Leicestershire 141 for 3 against Yorkshire, trailing by 376 at Headingley. As in comes Connors and bowls, and that one is turned into the leg side. They're going to go scamper through for a quick single. So Roderick is off the mark. Billy Godleman does the fielding. 256 for 5. Glamorgan 322 for 6. That's a lead of 157 over Gloucestershire at Sophia Gardens. Lancashire in trouble in the First Division, 196 for 7, trailing Surrey by 246. Kent 216 for 9, leading Northamptonshire by 99. In comes Connors again and bowls. That one is defended into the offside by D'Oliveira. And there's no run. Middlesex 102 for 5. They had been 4 for 4, remember. That's the end of the over, incidentally, here. Worcestershire 256 for 5. Middlesex, who had been 4 for 4, are 102 for 5 now, trailing Essex by 164 at Lords. 2 other games going on in the First Division. Somerset 196 for 7. And Nottinghamshire 102 for 4 in their second innings, leading Hampshire by 56. You bang up to date. Chappell tosses himself a catch. Update for Radio Derby coming up after we've heard from Dino Marmia, the victorious Burton Albion manager, talking to Noah Abrahams over on AFM. As Chappell is on his way in now and bowls. That one's turned into the leg side. Should have checked what the partnership was, shouldn't I? 250, that'll make it easier. 111? Was the partnership 111? Yeah, thank you.
20 overs.
In 20 overs. That's the startling statistic.
Be disappointed, won't he? That ball should have been put away.
Yeah. How many times have we seen it?
Yeah. Well, all 5 wickets, they've given it away, haven't they?
Pretty much. In goes Chappell. Racecourse end, bowls to
he's out.
leg before wicket, and he's gone. Roderick, he has been trapped leg before wicket by Zach Chappell. 2 wickets in quick succession for the man on debut. And it's 256 for 6 now. And that means that Derbyshire it seesawed both ways this game. Derbyshire pretty much on top for most of yesterday, although there was a threat that Worcestershire would come back. Then Worcestershire have been on top for long spells batting, but Derbyshire fighting back now. Their lead is 65.
That was plumb. Didn't get up, did it?
No, it didn't, which is a concern. Which is why you'd want some sort of lead, isn't it, really?
Shuffled right in front of the stumps.
Just 4 balls he faced for his solitary run. He leaves, Matthew Waite arrives. And, well, Zach Chappell will be feeling better about life. 2 for 41 in his 13 overs and 2 balls.
There was no doubt in that one. There might have been a little bit of doubt in Adam Hose's LBW earlier on, but that was right in front.
Looked it.
Yeah.
But from where we are, I have no idea, really.
Was just falling for one there, Gareth Roderick. No Ben Cox in the side. He's come in ahead. You know, they've picked him ahead of Ben Cox, which might surprise a few people. Ben Cox in his benefit year. Whether that's anything to do with it, but here's the man who was the pick of the Worcestershire bowlers, Matthew Waite, out in the middle now.
Taking his guard as Matthew Waite had a good time with the ball. Picked up 4 wickets. Chappell's on his way in to bowl to Matthew Waite, who gets a full-length delivery and digs it out and gets off the mark straight away as the ball goes out into the leg side, fielded by Matt Lamb. 257 for 6.
Well, those 2 wickets will give Derbyshire a huge lift, won't they? They were going nowhere.
Absolutely nowhere.
And then the pretty poor delivery from Chappell was accounted for Jack Haynes, but that was a good one that got rid of Roderick. Right up there. You batter.
257 for 6. Might have to dip out after this delivery as it's a short one. It doesn't get up at all, though. Brett D'Oliveira is not very tall. He ducked underneath it, and it still only cleared his back by about 1.5 inches. And Zach Chappell's now walking backwards to his mark with a big smile on his face because he enjoyed that, the fact that it didn't get up. Can you take over, please?
I certainly can. Chappell is 5th ball of the over. On his way to D'Oliveira on off stump. D'Oliveira is an immaculate forward defensive into the offside, and there's no run. Certainly a bit more vocal in the field now. Derbyshire players looking a bit more on the toes. It's given them a real lift. Looks like it's going to be a long session. Still got 21 overs after the one we're in to go tonight. And if Haynes had stayed there with D'Oliveira, and they might have well been behind on first innings by the time we get to the close. As it is, they'll be looking for a first innings lead as Chappell comes round the wicket. Changing the no, field staying the same for D'Oliveira. Up to the wicket, bowls way outside off stump. Wasted delivery there. Must have been close to being called wide with the ball going across the right-handed batter there. As it is, Neil Bateson's thinking, I don't want to be here any longer than I need to be tonight. We're already on for a late finish. And at the end of that over, the 74th, Worcestershire 257 for 6. D'Oliveira on 54, Waite on 1. Batting still to come. Joe Leach, Josh Tongue and Ben Gibbon. Waite, who had a net earlier on this afternoon, was no doubt be hoping he wouldn't be out there. He was out with Joe Leach. Leach also having a net. And I would have thought about 15 minutes ago, they were probably thinking they wouldn't get a knock today. Waite is suddenly out there. Right-hander. And plays comfortably back up the pitch. Sam Connors, who's in his 14th over now, 3 for 60.
Got a tickle there. I'm just doing an update, and you can feel the tickle coming, can't you? And you're thinking, oh no, still not completely gone.
3 wicket takers are Lackmal with 1, Connors with 3, Chappell with 2. 2 in quick succession for Chappell. Connors into Waite. Drops it into the offside. Aitchison. How many times have I said that? Aitchison Fields this afternoon is more touches than anybody. In addition to that, he's bowled 16 overs.
2 in 3 balls for Zach Chappell.
Was it?
Yeah, the end of 1 over and the second ball of his next.
That's how quickly things can turn around. I should never give your wicket away, which, as well as he played Jack Haynes, I think he gave it away. Waite runs the next ball down to third man. It'll be his first boundary for at least the 3rd time this afternoon. Worcestershire have found the boundary down at third man.
How many runs? How many runs? The old timers will be furious. They love a third man. And it's just such an easy shot, isn't it? The ball is short and wide outside the off stump. You just guide it down. There's only one slip in place. It's a safe shot.
Well, the surprising thing is
now there is a third man.
Yeah, but they've bowled outside off stump so often, haven't they?
Yeah.
You would have thought it was just a prerequisite. Trailed by 60 now. Waite has moved on to 5. Bat held high. This ball goes straight through to wicketkeeper Guest. By the time he actually is in his stance as the ball's being bowled, he's quite upright with the bat held high, his weight. But when he starts off, when he first goes into his stance, it's quite crouched. Looks like his shoes could do with a clean. Very.
You'd wear a new pair for a new team, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I know he's played for them before. But
Look very grubby. Waits again now. Drives into the ground and up to mid-on. And there's no run.
it could just, of course, that they are grubby, you're right, but it could just be accentuated by the fact that Worcestershire's kit is so white.
It could be, but they do look grubby.
They are grubby, you're right. You're right. There was an announcement about the people in red. I'm just going to go next door and see if I can get the piece of paper, because I didn't hear who they were.
Connors, last ball of his 14th over. Runs towards us. Waite runs it down to third man. He'll keep the strike, pick up a single, because Lamb has now been dispatched down there. So whereas it would have been 4 a couple of balls ago, just one there. End of the over, 262 for 6. Waite will keep the strike. Moving on to 6 from 7 balls. D'Oliveira is on 54. And the men out so far, Pollock for 22. Azza Ali for 23. Jake Libby 42. Adam Hose 15. Jack Haynes 62. And Gareth Roderick now takes over the mantle as the lowest scorer in the game. He's taken over from Anuj Dal, who got 3. Roderick making just the single.
What an accolade. The team in red at the far end who are sitting in the seats, I'll tell you who they are in a moment, because Zach Chappell's beginning a new over from the racecourse end. He's in and bowls to Waite, who just chops him away out to the cover boundary for a very comfortable 4. Very comfortable 4 indeed. 266 for 6, and Waite is in double figures now. They're members of Darley Dale Cricket Club. They've walked 22 miles to the ground today to raise funds for a dedicated women and girls changing room at their club, so well done to them. As soon as we'd mentioned them, or I'd mentioned them, I thought they probably deserved to be named. I thought they looked a bit hot and bothered. I would be after a 22-mile walk, but there we go. Well done to them. That's Darley Dale Cricket Club.
That's nearly as far as I've gone in and out of these commentary boxes doing my updates.
You could have done you could have been sponsored, couldn't you, and raised some money for something.
Darley Dale. Used to be an advert on telly for somewhere in Darley-Dale and Measham. Well, what company
Oh, I
was
don't
that?
know.
Was it the same era as Don Amott?
Chapel bowls, full delivery. Waite clips it into the leg side. They'll go through for a single as Matt Lamb comes around to do the fielding.
Must be someone in China that knows, listening to us, that knows that.
You'd have thought so. 267. 267 for 6. The Worcestershire deficit now just 54. So it's not going to be anything substantial if Derbyshire do have a lead, and they may well face a deficit. Who knows? 20 overs to go today, so because of the increased scoring rate between Haynes and D'Oliveira, Worcestershire may well have a lead tonight. Chapel on his way in again, bowls a short delivery, and D'Oliveira just flexes his knees, lets it go through to Brooke Guest.
Yeah, our hopes were dashed, weren't they? Lamb only had the one over.
Yes, well, they'll have another one tomorrow, I'm sure, at some point.
Just before lunch.
Yeah. Well, if it is, then Derbyshire are in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah.
So they'll probably be hoping he doesn't have an over before lunch tomorrow, but 267 for 6. D'Oliveira on 54 from 68. Terrific innings from the Worcestershire skipper. This one is defended as Chapel bowls on off stump, pushed out into the offside, fielded by Wayne Madsen in his discoloured Derbyshire cap. I think he's probably had that for as long as he's been here, so that's a 15-year-old cap, which explains the colour. It's been faded over the years, although he may just have put it on his back shelf in his car. Here's Chapel again. Runs away and bowls to D'Oliveira, who drives very pleasantly but straight to Billy Godleman in the covers. And there's no run.
Treasured possessions, those caps.
Yes, indeed.
And, one of my huge regrets, as well as having a birthday on the 1st of January, which I don't talk about, doesn't get me down much.
I was going to mention it.
As rowing used to be my sport, and when you won your first trophy, you got a cap. At the time, I rowed for Evesham, got my cap. And over the years, in the last 10 years, I've lost it.
Oh, no. Could have walked round Evesham wearing it. Chapel is in. D'Oliveira gets a full-length delivery that he just pushes out to Wayne Madsen at extra cover. It's the end of the over. 15 overs now. Zach Chapel's bowled 2 for 47. 267 for 6 is the score. Matthew Waite has 11. Brett D'Oliveira has 54. Worcestershire now trail by just 54 runs.
I may get through this over with Connors, but I've got to do an update just before the sport programme goes off the air at 6 o'clock. Well, we'll see how it goes. You're right there.
Yeah, no, the tickle is stubbornly refusing to go.
It's Connors to continue.
I have no more updates, though. I don't think.
Into Waite. Good line and length. Waite lays a nice straight back. Bats up to mid-on. Is that Chapel fielding up there? Because he went down very stiffly to pick that ball up.
Yeah, that's Chapel. He'll need a nice bath, wouldn't he?
He will do. As he bowled 15 overs.
Another game against his first county coming up next week at Leicester. I'm sure he'll want to play in that.
Right-handed Waite goes back, punches into the offside, but straight to, well, I don't need to say, do I? No run.
The big one.
I'll tell you what, there's no chance of him getting cold today, is there?
No. No matter who's playing in the side as well, his nickname is the big one. So even if he's playing with George Scrimshaw, who is bigger than him, clearly.
Well, he's been involved. He's 26 with the bat. He's bowled 15 overs. He's fielded everything.
It was a good game.
Connors in, short of a length. Ball that Waite did well to get on top of. Bit of extra lift on that one. Turned onto the leg side where Billy Godleman did the fielding. Nice big gap through square leg for Waite. Two men saving one on the offside. Slip. Must be a third man, I should think now. Yeah, definitely. Lamb's down there. Halfway through the 77th over. Waite waits for it. Plays defensively into the offside. And he can't keep away even when the bowler had picked the ball up there at Aitchison. Connors had picked it up and was on his way back, and now, give me the ball, give me the ball. He's there.
Imagine what Essex feel like. They had Middlesex at 4 for 4, and all those 4 runs were extras.
Yeah.
Middlesex are now 117 for 5. How does that work?
Here, 267 for 6. Connors bowls to Waite again. Looks very accomplished, driving that up to mid-on. I'll just see through this last delivery. Or, I was going to say Sport on Saturday. Sport on Good Friday goes off the air.
Well, you'd be very late if you didn't get through till Sport on Saturday.
They have kept me waiting a few times. I've had some good music to listen to as well.
That seems unlikely given the BBC local radio playlist.
Well, good to me. Last ball of the over. Waite drives up to mid-off, and there's no run. 267 for 6.
Thanks, Chris. Yep, Chris will be back because we've got lots of cricket left yet. 18 overs still to be bowled this evening. We're having a helmet brought out, I assume, for Brooke Guest. It's been brought out by Lewis Rees. And he does toss it to Brooke Guest, whether or not he's going to wear it straight away, because he's going to come up to the stumps, because we're going to get a third over of leg spin. Matt Lamb is back. And very carefully marking out his run-up. He doesn't do strides, which is remarkable because there is a stride in his run-up. He just puts one foot immediately in front of the other. And he's going to bowl some leg spin. We're watching Ben Aitchison warming up, the solitary member of the 4 frontline bowlers, discounting Anuj Dal, who's bowled 13 overs for 45, which makes him pretty much a frontline bowler. But Ben Aitchison warming up, yet to take a wicket. And Matt Lamb sets off, and Brett D'Oliveira says, I'm not ready, because Zach Chappell wasn't quite in position. Zach Chappell at long off, Suranga Lakmal at long on. Matt Lamb comes in and bowls, and that one is played backward of square to Billy Godleman by Brett D'Oliveira. And there's no run. I've not been looking and checking on Twitter for a while. I apologise if anybody's been in touch. The next delivery is pulled into the leg side by D'Oliveira, but there is a fielder out there. It's Sam Connors, so D'Oliveira picks up a single. 268 for 6. David McCardle says, this old suffer says hello from Dunoon. Good to have you aboard, David, again. That one's pushed out into the offside by Matthew Waite, fielded by Leas Deploy at short cover. Extra cover. Just to his left in the covers is Anuj Dal. There's a shortish mid-wicket as well. That's Ben Aitchison. This one is a full delivery and pushed out into the offside by Waite. He's on 11 from 17. 268 for 6. The Worcestershire deficit is 53 with 17 overs and 2 balls left in the day's play. Next delivery defended by Waite, who says, you stay there, to Brett D'Oliveira. The Darley-Dale Cricket Club are suitably rested, starting to make their way away over on the far side. As Lamb is in again, back into his crease goes Waite. That's always a bit dicey with leg spinners or spinners of any description, really. So Lamb completes his third over. He's conceded 10 runs. New ball, second new ball in 2 overs time. 268 for 6. And we're going to see the skipper bowl with his left arm spin. It sort of makes sense. I'm told he's turning it quite a lot. We can but hope. Bit of left arm something. He does. He does. I think he spins the ball, but I'm not sure. He is in the side primarily as a batsman, of course, the skipper. So spin at both ends, having seen none until just before lunch today. Spin at both ends and a bit of left arm from the skipper. He's very deliberately placing Harry Kame at deep backward square leg. He's also got a man out on the mid-wicket boundary. I'm trying to see who that is. It's Mark Watt. So somebody's gone off. Where's Billy? He's gone. I know he's at long off. First ball is turned into the leg side by Brett D'Oliveira. Fielded by Zach Chappell.
We'll get through to the new ball.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that would be my explanation for this. A full toss out into the offside. And fielded by Anuj Dal, who's at cover. There is a man out on the cover boundary as well. Sam Connors. Next delivery. Push back to deploy by D'Oliveira. So captain bowling to captain here. That would never have happened in any of my other years covering Derbyshire, because I've never seen Billy Godalming bowl. D'Oliveira plays the next delivery backward a square on the offside, fielded by Lamb, who may well bowl the next over, which would be the 80th. There are 2 balls left of the 79th. Deploy in bowls, that's pushed up towards Anuj Dal. Tumbling stop from him in the covers. And he's 1 dot ball away from bowling a maiden over here, Leas Deploy. And he comes around the wicket, bowls, it's turned into the leg side and a single is taken. Fancy that. Fielded by Zach Chappell. Ball hurled in. Over completed. D'Oliveira pinches the strike as he moves on to 56. It's 269 for 6. Or does he move on to 57 and it's anyway? Yeah, no, it is 269 for 6.
7 bowlers used now by Deploy, including himself. Lamb to continue. I think these 2 should stay on to the close.
Well, it would be useful, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's just...
The real left-arm spinner's on the field now as well, Mark Watt. Unfortunately, he can't bowl.
Is
it mid-on or long on?
Yeah.
So he's blue boots.
Halfway back to the boundary. Lamb is turned square on the leg side for probably a couple by D'Oliveira. He'll get back comfortably as Connors had a fair bit of ground to make up. Going round halfway to the boundary. Mid-wicket coming from deep backward square. 2 more. Means that Worcestershire trail by 50 now. As Lamb again on leg stump. Turned away for a couple. Again, have to get his skates on here, will D'Oliveira. In fact, he didn't. He got home very comfortably.
If the shout is 2, they need to throw it to the bowler's end, surely.
Yeah. And also, wicket keeper's end is where the quickest batter is running to.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's silly, isn't it? You throw it to the end that weight is running towards, but anyway.
Just plug that gap now.
They know what they're doing.
It's a man in. Got 2 mid-wickets. As D'Oliveira drives into the offside. There's no run. They at the moment still over 8, showing -1. Trailing by 48. Lamb skips to the wicket and bowls and picked off for another single by D'Oliveira, who moves into the 60s. Oh, he's already in the 60s. He's 61 now. I have nightmares about this scoreboard. I go to bed at night. Nightmares about that. My birthday. My cap. This next delivery's turned on the leg side.
It's just building up, isn't it? Your head will explode tomorrow.
I'll just be going up and down in that lift all night in the hotel. Wait on strike. Lamb bowls full length. Tickled. Fine by Waite. We'll get another couple here at least, maybe a third. And No, sent back by D'Oliveira, who thinks that's the end of the over. I'll take strike at the start of the next. So 2 more to wait, takes him on to 13. And at the end of the over, 276 for 6. D'Oliveira 61, partnership 20 in 40 balls. And Worcestershire trailing by 45.
Excellent piece of work out in the deep by Sam Connors. Drag that one back. Are they going to take the...
Yeah, I think they've taken it, mate.
Have they taken it? Who's going to use it?
Either that or the umpire had an apple in his pocket, which is just... Neil Bainton has passed it on to Paul Baldwin. No.
Liz Deploy's removed his cap. He's got his hands on his hips. I can't quite work out what's going on here.
I don't think he can either.
I think he wants Ben Aitchison to bowl with the new ball. Ben Aitchison is still doing his stretches, so he's going to have an over, the 81st over, with the old ball. I'm not sure what's happened here. And Wayne Madsen's walking forward.
Lack of communication, I think.
Ben Aitchison is now jogging forward. Somebody's going to bowl soon at some point with something.
Ironically, it's going to be the spinner, and it'll take longer than the pace bowler.
And they've just thrown the old ball back on, which had been thrown away to the edge of the... Perhaps he's at the wrong end. Perhaps he wants Aitchison to bowl from the city end. I'm not entirely sure what's going on here. And Lewis Reese is on with a drink for somebody, and he's been told to get off. Anyway, perhaps it isn't the 80th. Perhaps it isn't 80 overs. They haven't changed when you can take the new ball, have they?
Who knows? Was it 80? It's not 84.
It was always 80. Anyway, it's Lear's deploy bowls, and that is driven by D'Oliveira up towards long off for a single. He moves to 62, 277 for 6.
You may not be watching Rory McIlroy at the Masters. 4 over today so far.
Oh, no. That's a shame. I was quite keen on him winning, really. Here's deploy again. Bowls, that's dragged down, and it's turned out into the offside. Dahl does the fielding. Waite picks up another single. He moves to 14, 278 for 6. They were interviewing him while he was walking up a fairway yesterday. He had a little earbud in. Airbud, I think they're called, aren't they? Not earbuds. Next one is pushed out into the offside by D'Oliveira. He fancies 2. There aren't 2 there because Connors is quickly to the ball and releases it. But a single off each of the first 3 deliveries of this Lear's deploy over, which seems an entirely unnecessary over. Around the wicket he comes again, the left arm spinner. It's defended by Waite straight back to him.
Waite's only played 16 first-class games before this one. But averaging 28.5.
Yeah.
So...
No, he can bat the boy.
No, I'm telling you a lie.
That's his bowling average.
Yeah.
His average is 20.
20.63, sorry.
Yeah. I made that mistake earlier. With bowlers, they put the bowling at the top, and with batsmen, they put the batting at the top. Here's deploy in again and bowls, and it's turned into the leg side by Waite. They're going to run a very comfortable single as the ball is fielded by Ben Aitchison. Are we going to take the new ball now? Might as well while we're here.
Yeah, so just to finish
No, we're not.
No, let's continue.
What's the over 8's only -1. Have they changed when I'm going to ask Jane. You do this over, and I'll go and ask Jane.
So just to go back to Matthew Waite, 16 matches prior to this one. This is 23rd innings, 3 not outs, 392 runs with a high score of 59. Won't pick up a single there. Thought about it. First ball finding Aitchison on the leg side. So average of 20.63. Right-handed, he's got 1 slip in. It's a ball on leg stump. She just helps on its way down to deep backward square. We'll pick up 1 and move on to 16. And the deficit down to 40 now. Lamb.
It is 80 overs, but apparently they're -2.
Right.
And that is affecting the entire game. -2 is nothing, is it? Because they're going to have to bowl again, you'd have thought.
Yeah. Drive from D'Oliveira out to deep point. Can only get 1 though, as Hyder Ali was quickly onto the ball. So the deficit now into the 30s, 39. Lamb. Little skip. Bowls. Turn onto the leg side by weight. Wicket-keeper Guest comes from behind the stumps to field. Well, they probably fell even farther behind with all the messing around at the start of deploys last over. That didn't help matters. Next ball, driven onto the leg side, where Aitchison, for once, doesn't pick the ball up. Just
he's probably as frustrated as I am.
Booted it towards Lamb. No run though. Another ball on leg stump, out round the corner. In fact, taken on the pad, so it was just outside leg stump by weight, and the score goes up by one leg by. 283 for 6. The Worcestershire trail by 38 at the end of that over. Lamb 5 overs, no maidens, 0 for 19. Waite has 16, D'Oliveira has 64.
This farcical nonsense continues. Because we're going to see another over from Leas Deploy from the City end. The new ball can be taken, could have been taken 2 overs ago. Deploy is in again and bowls, and that is driven backward of square on the offside by Waite. It's a tumbling stop from Matt Lamb.
It's poor play, isn't it? That you've got a new ball due, and because you've fallen behind in the over rate, you can't do what you want to do.
Unbelievable. This next one is an attempted cut by Waite, and it goes underneath his bat and straight into the hands of Brooke Guest behind the stumps. 283 for 6, 38 the difference between the sides now. As this one is a full toss and he misses out because he bunts it straight to Ben Aitchison at mid-wicket.
And the other thing is, how long does it take to get it back?
Heaven only knows, because we're not privy to that kind of information. It only changes as well at the end of each session, doesn't it? The run rate, the over rate now, that one's pushed into the offside.
So presumably that's why the 12th man came on to pass the message on? Because the captain wouldn't know, would he? Sure.
The only way they can find out is from the umpires. They're the ones who are the arbiters now. I think it's been taken out of the scorer's hands as well. So they will have told them out on the field. Leas Deploy had quite the conversation with umpire Baldwin. No run from the previous delivery. Final ball of the Deploy over is chopped into the offside. In off the boundary comes Sam Connors. Single is taken. Waite pinches the strike. He's got 17. D'Oliveira has 64. And here's Ben Aitchison. Thank goodness for that. 283 for 6. Nonsense. 3 overs. Yes, three overs completely wasted. And the new ball has indeed now been taken. The second new ball.
Partnership 28. So just rebuilding after losing those 2 quick wickets of Haynes and Roderick. And I should think Matthew Waite is probably regretting pinching a single off the last ball of that over now.
You're probably thinking, oh, I fancy another over at Matt Lamb.
Yeah.
They've done him.
He's done it two overs running.
The cunning plan has worked.
Yeah. So retakes his guard. Aitchison about to start his 17th over. 0 for 35. 2 slips. So what will this new ball do? It'll be put to the boundary. No, it won't, because it should come quicker off the bat. Well, from the bowler's point of view, they've got to put it in the right place. And both sets of bowlers have been guilty of too many loose balls at the start of this season. Aitchison, tall man. Right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Waite. Full length, but on leg stump, just helped on its way by Waite. He'll be happy with 1, I should think, here. Yes, he is. As Connors does the fielding at fine leg.
He threw it in then. Brooke Guest immediately said, well, I can't see it because he's looking straight into the sun. And Anuj Dal had to shield his eyes from the sun backing up just to make sure that it didn't go beyond him as well.
Well, I've been doing that for the last 2 hours, so they can have a bit of it now.
Should brought your cap.
I lost it, man.
Oh, yeah.
Aitchison into D'Oliveira, goes onto his toes, runs it down to third man. What are you doing to me?
I promised not to mention the captain now.
It's going to be a bad night. But Casualty better be happy one tonight. Otherwise I won't cope. 2-8, 6 for 6. Batting still to come. Leach, Tong and Gibbon. Aitchison full length. Must have been an inside edge. Well, in fact, probably more of an inside edge there. Might have clipped the pad, but went forward of the wicket. Lamb fielded on the leg side. Very dark, that new ball, isn't it? Noticeably different. What you expect after 80, was it 83 overs
83,
in the end?
Yeah.
Short of a length, thick outside edge from weight down to third man. Only get one. Bit of ground for the fielder down there to make up. Who was Lackmal, was it?
I think it's Haider Ali out there.
Too far for me to see.
Yeah,
I can't even see the red T-shirts you were talking about.
They've gone.
Oh, right, that would explain it.
Haider Ali is out there, and Suranga Lackmal is just doing some high kicks at mid-on. Going through what looks like a bowling action.
D'Oliveira on strike. Full length ball, turns onto the leg side. Lamb quickly onto it. And there's no run. So the end of the first over with the new ball. 84 completed, 11 still to go today. Worcestershire in reply to Derbyshire's 321, 287 for 6. With weight on 19. D'Oliveira on 65. So by the time this innings finishes, you would feel there's going to be pretty well close to parity.
Won't be much. Well, yeah, but you'd fancy Worcestershire perhaps to build a small lead at the moment. Wickets haven't been easy to come by. It's going to be Suranga Lackmal, 1 for 46 from his 16 overs up to this point to take the new ball from the City end. 2 slips in place, Ben Aitchison and Wayne Madsen. Rest of the field fairly standard. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. Oh, there is a third man. That's good news. In comes Suranga Lackmal then to bowl to Waite, who pushes this up to mid-on. There might be a shot at the stumps here. There is a shot at the stumps. It misses. It was Sam Connors. D'Oliveira gets through for the single.
Wrong end again, I think.
Yeah.
Waite running to the bowler's end. Would have had to thrown on the turn, but he's obviously set off after.
Having played the shot, yeah. You've got to work out where to throw it, really. It would have been a tougher throw, you're right, to turn in mid-air, wouldn't he?
But it can turn things around, can't it? Just a bit of magic like that we saw from Libby yesterday when he ran out. Who was it? Lamb.
Yeah. Terrific piece of fielding. One stump to aim at. Flicked the bail off. D'Oliveira, 65 not out. Waits as Lackmal bowls to him, and he leaves alone outside the off stump. Ball goes through to Brooke Guest. I'm still slightly baffled at the nonsense with the new ball.
What time is it now? Yeah, it's going to be 7:10.
Yeah, why not?
Interviews after. Hope the co-op's not shut by the bus station. Well, the biggest egg roll ever last night. Took me about 20 minutes to eat it.
I thought that's where you were sleeping tonight. 288.
I was in heaven there.
I should be calling it the pizza shop again. In comes Lackmal, bowls and beats D'Oliveira outside the off stump. Ball goes through to Brooke Guest. And there is no run.
Yeah, started eating it, watching the Lionesses play. I think it took me nearly the whole of the first half to eat it. I reckon it was an ostrich egg, something like that.
I watched a bit of the Masters. I watched some rugby league last night, but then Twiggy got out of bed because he'd been in bed. Been on earlies yesterday. I went to watch them. Well, we didn't have to. Lackmal in and bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside by D'Oliveira. There's no run, fielded by Anuj Dal. So we ended up watching some of the Masters. He went to bed just after the rugby league had finished, so I didn't turn it back to it. And I went to bed myself, really. I was absolutely shattered, and I can't say that I won't be equally shattered this evening. And my stomach is starting to rumble. I only had one lunch today.
It's one more than me.
Here's Lackmal again. Oh, and D'Oliveira has taken a step down the track at him. I think that surprised Lackmal a little bit.
I'm not sure that's the thing to be doing with at this stage. You're just 33 behind.
But he played it into the leg side and it was fielded by Haider Ali. Ended up defending it.
New ball. It's a brave thing to do, isn't it?
Well, I think he should carry on. Liven things up. The mid wicket's going out. Haider Ali now onto the square leg boundary. You charge me, I'll bounce you. Are you ready? Here's Lackmal, final ball of his 17th over into D'Oliveira. Full length delivery outside the off stump through to the wicket keeper. End of the over. Just the one run from it. 1 for 47 in 17 overs. Saranga Lackmal. D'Oliveira's got 65. Matthew Waite has 20. The partnership 32 off 70 and Worcestershire 288 for 6, trailing by 33.
Didn't ask too many questions there, did he, with the new ball?
Get the leg spinner back on. No, he didn't really. No.
The scoreboard's still showing the over 8 at -1, so...
Yeah, I think they only change it at the end of each session, so I don't know.
Aitchison starts a new over to Waite. An off stump, drives defensively into the offside. There's no run, fielded by Godalman.
I just don't like the whole over 8 thing. I know it's to encourage play to quicken up, but it hasn't managed to do that over the course of several seasons.
If you hit them in the pocket, that'll make a difference.
Yes.
Aitchison short of a length, wraps him on the pad, but the appeal came from behind the stumps and belatedly, half-heartedly, almost embarrassingly joined in by Aitchison.
He did look embarrassed. He turned around and he put his hand up and he sort of went, nah, it's not, is it? It's not. No, it isn't. No, you're right. It's not.
But I think with anyone, no one likes losing money.
No.
And if you hit it in the pocket, I think it would change overnight. Aitchison short of a length again, turned onto the leg side by Waite, and there's no run.
Crowd would have to have a whip round. Those who were left.
Well, it's clearly not. It doesn't work anywhere, does it? This.
No.
You know, there's the threat of points if you do it often enough, I think. But yeah. Find them.
You're a hard man.
Attempted drive by Waite there, but thick inside edge, and just about made it off the strip. Fielded by Dahl. I think they've got a duty. They've got a duty to keep the game going. And you look at all the things they try and change. They tinker at the edges.
Yeah.
Just short of a length again, but more put his back into that one.
Shot through, didn't it?
Yeah, it took Waite by surprise and taken shoulder high by Guest behind the stumps. A little chat between Chappell and Aitchison there. And what the comment was from Chappell, but it amused Aitchison. 2 slips go down and Waite, as the other Waite pushes into the offside. And there's no run. Put the kiss of death on Matthew Waite here, but he looks a decent bat.
That should do it. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
I didn't want to say it.
But coming in at 7, 8.
8. Yeah.
I've seen a lot worse number 8s than that. If he can just keep pushing that average up a little bit, you never know. He may be the all-rounder. The genuine all-rounder. He's definitely a really good bowler that can bat. But can he turn himself into a genuine all-rounder? Because I think he'll get a lot of games with Worcestershire. So there's the opportunity for him.
It's Saranga Lackmal from the City end. It's his 18th over of the innings. He's in and bowls to D'Oliveira, who turns it into the leg side. Haider Ali will do the fielding out in the deep. D'Oliveira moves to 66. It's 289 for 6, the lead that Derbyshire now have is just 32. D'Oliveira is just telling Waite that the ball is swinging. I think that was the universal sign for the ball is swinging. I can hear music.
Pretty music.
Wait on strike as Lackmal bowls to him, and he pushes this one out into the offside. And there is no run.
Yeah, where's that coming from?
It could be coming from the marquee because they rent it out for stuff. It's very loud, whatever it is. Matt Lamb's having a conversation with the Derbyshire supporters down to our right-hand side.
Not as loud as it'd be when the Who are down here in the summer.
Hopefully not. They've got a new album out which was recorded in 2019 live, and it sounded pretty good then. Roger Daltrey. As in comes Lackmal and bowls to Waite, and it guides this to Billy Godleman, who moves around from the covers to the point region to do the fielding, gets in front of Anuj Dal, who's explaining Roger Daltrey, for those who are sceptical, and I must admit, the older my heroes get, the more sceptical I become. He says the technology now is such that he doesn't have to sing at the full throttle because he can be amplified, and very specifically amplified, not auto-tuned or anything like that. As Lackmal comes in and bowls, that one is driven very nicely by Waite for 4 runs. That is a beautiful shot. Full delivery from Lackmal. He was on it in a flash and drove it up to long on.
Oliveira applauded that one.
Beautiful. He moves on to 24 now, 293 for 6. So I suppose if you've got an older voice, which Roger Daltrey clearly has, and you don't have to, compete with the rest of the band, that kind of thing, then you can preserve your voice a bit. So I'm looking forward to it. I think it'll be terrific. If you've got your ticket, get your ticket. N-dubs, not so much. In comes Lackmal and bowls to Waite, who pushes this one out into the offside, fielded by Billy Godwin. Now, I'm sure N-dubs will be terrific as well.
The difference between us, you're coming to the Who. Later in the summer, I'm introducing Timmy Mallet.
They're of a similar era, though, aren't they? Yeah. What does Timmy Mallet do on a stage?
He comes on with his sponge hammer and runs around saying, "Incredible." I forgot what his phrase is.
Is he not a Fandabi Dozy man? No, that was.
I did introduce Bernie Clifton, his ostrich, a couple of years ago.
Ah.
Now that was value for money. He did not. He worked his socks off. He worked the audience.
Good grief. In comes Lackmal, bowls to Waite, who tries to clip that one away down the leg side as it goes past the leg stump, but can't do so. It's taken by Brooke Guest, 293 for 6. 8 overs to go, so around about half an hour. I'll tell you what, we could finish before 7 o'clock here. Waite has 24, D'Oliveira has 66. Worcestershire trail by 28. Yeah, Timmy Mallet, great on the television in Whack-A-Day and all that stuff. Wide Awake Club back in the day, but what he would do on a stage, I've no idea. I wouldn't want to detract. But don't let me stop you buying tickets, by the way.
Aitchison starts new over. D'Oliveira cuts to point and there's no run.
If you have to choose between Timmy Mallet and the Who, though, I've got a suggestion for you.
Well, I had a bit of a nightmare 2 years running where on a Sunday afternoon the Disney princesses hadn't turned up. I nearly got lynched. In comes Aitchison, played defensively off the front foot by D'Oliveira, and there's no run. And I didn't suss it out the first year because it's full of kids. The tent is full of kids and their parents waiting there. And I thought, they haven't turned up. I've got to front this. So I went up on stage.
But you look great in a frock.
No, and I said, I'm sorry that they can't make it. I was heckled, booed, and given all this grief. Next delivery is driven, thick outside edge up to mid-off, and there's no run. And then, blow me, the same thing happened last year. But this time I was a bit cuter. I stood behind the screen and got the microphone and said, said it quickly and ran.
Oh dear.
I don't think they'll be on the list for this year. As this next delivery is turned backward a square on the leg side. Down to fine leg. And they're through for 2. Well run by D'Oliveira. And that's a deficit. is falling now, just 26. Partnership, 39 between these two. Oliveira, 68. 2 slips. And the wicketkeeper standing well back, just changing the field as Lamb's been sent to deep square leg. Big gap at mid-wicket. This is down the leg side. Not sure if he really played at that, Oliveira, or just made to, but taken behind. Chest high by Guest.
Somebody shouted catch it, of course, which is interesting.
This year getting towards another bonus point as Oliveira pushes defensively into the offside, fielded by Godalman, and the end of the over. It's still 7 to go this evening. Worcestershire 295 for 6, trailed by 26. Wade has 24. He'll have strike at the start of the new over, and Oliveira has 68. Partnership of 39 in 88 balls.
I've just been sent a video from this afternoon's game at Burton. There was a goal line clearance from John Brayford where there is a still that suggests he made the save of the day with his right arm, and I've just seen the video of it. Blimey. Effort break. We got away with it, I've no idea. Saranga Lakmal is in and bowls. That one's turned away down the leg side by Matthew Waite. Fielded to our left by Zach Chappell. Picks up another single. Waite moves to 25 or 53. 296 for 6. The Derbyshire lead down to 25 now. They could have bowled better, Derbyshire, I think. But the same could have been said of Worcestershire as well. Conditions probably better for batting today than they were yesterday. But having said that, 3 quick wickets, 4 quick wickets, about ideal. Here comes Lakmal in and bowls to Oliveira, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. And there's no run. A lot rests on these two. Next to come, Joe Leach. We know he can bat. Josh Chung can hold a bat. Ben Gibbon coming in at 11, bringing up the rear. So Mickey Arthur walking round the boundary again, and he had a quick word with Haider Ali in the far distance in front of the members' pavilion. That's the word, or words. Lakmal's in again. He takes 2 more steps down the track again, does Brett Oliveira, and then just turns the ball into the leg side. Haider Ali does the fielding. Oliveira moves to 69, 297 for 6. Here comes Lakmal again, bowling from the city end. In, and that one's turned into the leg side by Waite. On this occasion there is no run. Two slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Mid-wicket, long leg, I imagine. Is there a third man? No, there isn't. I don't think. Oh, yes, there is. He's just come back onto the field down below us as Lakmal is in, and that's... he tries to turn it away. It's going to be a bye, as it's not taken cleanly by Brooke Guest. He throws it and hits the stumps at the far end. That's a terrific effort. Bye signalled. 298 for 6. To hear that Noah called it as a handball straight away, even though it wasn't given. It's a remarkable video. Here comes Lakmal again. City end, Balls to D'Oliveira, who pushes this out into the offside. Elias Deploy will race in and shy at the stumps after he picks up, but the batsman had got through for a single. D'Oliveira pinches the strike. He moves on to 70. Worcestershire now 299 for 6. They trailed by just 22 runs with 4 wickets in hand and are on the brink of their 5th bonus point of the match.
Done well, these two, haven't they? Matthew Waite especially, coming in when they lost those 2 quick wickets. Really gave Derbyshire a lift at 256 for 6. But they can just see it through these last 6 overs, be very much Worcestershire's day. Aitchison, bowling from the racecourse end to D'Oliveira, who a great deal of foot movement there. Just plays it from within the crease, back to the bowler, and no run. 4 points apiece at the moment in terms of bonus. Worcestershire about to make it 5, unless there's a huge collapse. And there's a chance there for us. Almost called it as D'Oliveira fenced outside the off stump, and ball went shoulder high in the end through to Guest.
I think you're doing a terrific job at this. I'm just going to leave you to it. There's no need for me to intervene.
You can see why the Kidderminster Harriers boss was pleased to see the back of me, can't you?
Yeah, you'll not be welcome at New Road.
Aitchison short for length, and that's goes over the slips. Amazed how high that went over the slips down to the boundary from D'Oliveira.
Off his pad.
Was it
He's given leg buys.
Has he?
Yeah, he's given leg buys.
How has that gone that high and that
idea.
quickly off a pad? But it's brought up the 300 and the bonus point. I don't think I've ever seen a leg by go that high and that quick to the boundary.
I haven't. It must have hit his boot or something and gone up at a ridiculous angle.
This is a more orthodox shot from D'Oliveira off a thick outside edge down to third man. A lot of work for Hyder Ali to do down there. Restricts them to 2. 305 for 6. So just 16 behind now. Never like to see that from bowlers as Aitchison makes his way back, just kind of scuffing the ground with his boot. See positivity. Well, it's been a long day for them out there. It's turned onto the leg side for a single. Connors, the fielder, at mid-on. And that brings up the 50 partnership off 99 balls. So, that's a great credit to these two. And again, following the first innings, the Derbyshire innings, wasn't it, where they lost a couple of quick wickets. Worcestershire suddenly thought they were back in it. And then Chappell took it away from them in that last mini session. That's a shot from Waite. Drive through extra cover. And stiff-looking Chappell chases it to the boundary, but the ball wins. So 4 more to wait. He moves on to 29. Worcestershire trail by 11. And at the end of the over, 5 still to go. 310 for 6.
Yeah, it's disappointing from Derbyshire this at the minute. I think Liz Deploy's just had a word with Van Aitchison whether it was, are you all right for another one, or are you happy to take a blow? Whatever it was a thumbs up. I rather fancy it might have been the latter. Here comes Sam Connors again. He's got 3 for 65 from 15 overs. He had a spell just after lunch, which he took 2 for 12 in 5 overs. And at that point, Derbyshire looked like they might go on to get a big first innings lead. And he's just been pulled into the leg side. It's not been timed, though, by D'Oliveira, but the first delivery of the over out to Hyder Ali. And they go through for a single. D'Oliveira moves to 74, 311 for 6. Well, it's definitely been Worcestershire's day today. If it was Derbyshire's yesterday, that's it, if it was. comes Connors to bowl to Waite, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Nice leave. Just allows the ball to go through to Brooke Guest.
Yeah, I think it'd be a much more positive interview with whoever's put up. I would imagine be Jack Haynes.
Get Matthew Way out again.
Yeah.
Give him the chance to be upbeat this time. It's interesting to see what Sam Connors says. I'm sure they'll paint or try to paint a positive-ish picture on it. As he's in again, and Waite this time pushes it out into the offside, straight to Billy Godleman in the covers. There's no run.
Yeah, not a kind of really gushing Matthew Waite we spoke to last night in the interview. But what he did say was it was actually good to hear that he called it as it was. Didn't gloss it up at all. But whoever's put up tonight will, I think, look back on a really positive day for Worcestershire.
No question. Connors is in and bowls, and that one keeps very, very low indeed. Waite had absolutely no chance of getting bat on ball there. It scuttled along the ground after pitching. I don't know whether it's hit the footmarks or if it's the pitch, then we could be in for quite an exciting couple of days. I think we will be anyway.
It was a shooter, wasn't it?
Yeah, just never got up at all. Waite survived. He's on 29, 311 for 6. Worcestershire trailing by 10. Connors is in again, and this one is pushed out into the offside by Waite. Godleman does the fielding. 3 for 66 means that Connors can start the season with an average of 22. He'd be happy with that come the end of it.
Done some work, hasn't he, Waite? Just, what did he bowl, 17.1 overs? Yeah. And, he's been out there for best part of a couple of hours now with the bat.
He's 10 overs by himself. Swats away a fly. Connors is in and bowls to him, and that one is a leading edge into the offside. He was looking to turn it into leg. It went to Godleman in the covers. It's the end of the over, 4 to go. And Sam Connors, 16 overs, 3 for 66. Ben Aitchison, the thumbs up was, I'm happy to bowl another one. He wants his wicket. He's one of the 4, what I would describe as frontline seamers. He's the only one who hasn't picked up a wicket yet. He's been perilously close on a couple of occasions.
Yeah, the return of Azhar Adly's pet fly there, causing Waite a few problems. Aitchison starts a new over to Brett D'Oliveira. It's a ball down the leg side. Might just flick the pad on its way through to the wicket keeper. 4 overs to go, or 3.5 overs now. D'Oliveira's slowed down since Haynes went. Partnership 55, of which Waite has got 29.
He's got to get them in front, hasn't he?
Yeah. 2 slips go down. Wrapped on the pad, big appeal, not out. Certainly Aitchison was more interested in that one, standing with his hand on his chin, saying that was a close one. Neil Bainton
outside the line.
Unmoved. Difficult to see.
Yeah, it's impossible for us to tell from it. It didn't look too high. Didn't hear any bat on it. There might have been a scratch, I suppose, but...
Well, with D'Oliveira, all joking aside, if it hits him on the pad, there's very little chance of it being too high.
It's not generally going to be too high, is it? No, that's a fair point.
But he survived the appeal. Goes down again. And it's a thick edge down to third man for a single. He'll move on to 75.
Again, he took a step down the pitch, didn't he,
Yep.
towards the bowler there, D'Oliveira, so...
Just looking to see if they can inch ahead by the close. 3.5 overs to go. He won't want to lose a wicket, though, at this stage now, having done a lot of hard work. Wait. Oh, gets a ball down the leg side and goes for it, but gets nothing on it.
I think it was past him before his bat was anywhere
Yeah.
near the ball, wasn't it?
I think they'd have been picking that one out the travel lodge. Gave it the big heave-ho there.
Haven't seen the naked man yet this season.
Is that the...
Sometimes see one up there.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Not through these windows, you won't.
No, that's true.
You could draw one on the window. Aitchison into weight, turns this square on the leg side. They'll go for one, think of two. He was coming back for two as it's the wicketkeeper that actually chases it down in the end. Good running again. Worked hard, these two.
Aitchison's walking back to his mark, shaking his head. We need the sports psychologist.
They've had a long day out there, haven't they? All bar 25 minutes this morning. That's a better delivery. Put plenty into that one, Aitchison. And he was on the drive outside the off stump there, was Waite. The ball was past him before he was halfway through the shot. But he didn't get anything on it. 314 for 6 with 3 overs to go. Waite has 31, D'Oliveira 75.
Connors is going to continue, which is unsurprising because he bowled just the 1 over so far from the City end in this spell. Leicestershire 188 for 5 against Yorkshire. They're trailing by 329, so in some trouble. Sussex on the brink as well, 323 for 9, trailing Durham by 53 at Hove as Sam Connors begins a new over, bowling to Brett D'Oliveira, who turns this into the leg side. They might get 2 here. Haider Ali's onto it now. He's slipped at the far end.
On his ankle.
D'Oliveira, is he okay? I was looking at Haider Ali picking the ball up, and D'Oliveira's down on his knees at the moment.
Yeah, I think he rolled his ankle as he was on the turn.
Not getting an enormous amount of sympathy from Derbyshire, and Matthew Waite's only gone halfway down. I think he may well have got the word that he'd be okay. He gets back to his feet, using his bat to lever himself up, and he's not. He's walking a little bit gingerly.
Yeah, probably need a pair of gloves, I would imagine.
Might slow him down a touch. 315 for 6 with that single. Worcestershire trailing by 6. In goes Connors. It's a no ball. It's pulled into the leg side for a single. I think it was a no ball. Yes, it was. So I thought I saw the signal. So 3 onto the total. 1 for Waite, who moves to 32, and 318 for 6. The score. The deficit now just 3 runs. Derbyshire just need a bit of a pick-me-up here. D'Oliveira back on strike. Connors is in and bowls to him, and that one's outside the off stump, left by D'Oliveira to go through to Brooke Guest. And there's no run. We have 2.5 overs left. I didn't give you the Glamorgan score, I don't think. 382 for 8 they are now at Sophia Gardens, leading Gloucestershire by 218. Don't know what that was. As in comes Connors again and bowls, and that's defended by D'Oliveira. Back towards the bowler. He doesn't attempt to stop it. And it's picked up by Saranga. Lackmal, Northamptonshire are 28 for 1 in their second innings at Canterbury, trailing by 77. These are in the first division. They've reached the close of play at Old Trafford, where Lancashire 233 for 8, trailing by 209. Middlesex are now 157 for 7, trailing Essex by 109 at Lords. As Connors is in again from the City end and bowls. That's driven. It's not entirely where he meant it to go, but it's raced out to the cover boundary, and Worcestershire have the lead with that boundary taking D'Oliveira to 80. Worcestershire now lead by 1 at 322 for 6. Took the lead in the 93rd over.
Yeah, as you said, probably a little bit more out on the outer edge of the bat there, but
perfectly safe along the floor.
Yeah.
Somerset 259 for 8 in their first innings. That game didn't start till midday today because of poor weather at Taunton, or away outfield at least. And Nottinghamshire 145 for 6, leading Hampshire by just 99. Here comes Connors and bowls, and that is driven handsomely for 4 runs. That is a magnificent shot from Brett D'Oliveira out to the extra cover boundary. It raced off the bat. And Leas Deploy fetches it. D'Oliveira moves to 84. The lead's 5, 326 for 1. What a shot.
It was. Just want to see how many fours he's struck now. That must be close to 10.
I think it's
No,
9.
it's at 9.
I think it's 9.
That's close to 10.
It is close, and he's hit a 6 as well, so he has got 10 boundaries. Waits hit 4 and he's 32.
3, 9, 11, 17, 20, 32 fours.
Final ball of the Sam Connors over. 3 for 78 his figures now, being messed with here by D'Oliveira, who gets a single out towards backward point. 2 overs to go. 327 for 6. Brett D'Oliveira has pinched the strike. He's on 85. Matthew Waite has 32. This partnership, 71 off 119 balls. And Worcestershire lead by 6.
Yeah, and it'd be a bit of a different, well, the approach in the morning. If these two can see it through 2 overs now, they've already got a lead, then it'll be about actually building, won't it? So,
do you go quick? I don't know.
I think that's what my point is. I think you build. You build and eke out whatever you can. Aitchison starts his last over of the day. And pick up a quick single. Chappell onto the ball, well, as quickly as he could at mid-off. With D'Oliveira running to the danger end. Did throw at the stumps, but missed. Yeah, so before it's about getting up there, isn't it? And now, or tomorrow morning, it will be about what can they eke out with the last 4 wickets, and to try and put Derbyshire under pressure. It's a nice looking shot from Waite, but straight to Chappell at mid off, and there's no run.
Derbyshire's last 4 wickets added 90. That would be a substantial lead.
Yeah, well, these two have put on 72 in 121, of which Waite has made 32. Will not pick up a run here because Lamb is quickly onto it at mid-wicket. So D'Oliveira's just accelerated again in the last 10-15 minutes. He'd been becalmed. He's moved on to 86 from 119. And he'll want to be back tomorrow morning to see it through to 3 figures.
And they've got their overall run rate up to 3.5, which is perfectly acceptable.
Waite plays that a little bit late there, dropping onto the ball, turning it square on the leg side. Lamb fielding, no run. 2 balls left. Aitchison's last over of the day. This is 22nd. 6 maidens, still striving for his first wicket, conceded 51 runs. Still, the sun shines. Waite, a check drive there, up to Chappell at mid-off, and no run. I think he'd just see this one through, see this last ball of Aitchison through, and from his point of view, be hoping that D'Oliveira just sees out the final over then.
He might have told him, that D'Oliveira might have told him, I'll take a single off this ball.
We shall soon see. No, he won't, because he plays the perfect forward defensive up to Lakmal at mid-on. And Aitchison has finished for the day with 22 overs, 6 maidens, 0 for 51. He'll sleep well tonight. And we're about to see the last over of the day, and we will be finished before 7 o'clock.
Yeah, never any doubt, was there? Another lengthy day tomorrow with an extra 8 overs tagged on after losing 32 yesterday. So we would only have lost 16 overs in the match, which is quite remarkable, really. It didn't look massively promising first thing yesterday morning, but it has improved immeasurably. The weather, that is. Here's Connors beginning the final over of the day's play. First delivery pushed out by D'Oliveira into the offside, up towards Lears to Ploy at a wideish mid-off. And there's no run.
Keen to get off strike there, wasn't he? Thought of a single there, D'Oliveira. He wants to come back tomorrow morning.
Wicket goes down now. There are many, many ridiculous regulations in cricket, and we'd all go off. In comes Connors in and bowls, and that one is down the leg side, and taken by Brooke Guest, moving away to his left. I never understood that particular regulation. I don't think it's in the laws of the game. It might be. 4 balls to go. In comes Connors again, bowls to D'Oliveira, who edges this one just to the right of Wayne Madsen, down towards third man. Lamb does the fielding. D'Oliveira gets off strikes. Perhaps fortunately, he moves on to 87. And with 3 balls to go, Worcestershire are 329 for 6, leading by 8. Derbyshire added 21 runs to their overnight score this morning. Zach Chappell out for 46 and Sam Connors for 10. Josh Tong picking up his first wicket of the innings. Ed Pollock was the first man out for Worcestershire. He made 22 as they got to 66 for 1 at lunch. Connors on his way in again and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side by Waite. Nice piece of fielding there by Haider Ali. Sliding away to his right. No run.
Surely his job here, Waite, now is to
stay there.
Stay there. Yeah. He thought of a single there, but he's got to stay there now.
Haider Ali made 23. Jake Libby made 42. Batsmen all getting in and then getting out. All 3 of the first 3 wickets were taken by Sam Connors, who's bowling now. Penultimate ball of the day. Bowls it to Waite, who defends this one. Doesn't really know where the ball is. It goes behind him, but bounces away from the stumps. Adam Hose was trapped leg before wicket, perhaps a little unfortunately, by Saranga Lakmal for 15. At tea, it was 152 for 4, and that's when they started to accelerate. Worcestershire, Jack Haynes eventually dismissed for 62. And then Zach Chappell got 2 in 3 balls over 2 separate overs as he got Gareth Roderick leg before wicket for 1. Final ball of the day then. It's bowled by Sam Connors. It's punched up towards long on, and they've run 2, and I think they'll settle for 2 because that means that Brett D'Oliveira will be on strike to start tomorrow morning. And that is Stumps. 331 for 6. Worcestershire. Waite has 34. And D'Oliveira has 87, 122 balls he's faced. Waite has faced 73, and these 2 have added 75 for the 7th wicket, the 6th wicket partner. Was it the 6th wicket or was it the 7th wicket partnership, or the 5th anyway? The partnership earlier on today of 111 in 20 overs between, it was for the 5th wicket between Haynes and D'Oliveira, really turned things in Worcestershire's favour. And, well, they have a small lead, but with power to add. 4 wickets left. We've got 5 bonus points. Derbyshire have got 4. And we will have another 104 over day tomorrow. And Worcestershire will be looking to add to their lead, which currently stands at 10. They've closed day 2 of this county championship match at the county ground on 331 for 6. D'Oliveira 87, Waite 34, the partnership 75. Worcestershire lead by 10, and we'll be back just before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.